Reddit, what was the worst party you ever attended? Great related story about my father-in-law. In college his frat wanted to throw one of these pig parties. He spoke up against it, but they were going to have it anyway. In protest, he brought the winner of the Miss Kansas pageant as his date. This basically made all the other guys feel like the assholes they were. For fear of embarrassing themselves in front of an incredibly hot and popular girl, they never revealed the true reason for the party to any of the girls unfortunate enough to be their dates. Edit, a pig party is an awful contest to bring the ugliest date party. Also, yes, my father-in-law was an awesome guy who always stood up for what he believed in. He had a football scholarship to the university in the story, but transferred after 2 years. He left because his report card showed up with an error in a course he hadn't even taken. He found out his coach had rigged it without telling him, and he was a really smart guy who wasn't going to stand for that kind of dishonesty, so he transferred somewhere else where he could make it on his own merits. Sadly, he passed away a few years ago, but it was great knowing him when he was around. About a year ago I went back home to visit my parents and some old friends. It all went well except for the night a friend and I went to goddamn Jeff's birthday party. Point here is the setup. My friend and I have been shooting pool and trading pictures since noon. Hey, vacation. It is creeping up to 7:30 when my mom calls and asks if I wouldn't mind going to such and such's birthday as a representative of the family because she is stuck at work and wants someone to go. I ask who it is and how old they are. My mom informs me that it is Caleb and he is probably turning 21. I ask my friend at the bar and we both agree that 21st parties usually equate in free booze for attendees, so why not? We walk to the liquor store and split a bottle of mid-shelf scotch for good old Caleb, whoever the hell he was, and an 18-pack for us. Drunk me decided that the easiest way to do a card was to have the cashier print off some blank receipt paper and quickly scribble out "Happy birthday from Derp family" and tape the faker to the bottle. Good to go. We grab a cab to the address my mom had texted me and roll right into this rager of a party. A rager of a 4th birthday party. It wasn't Caleb. Caleb didn't even live there anymore. It was faking Jeff. We had already plopped our generous offering on the gift table by the front door before we had walked into the party proper. So here are two drunk dudes, armed with an opened case of beer, got thirsty in the cab, and we have just interrupted duck, goddamn goose. Point we left in such a panicked, drunk hurry we didn't even think about the scotch we had both dropped $18 on. We just got out as fast as we could, walked as fast as two drunks can for a couple blocks, and called a cab. Point I got home to my mom laughing her ass off about the phone call she got from the family about the Derp family's odd choice in gift for a 4-year-old. She apologized to me and decided that she wouldn't choose me as a family representative for any future get-togethers. That shit was weird. This narrative has a reversal of expectation as a key theme, but we knew that the party would not be as expected from the beginning. Based on the prompt and the second sentence, it all went well except for the night a friend and I went to goddamn Jeff's birthday party. What makes this foreshadowing effective? How much foreshadowing do you consider to be appropriate? Alcohol is one of the key components to this narrative. Compare and contrast this story with other works that feature alcohol as a theme. Choose between The Sun Also Rises by Ernest Hemingway, B. On the Road by Jack Kerouac, C. Cathedral by Raymond Carver, D. I Hope They Serve Beer in Hell by Tucker Maximum. The narrative ended with a narrator receiving an apology from his mother. Did you anticipate this ending? How do you think that the mother would tell this same story? How would the story change if it were in the third person rather than first person? My 18th birthday party. Crazy ex had just about disassociated me from any of my remaining friends I had. Long story, but they were so sick and tired of her bullshit and me sticking up for her as I was blindly in love. They wanted no more to do with us. Yet then she decided to add salt to the wound by inviting them all round to my 18th birthday party at her place. She sorted out a load of food, cakes, etc. and music. But of course none of my now ex-friends were going to make any effort to go around to a psycho's house for a party. So as you can imagine, my 18th birthday party was her telling me, "See, you call them friends? They don't even come on your 18th birthday party just because they don't like me. She later admitted and confirmed my suspicion that she fabricated the whole thing on purpose in order to make me realize that I had no one in my life other than her, and as such was unable to leave her. I was 17, went to a party, only knew a few people, got high, got drunk, way drunk, passed out next to my friend, missed a toilet 5:30 am. A cop is yanking me up off the floor. I'm still drunk and cop is dragging me out of the bathroom, throws me on a sofa, and tells me to stay there. 4 hours of people yelling at me, questioning me, threatening me later, and the cop takes me to the police station for underage drinking and suspicion of rap. Seems a 14 or 15-year-old girl from down the street was at the party and went missing that night. Her dad was out looking for her, asked some guys smoking outside if they had seen her. They said they had, but that she left. The dad goes home, calls the police, then goes downstairs and sees his daughter on the sofa, passed out, nude except for my goddamn t-shirt. I was wearing 2 t-shirts, took one off when I got there because it was hot as hell. It turned out she had sex that night, but couldn't remember with who. Cops assumed it was with me because of my shirt, but I was nowhere near her, didn't have sex with anyone that night, spent most of it curled up on the bathroom floor with a towel for a blanket. My passed out in the bathroom alibi was witnessed by a ton of people. Fortunately, the guy who did have sex with her came forward and cleared me. He was 16, not sure what if anything happened, doubt it though cause it was the late 80s, when people didn't get bent out of shape quite like they do now. I found out weeks later that the girl had a crush on me and told her parents and the cops it was me at first, so I'm sure that didn't help my cause point. Even though I did nothing and was cleared of everything, the neighborhood still acted like I was a rapist. Damn suburbs. A few weeks ago, I went to a bonfire party at a friend's house. I was drinking a beer and playing some cornhole. I had set my beer down for just a few seconds to throw the cornhole bag. After I throw it, I drink my beer again. Suddenly, I start feeling dizzy. I figure something's up, so I quickly leave the party and drive to my friend's house just a few blocks away. He comes out of his house, and by that time, I'm losing it. I tell him that I think someone put something in my drink. So, he takes me to another friend's house to watch over me. On the way there, I'm freaking out because he's driving my car at 25 miles per hour, and I feel like it's freaking warp speed. I feel absolutely numb all over my body and keep trying to feel my face to see if it's there. My eyes feel like they are 10x the normal size, and I feel like I'm on a roller coaster and being sucked through a black hole at the same time. We get to the friend's house and go inside. They give me some water and watch over me while I pass out. I wake up a few hours later, feeling a little better. They take me home and I go to bed. The next day, I feel completely stupid all day, unable to think clearly or remember much of the previous night. TLDR, went to party, got drugged, freaked out, had friends help me recover. It wasn't that bad of a party or anything. I think it was like my 8th or 9th birthday party. My mom tried her very best to organize a fun, clean, safe party, so one of the games we played was that we had to peel and eat 2 clementines the fastest. Then she hung a clementine, peeled, on a string, and the person that could take the biggest bite, no hands. 1 point. Then we ate clementines. We were pretty poor. Edit. I'm laughing out loud at the people trying to help me see the bright side in that situation. Yep, I certainly don't have scurvy, and I still love clementines. Edit 2. So that I don't seem like an ingrate or ungrateful, I should add that I respect that my mom tried her very best in difficult circumstances. I should also add this probably isn't the worst party I've been to, but at the time it was. When compared to all the birthday parties my other friends hosted, I have since grown up and understood the situation. Another funny detail is that I don't really think she knew what were good party games anyhow. Being an immigrant, I don't think she had any idea what kids did at parties, and so did her very best to improvise fun games out of things that were already around the house. I definitely cherish my mom and appreciate everything she did for me. I went to a party in college that a lady friend invited me to. As soon as I got there she was headed out the door because she had to leave for some unexpected reason. She handed me a fresh beer in a red cup. Fuck yeah, red cup. Don't have to pitch now, and apologized for taking off, but told me to enjoy the party without her. It was a pretty fun party as far as I remember, but I only drank that one beer that she gave me before I headed off to another party with my roommate. That's as much as I remember. I woke up the next morning in 40-degree weather, in only a shirt and shorts, cuddling with a minivan in a random parking lot. Confused and still a little faked up, I dusted myself off and walked 3 miles home. On the way back I stopped at a Qdoba and got a free breakfast burrito because they took pity on me, so that was nice. As it turns out the chick got the free red cup / beer from some rando at the party and didn't get the chance to drink it. Lucky me. TLDR, invited to a party, got roofied, woke up spooning a minivan, got free breakfast burrito. Adding more story from replies and whatnot. The night remains one of my most entertaining college stories and the biggest mystery of my college career. There is more to the story, but I just told my side. Turns out the roommate I left with also got roofied that night. From what we gathered, we left the party with the intention of walking home and going to a neighbor's party when it hit both of us. Everything is a huge blur up until the next morning. I woke up in the parking lot with the van. His destination and circumstances were even better. He woke up in a forest, nestled into a nice den he made for himself out of sticks and tree branches. He has a picture of it somewhere. Seriously looked like an animal's residence. We only know what it looked like because we collectively spent the entire next day trying to retrace our steps from the party to find where we ended up. Neither of us remembered where the parking lot / forest were. We had to find where he woke up because he left his hat and phone there. Through the tiny memories we had from the night, we traced our steps back and found where we ended up. I remembered a colorful wheel from the night, and he remembered walking through construction. That was all we had to go on. We found the construction and a nearby forest, and as we walked down a path there was a large colorful wheel in someone's backyard that was some sort of children's plaything. When we got to the den he made himself, there was also a 2-liter of Sprite and a bottle of tequila laying by his stuff. Holy shit, I can't believe that I almost forgot the biggest mystery and mindfuck from the story. So we got his phone and stuff back and were going through his call log and found that he called a friend of ours at some point in the blackout. We called her the next day and she said that we were being ridiculous when we called her and some chick kept saying weird stuff in the background. Neither of us have any memory of a chick being with us, and we still have absolutely no idea who it was. This happened to me within the last 6 months. There is a bit of backstory needed here. Me and my girlfriend of 2 years end up breaking up a week before her birthday. I had already spent quite a large amount of money on a surprise party for her and her friends. So I decided fuck it, I throw it anyways. No sense in wasting all that sib. So her birthday rolls around, and I get everything set up and whatnot. $200 on liquor, $100 on food, all kinds of decorations, etc. Her and some friends get there, and she pulls me aside and says that she is really thankful, but wants me to leave because it will be too awkward. So I do, because I'm gentleman and can respect that. The next day everyone who was at the party asked why I wasn't there and said they wished I had been. Even my ex said the same point. So a couple weeks go by and one of our close friends wants to have her birthday party at her place as well. I get invited and all that. Things between my ex and I had been alright. We'd talked and shit felt normal, as if we were becoming friends and such. Night of the party it gets really awkward. I'm out of mind and on the verge of getting wasted, and so is everyone else but my ex. We are all trying to have conversation and be normal and act as if nothing ever happened, but she is just sitting there silently the entire night texting. Whenever I would leave to go to the bathroom or get more beer, she'd snap out of it and talk to people, but as soon as I sat back down she'd get quiet as a mouse. Next thing I know, some dude shows up that no one invited. Turns out it was the person my ex was texting all night and she invited him over to get high and have sex. Needless to say, once he showed up it wasn't long before the party ended. And the next day I got a text from my ex complaining about how I ruined the party. Not that great of a story, but I felt like a faking fool for caring about a person like that. One time a girl that I worked with and had a crush on invited me to a party at her friend's house. I jumped at the chance and took a buddy of mine to this party a town over. Of course I didn't know anybody, so I thought it would be a great idea to get insanely drunk. I was the absolute spectacle of the night. Everyone was feeding me drinks. We played the card game Drunk Driver, or was it Fact the Dealer, and I think people were making up rules just to see me drink more. On my way to the bathroom I saw 3 guys standing there, and I said, "Hey, do you guys like boobs?" They all looked at each other and then said yes. I then yelled woohoo and gave them a high five. After leaving the bathroom I pointed to them and said, "Hey, aren't you those guys that like boobs?" and high-fived them again. Then someone handed me a pint of Grey Goose. My buddy who I brought to the party said to that person, "No, he's had enough," and put it down. He turned around for a second, and when he turned back to me, I had already finished half of the glass. When it was finally time to go, I yelled at the host of the party for not liking me and not wanting me to come to her stupid party in the first place. Then I puked all over my sister's car and in my new hat. When I woke up the morning afterward at my buddy's place I played GTA, and his mom gave me orange juice. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Shockingly enough, years later I would end up dating that girl that invited me to the party until her ex waited outside her house one night to jump me, but that's another story. Edit. The getting jumped story is very anticlimactic. He and his cousin were waiting to jump me, but I never left the house. Not very exciting, but here goes. This turned out to be longer than I thought. TWSS. And it's not that great a story. Like I said, I had a crush on this girl that I used to work with. She was hot and had a sense of humor like a guy. But she also had a shitty loser boyfriend, in and out of jail, no license due to too many DUIs type. Eventually he knocked her up. They would constantly be breaking up then getting back together. So one night, while they were broken up, this was post-kid, we were at a Halloween party, and she comes up to me and tells me that we should go on a date. Completely random, but I thought it was a great idea. Forget the crazy ex, forget the kid, this girl was still beautiful and still cool as hell. We ended up making out that night and fooling around on the couch. Fast forward about 2 months. We were now dating. I went over her house pretty often. The ex didn't have a license, so I didn't really have to worry about him showing up randomly. He was still the father of her child and all. Looking back, I think it's funny that he had the kid on the weekends, that I would bang his ex. He really did me a solid. Anyways, one night we were watching a movie when he called and said, "Who the fuck drives a black Maxima?" It went back and forth like that, and it turns out that he and his cousin had driven by the house and seen my car. He told me to come outside. I was a faking bussy back then. I froze up and stayed in the house. No way I was going out. Eventually his mom calls and tells us that he had just gotten home and she would keep him there. Around midnight he is right outside again and tells me to come out. So I called a bunch of my friends to come pick me up. This includes one friend who is about 6 feet 6 inches, 350 pounds, used to work security for Godsmack, and has a gun. So my friends came and picked me up. Never saw the ex or his cousin. One of my friends followed me home too to make sure I got home safe. The same friend who was with me at the party actually. The next day we broke up. It was obviously not going to work. It was the first time I had ever been truly heartbroken. They are now married. When I think back to that time I'm so glad we broke up. That was such a mess of a situation. Also, I decided I was tired of being a bussy and started doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu a week later. That was over 5 years ago. If I could do that whole night over again I still wouldn't have went outside. I would have played it the exact same way, but I wouldn't have felt so scared inside. The lesson. Dear reader, don't stick your dick in crazy's ex. This will probably be buried, but regardless, it was excruciating, so I might as well get something out of it. After I'd finished my course at university, I got invited to an acquaintance's 21st birthday. It was very far out of London in a suburb. Privet-filled cul-de-sacs etc. It was a lunchtime affair at his parents' house. He lived at home and was in the Christian Union. We got there, and a group of unenthusiastic students were all in his living room playing Kerplunk and Tiddlywinks. No word of a light 21st birthday and we are playing Tiddlywinks. Mixed with booze and good times, this might have been fun, but the strange atmosphere of his overbearing parents was too much. He showed me his uncle's painting of a nude and handsome man that he'd inherited. Everything else is completely normal, but then a homoerotic painting as the centerpiece of the room. We were sent on a salutary walk to build up an appetite for our buffet lunch. We got a half a glass of Bucks Fizz. We don't like champagne, but we love Bucks Fizz, and were sent on our way before 4:30 p.m. because the birthday boy was playing in a violin concert that night. I think of him still. A couple years ago, while I was still in high school, it was Halloween and my friends and I decided to go party hopping. By the fourth house, one of my friends, Jesse, was pretty sloshed, and before we knew it we all were. Said friend was looking for every attractive guy that would let her hit on them, and there was this guy in particular that looked extra sketchy. She flirted hardcore with him and soon enough, they were walking upstairs to find some privacy. I was a bit worried about what was going to happen, so I come up to her and ask if she really wanted to do this, seeing that she's still a virgin. She told me that she'll be fine, and she only wanted to talk about life, and that she didn't want to hook up or anything. My judgment was extremely clouded that night, so I just let her go. The next morning, I wake up and gather all of my friends in the living room and look for Jessie upstairs. I open the door and find her clothes completely torn and on the floor. I look at her and find bruises all over her body and some blood from a cut lip. She is hysterical because she doesn't remember what happened last night and she is in pain everywhere. She was faking wrapped. I told her we needed to report this, but she pleaded not to tell her parents about this. I respected her wish. However, the others who witnessed it did not. The next day during school, Jessie gets a text from her mom saying you and I need to talk. Jace is frantic at this point because her mom is 20 notches past overprotective. She was taken out of school that day to get tested for diseases twice, and then a rap kit was performed on her. Thank goodness she was negative in all her results. The following weeks were hell as detectives kept pulling us out of class and interrogating us about what happened that night. All of our reputations were shattered, me being the beach who allowed it to happen, and Jessie being the loosest girl in class. I regret everything that I let happen that night and still feel guilty about it. Every now and then I go to support groups with her. TLDR, my friend got rapped and I was too drunk to stop it. My girlfriend and I both work at a movie theater and another girl we worked with invited some people over to her house. First off, let me just say that this place is in the backus middle of nowhere. So here we are, driving out to some place where modern medicine hasn't made a foothold yet. We get there, and the girl isn't even there. She gets there an hour later, and at this point it's still just the three of us. Some more people finally show up, including her 40-year-old sister, her 8-month-old baby, and her scumbag trashy husband. You could easily tell this was a shotgun wedding. Anyways, the girlfriend and I decide not to drink, because at this point we want to leave as soon as possible without being rude. This 40-year-old sister has no intention of leaving anytime soon apparently, because she proceeds to knock out more shots than there are minutes in the day. Fast forward 30 minutes, and she starts screaming at us, because she has forgotten that we were even at her house. Which wasn't her house. It turns out that babies don't enjoy yelling at 2 in the morning, so her baby in the living room starts screaming, crying. Like this thing must have the vocal cords of a full-grown adult male lion. The mom is too drunk to even get up and help her child, so I'm thinking we need to get the fuck out to here at this point. Before we make it out, however, Joe Dirt over here pulls out a baggie of weed and a one-hitter. "Wanna hit this?" he smugly asks. We decline because we are honestly thinking about breaking through the kitchen window to get to our car. So everyone, except us, passes around the one-hitter. Out of nowhere, a 9-year-old child, yes, I said 9 years old, comes out of nowhere from the back of the house. He confidently picks up this one-hitter and finishes it out, packs another, and finishes that one. I honestly had no idea what to do or say. The girlfriend and I promptly leave and go home. It honestly felt like I was about to be on Cops. It was the perfect people, setting, and time for an episode. TLDR, bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? The winter after high school, the graduating class all got invited to this guy's house for a get-together party. Let's call him Zach. Most of our class ended up going off to 4-year colleges or at least moved out of our 3 traffic light town to go to a community college. Not Zach. Zach stayed behind and worked in our local grocery store. So, all of my friends were a bit skeptical about the party, but we went anyway. The horrors that I saw that night has not since been surpassed in my 4 years of college parties following. Zach's father greeted us on the porch, informed us that he had purchased alcohol for everyone, then began screaming about how he was a Gulf War vet and someone needed to give him a cigarette at that very moment. I indulged him, and he began telling his war stories. I decided to check out the inside of the house. There were 2 shirtless 14-year-old kids passed out cold on the couch at 9 p.m. Shortly after we walked through the door, one of them collapsed his head into the other one's lap. The party took the opportunity to cover them in Sharpie doodles such as Benizes, mustaches, and my personal favorite, I love trannies. It was about this time when the kid that fell over began sleep vomiting directly into the crotch of the other kid. I went outside to find a crowd of people still in high school blaring Asheroth's I Love College while standing on the hood of a giant red pickup truck. This is when I learned that the overall average age of the party goers was close to 16. Zach came out completely blackout drunk and began telling everyone how much he missed high school. We got the fuck out of there right that instant. TLDR. Post HS party, Gulf War vet, shirtless jeans, crotch vomit, tranny stamps, and Asheroth. My buddy said he was throwing a Christmas Eve party and that I should bring 2 birds because everything else was covered by people bringing to share. So I paid my $20 for some fine stuffed chickens and got some of the most delicious and expensive hot sauce in the country too, because why not go out for your closest friends around the holidays, right? I showed up early and from the driveway noticed the lights were off. I rationed that I must be the first, or even better, that my dear friends had lit candles and were caroling or playing Yuletime games. When I let myself into the living room, I was perplexed. The house was completely bare. From somewhere in the dark nether came my friend trudging down the stairs dressed in nothing but his boxer shorts, wiping the spittle from his chin, his cheek still lined with bed marks and his hairy stomach grumbling like a rabid mongoose. He mumbled something to me about the lights being shut off before he began tucking into my delicious poultry, ripping great strips of meat from the birds and stuffing them into his stupid face. Though I didn't want to admit it, my mind was beginning to realize that the whole thing had been a ruse by this obese sloth to get a free meal. He remembered his manners long enough to offer me a glass of water, and then he was back at it, half dressed, hunched over the living room table, gorging himself on my chicken and gargling down my special sauce. He was lucky he was late on his electricity bill because he didn't get to see me sitting in the dark, tepid glass of water in hand, shivering with rage. My 19th birthday party and my parents had gone away for a month. I was head over heels for a girl who kept telling me it's not the right time for me to be in a relationship now. Rather than hear the no which she implied, I'd just wait another month or 2 and ask her out again. My friends and I partied all summer and my parents left about a week before my birthday. My house was now party central. All week long I had people trashing the place, crashing over, waking up, and we'd all pitch in and get the house back in shape. It was working really well. Additionally, the object of my affection slept with me 5 nights in a row, just sleeping mind you. No funny business, much to my chagrin. Saturday's my birthday and we were set up right. My brother got us a keg and my band was set to play The Basement. People show up and things are rocking. While the band is playing I notice no one's hitting the keg. Some dude I didn't know showed up with a trunk full of booze and is making mixed drinks. Hey, who am I to complain? After the band is done, and feeling mighty as Mr. Cool Guy guitarist, I go to find my little peach. We've been sleeping together after all, and I just rocked the house. She was in the backyard faking the guy who brought all the booze. I got very drunk. Angry / sad / woe is me drunk. I did as much draining to that keg as I could. At about 9 a bunch of my friends, the girl included, left as we'd run out of pot. They headed over to our bassist's house to get lit up. I kept my downward spiral of beer and depression going. They got back around 2 a.m. I had spent the last few hours staring at the ceiling from my bed. I go out to the back porch to smoke a cigarette before the confrontation point. I smoked the butt, probably chained a couple, and walked back to my room. There's the girl and 4 of my other friends passed out in my bed. Every bed in the house was taken. Every couch was taken. Every comfy chair was taken. I was beside myself with self-pity. I slept on my parents' kitchen floor feeling very alone in a house full of friends. The Offspring was big that summer. They had that line, the more you suffer, the more it shows you really care, right? They must have been reading my mail. For prom I asked a chick I'd never spoken to, but had a huge crush on. After I had asked her out and walked 10 feet away, my friends gave me a loud cheer complete with multiple high fives and huzzas. It was horrible. The next few weeks leading up to prom were also terrible. I tried to talk to her between classes but it just wasn't happening. Prom went terribly. My parents made me spend way too much on photos. I literally have a yearbook full of them. At least I look fantastic. She said she didn't want to dance, which I was fine with, because I can't anyway, but she also apparently didn't want to talk, so we spent the entire evening outside, cold and in silence, watching other people dance. After that we went to an after party that neither of us were sure we were invited to. She didn't want to drink and had just given up smoking since her lungs were shit, so we sat and caught straping pong balls while straining at making idle chit chat. Then her ex-boyfriend showed up and she decided she needed to go. She drove me since I didn't have my license. The whole ordeal was very painful, but it helped me realize I need to get to know people before deciding to like them instead of just staring at their all semester. My prom date turned out to have no personality and the humor of a 6-year-old. I'm at least on the level of a 7-year-old. Proud to say I found the girl of my dreams now. Went to a party with a friend from the restaurant I was currently working at. It was another employee's house and he invited several others from work. Sounded alright until I found out it was from a place known to be a little backwoods. So we take an eighth of shrooms each on the way. We barely find our way there, and it is about 10 at night. No one else is there yet except for the guy hosting it. He tells us people are on their way and shows us around the house. He lets us know that his kids, 5 and 3, are asleep in the back rooms, and that his wife is at a girls' night with her friends. A few people finally show up from work, including one of our bosses, who shows up with one of the cooks. Apparently they are sleeping together. Makes things a little awkward, but it is nothing compared to what happens next. Now the shrooms are really kicking in. His sister shows up and starts yelling at him for throwing a party that has drugs and beer all around while he has his kids there. It's awkward because he is acting like he was caught red-handed and is dead quiet the whole time he is getting yelled at. She is yelling at everyone to leave while my friend and I slip into the basement with a few others. I feel like we were down there for years with the awkward couple, but I'm sure it wasn't very long in hindsight. Eventually we hear no more yelling coming from upstairs, so we go check on things. There is no one to be found in the kitchen, so we go check the living room and find the host making out with his sister on the couch. My mind is full of fuck at this point, but the shrooms keep me quiet, and we just stand there watching things escalate until clothes start coming off. The drugs say nope, and I scream, while my friend starts geeking out, and we start tripping over shit making a break for the door. We stumble in my car and I get to the end of the driveway, and realize I'm in no condition to drive. Host comes out, and I refuse to roll down my window to face the situation. Eventually I do, and he tells me that was his wife, and I woke up the kids. We went back inside and played Wii bowling. I threw a party a few years ago, and 5 people got stabbed. No one died thankfully. Edit. Alright, here's the story. A couple of years ago there was a football match between the 2 rival high schools in my area. My parents were away, so I wanted to have a small get together, but word spread around and eventually roughly 3,000 drunk high schoolers knew of my party. Pretty much an hour into the party an argument started. It was a 5-on-1 fight and the kid had enough and just went on a stabbing spree, like it was a game of faking Halo. Turns out it was a blessing in disguise, because that's the only thing that would have broken up the party. Not to mention there were about 500 kids walking into my neighborhood on their way to the party. Legal shit ensued. To this day people who meet me know who I'm just because of this party, and I won't even doubt that someone who reads this heard about it. My worst experience was when I was invited to a classmate's 18th birthday party, legal age for voting, driving, and drinking in Sweden, in high school. I didn't really hang out with my classmates on a regular basis, but figured that it was kind of a big deal turning 18, and that it would be kind of ditch to say no, so I said I'd come. I knew that this girl and several others in my class were religious, but not in a particularly annoying way, but in Sweden it's kind of weird to go to church every week. Anyway, when I came to the place where her party was supposed be, warning bells went off. It was a church, so this was starting to feel really weird by now, but I stayed and eventually found the two only people in my class that I usually talk to, two Muslim girls by the way, not that it matters, but it's important for the story. Turns out that nearly everyone there was in her church. I can't really say that anything exceptional happened, but I felt as I was in a cult. Everyone just seemed like they were over the top nice and friendly, in creepy way. After an okay amount of time I called my dad who came to pick me up. I said goodbye to the birthday girl and excused myself and lied and said I needed to get up early in the morning. But instead I went to another party. Fast forward to Monday in school. My two Muslim friends tell me that just after I left the party they started playing soothing music and everyone was supposed to lie down on the floor and think about God. They found it a bit odd, but decided to just play along. This worked out well until one of the girls' cell went off. The birthday girl's father then barges in the room, takes the girl's phone, and proceeds to lock it in a drawer. He gave her an angry look and said it was necessary so she wouldn't ruin the moment for everyone else. I guess it wasn't that extreme, but ordinarily these parties mean beer, no parents home, hitting a bar and get wasted. This was easily my worst party experience ever. A friend and I had met a couple of girls at my house and hung out for a bit. They said they had their parents' house to themselves, but their sister was having a few friends over. Oh well, we thought, they're gonna let us stay the night. Sounds like an awesome time, so we went. Okay, my friend and I are ultra white suburbanites, keep that in mind. We show up, and the sister was there as promised, and the few friends she had over was about 5 carloads of black dudes. Now I'm not racist, but I was so out of my element. I have never felt so white. I felt like I was glowing. After a while of hip hop and dance offs, mixed in with a couple of blunts and 40s, one of the girls did something that made this party the worst one ever. She dropped the N-bomb in the middle of the living room filled with large black men. The feeling of say what motherfucker sent a faking shockwave through the room, actually knocking me back a few steps. It was like she jumped on a landmine of angry grunts and what the facts, and they just exploded in everyone's faces. The dudes were going crazy. And then it got dead quiet and this girl just started yelling, "Get the fuck out, nigga." My friend and I were stunned and terrified. We managed to sneak away for a few until it calmed down. When we came back the girls were sleeping and we were stuck there with no ride. We stayed the very uneventful rest of the night after the angry black guys left. It was terrible and neither of us got lucky, which was the whole reason we went in the first place. At my 24th birthday party, my friend brought a new boyfriend who she was already living with. When the party started to die down, she started bitching at him because he smoked weed like a week ago. He stormed out, only to come back in 10 minutes later. Apparently, he was texting her from my driveway while also taking a crowbar to her car and grabbed her by the throat and started choking her. The nearest person pushed him off and she ran into my room to get me. He looked around and yelled "I love you" this much, pulled out a pocket knife and cut his wrist in my living room. Unfortunately, he didn't know enough about killing himself because he went across his wrist and not up it. He faked up his wrist forever and got blood all over my living room. At my 26th birthday, I turned on the music and some country song came on. My roommate said, "Country? No wonder people try to kill themselves at your parties." After I graduated college, I stuck around town and worked as a sound engineer doing various jobs and barely making ends meet. One of the gigs I got was running sound for the local high school musical. During tech rehearsals, I would get to the theater early and crank Grateful Dead shows through the PA because, well, I was pretty high most of the time. It wasn't long before a small group of high school age deadheads befriended me, and we would chat about things that young hippies are wont to chat about. The show runs without a hitch and I'm invited along to the official rap party that is taking place at one of the cast members' parents' house. I feel obliged to go, so I do. It is your standard parentally advised high school party with chips and soda and good clean fun for everyone. Since I'm technically an adult person of authority, I stand around and smile at people a lot, but otherwise, the party is not one for the record books. I decide to step outside onto the porch and grab a smoke. Within a few minutes, a few of my little deadhead friends come out and tell me that they are heading to the real cast party and ask me if I wanted to come. Point bored out of my mind and being a sucker for any invitation for a real party, I accept, and before long, I find myself parking my car down the street from some random kid's house. The house, by the way, has no lights on. There are no other cars parked anywhere that I can see. I follow the instructions given to me and walk through the open garage and quietly knock on the door. I can hear hushed whispering, some scrambling, and one of my little friends opens the door and lets me in. The party is taking place in someone's high school bedroom. The lights are all out except for some Christmas lights and a crappy lava lamp. There is no music or anything. Sitting around on the floor are about 15 kids about 14 to 17 years of age. As the only person over the age of 21 in the room, it was a little awkward. I find a spot on the floor and kind of chill a bit, just to see what is going on, since at this point my curiosity was pretty strong. After the exchange of some minor pleasantries, one of my little deadhead friends reaches under the bed and pulls out a rather large duffel bag, and opens it up, to reveal to me what looked the absolute moth, a load of magic mushrooms. To anyone who has not dealt with such things, allow me to tell you that a duffel bag full of mushrooms, regardless of its size, it's a sheet load. He offers some to me. At this point in my life, there normally would not have been more than a second's hesitation before I reached into a duffel bag full of shrooms and ate my fill. But on this night, as I looked around at the group of tripping high school kids, my brain decided to take a pass this time around. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck tripping balls with a bunch of awkward teenagers. I politely decline and ask my host if he minded if I smoked some herbs instead. His response was to reach under his bed again and pull out a 2-foot bong. I took that as a yes. I start to pack party bowls for people and pass the bong around, which starts up some conversation. What I learn is that I'm sitting in the bedroom of the high school drug kingpin of this particular high school, and that he had just scored said duffel bag full of shrooms that very night, and was celebrating not only the close of the musical he just performed in, but the fact that his drug probation was also over. When I ask if we can put on some tunes, I'm promptly told that we couldn't because, get this, it would wake up his parents, who I learned were supposedly sleeping in their bedroom upstairs and at the other end of the house. This, as you can imagine, made me feel a bit nervous. Here I was, the only person over the age of 21 in a room full of tripping kids with what seemed like a felony offense level of mushrooms next to me. Combine that with the fact that I had just smoked them all out, and the situation started to add up in my little brain as one that could go very poorly for me. However, because I was a little too baked to drive, I stuck around and plotted my escape route should something happen. That didn't last long, however. Within a few minutes, a group of very drunk high school girls come staggering in. They were passing a bottle of peach schnapps back and forth, giggling loudly, and doing the kinds of things that very drunk high school girls do, which is about 180 degrees out of phase with what I was wanting to do. As the girls got louder and rowdier, my chances of getting out of that room without being arrested were very slim. This was my cue to exit. I grabbed my stuff and left. I ended up sitting in my car for about an hour, totally sketched out any time a car came down the road. Not sure if it was the worst party ever, but it was sure the worst party related decision making I had ever done. I'm kind of surprised no one asked me buy them beer. I probably would have done it. I was on a roll that night. TLDR, I went to a party in some kid's bedroom, packed full of high schoolers tripping their balls off, when I was the only person there over 21. I used to live with this local girl on the big island of Hawaii, and she threw a big party for her co-workers one year. She was a checker at a well-known supermarket chain, and she must have invited 30 people. Some necessary backstory. She had a Siberian husky that was only partially housebroke. By that I mean she had him trained to sheet in one part of the house. I couldn't take him out on walks because I'm in a wheelchair, or I'd have taken him out, and my girlfriend was working long hours, so she wasn't able to take him out every time he needed to crap. So she designated a 3x6 foot area behind the couch as his toilet, and she put flattened cardboard boxes down for him to crap on. It wasn't great, but it was the best she could think of. So, the day of the party, I cleaned the house really well, and since we couldn't have a big piece of cardboard behind the couch, what's that for? We just pulled it out and left the floor bare. My girlfriend decided to make some blended drinks. She was not a drinker, and so she was unaware of how much alcohol she should put in the drinks, and overdid it by a substantial amount. She had to do a lot of testing to get it right, and by the second pitcher, almost before anyone had showed up, she was completely hammered. Not cute laughing girl hammered, but staggering around help me, kind of hammered. So I was pretty much left to host the party myself, even though I barely knew any of the people, while my girlfriend went to bed, so that she could vomit copious amounts of rum onto the floor. Even so, everyone else seemed to be having a good time, and the party seemed to be going pretty well, even though there was hardly any seating. I didn't mind that bit, since with my wheelchair I always have a set, but for everybody else it was standing room only, other than 3 people on the couch, and 2 people on our kitchen chairs. Since the dog lived in the house, he was there too, and sure enough, he decided he had to take a dump. Do you see where this is going? There wasn't anyone behind the couch pretty much cut that part of the room off from the rest. So the dog went back there and got himself hunched over and dropped a big dog log on the bare floor. Nobody else saw him do this except me, and by the time I noticed what he was doing it was too late to stop him, and so all I could do was laugh as I watched the party come unraveled. The smell was pretty remarkable, but there wasn't much in the way of air current, so the aroma just sort of hung there in an invisible cloud of rank. I could tell though, when the folks on the couch smelled it, because in unison they all screwed up their faces. One of them turned around and looked behind the couch. The dog was done and gone by then, and he went, "Oh fuck." And all 3 of the folks on the couch got up and away from it. As soon as the 3 people were off the couch, 3 more people who had been standing around with nowhere to sit for an hour saw their opportunity, and they jumped over and sat down before anyone else could grab a seat. They lasted for about 45 seconds to a minute before they realized why the couch had been vacated. As soon as they got up, 3 more people grabbed a spot on the couch. This went on for about 3 or 4 turns before the smell had drifted far enough to empty the room, and thus the house, and that was it. The party was over, and everyone drove home in the rain without saying goodbye or even leaving a note for my passed out girlfriend. She never threw another party, as long as I knew her. Edited for spelling. Grade 5. Nerdiest kid in class. Send out invitations to almost everyone in our grade. His mom had planned a huge pizza party and had strung streamers and decorations everywhere, and we were going to go to laser tag after. I was the first one to show up, so we ate some gummy worms and watched Digimon while we waited for everyone else. Anyway, long story short, no one else came. She made us wait a couple hours before just driving us to Burger King and taking us home to play Nintendo. So, all in all it was actually a pretty awesome party because, you know, Burger King and Digimon and Nintendo. I even got to take home 3 treat bags after the fact, and probably would have taken more, but wanted to look polite and not like a candy addicted diabetic in training. You know, I would later hear from one of my other friends and a group of kids we were hanging out with that most kids had thrown out their invites or hidden them so their parents wouldn't force him to go hang out with the unpopular kid. Moral of the story: kids are not adorable bundles of innocence. Kids are faking dicks. A very long time ago I noticed a correlation between how I spend my New Year's Eve and how the entire new year ahead goes. Crazy wild party, crazy wild year. Didn't bother to celebrate. Boring as year well for the millennium, I couldn't have been more stoked to have been invited to a very rich friend's apartment, who spared no expense. He lived in a 2-floor penthouse in a very la-di-da street in Boston that overlooked the Charles. Elevator opened up directly into the apartment. Every guest got a starter bottle of Dom Perignon upon entry, with unlimited booze flowing the entire evening. Everyone, myself included, was dressed to the nines. I had just graduated college, and it was a very good sign of the kind of life I was to begin leading after all that hard work. Literally 5 minutes after we got there, my then girlfriend excitedly bounded up to the host, who promptly told her something along the lines of, "Please, don't talk to me for the rest of the evening. I'm very upset with you." She did not take it well. I spent the majority of the party consoling her in the coat room, drinking. She refused to leave. She wanted to keep making a scene until she got an apology, and the longer she waited, the worse her histrionics got. The host's boyfriend took a shift consoling her while I sought out the host, and when I confronted him and defended her, he basically explained that she had done something that had violated his trust, that he had uninvited her, and by extension, me, but that he didn't mind that I had shown up, and that he would appreciate it if I would either stay upstairs and have a good time, or go back downstairs and do more consoling, or just leave. As hot as I was, as quick as I was to defend my lady, it seemed like a reasonable request, so I stayed upstairs a little more. I knew I was being a jerk, but I had been down there for like 2 hours. Enough was enough. I started being social, which was always a little hard for me to do back then, and then suddenly some of my anxieties started melting away. I was chatting, laughing, having a great time, and then we all watched the ball drop on TV. Shortly after midnight I resumed my responsibility, and the girlfriend and I took the subway home. The transit authority had buses running all evening. When we got to the train station, we just missed the connecting bus that would have brought us the rest of the way home. It was the last straw for her. She lost her sheet. She started screaming about how everyone betrays you. She started kicking one of those wooden boxes where they keep the sand for when the roads get icy. A bus driver saw this, drove up, and said he felt bad and let us board his bus and took us back to our place. He did it just for us. He turned the whole empty bus around after we got to our apartment. It was so affirming to me that someone could be so kind, but it didn't matter to the girl. I put her to bed when we got home and stayed up drinking a few beers and went to bed after watching the sun rise through the buildings and trees from my back porch. I should have realized then and there that she wasn't the right person for me, but I'll let it slide. We had so much in the bank, so many good memories. I wasn't going to leave her over a stupid party. I later found out that she had promised the host that she would write some sort of letter to a grad school he was applying to, and she said she wrote it, but she never did. I had caught her in a bunch of similar lies in the past, and I believed his story. I felt bad that I had defended her so vehemently at first during the poor guy's party that he had spent so much time and money on. I also later found out that she knew that she had been uninvited, but she showed up anyway. Thanks for dragging me into it. The rest of the year was, unsurprisingly, full of drama, and we eventually broke up, but not before moving into another apartment together, not before I caught her cheating on me and let it slide again, and after we broke up every day I had to overhear her berate for wasting years of her life, using her power of dramatic storytelling and half-truth spin to make me look like a horrible person to the point where I lost half my friends. She whipped everyone up into a frenzy. She had strangers online affirming her strength on a daily basis. I've seen her do it to other people. I should have seen that coming, but I learned, I think. I've stuck with people for years out of obligation. I'm just a loyal person. I always have been. But I can't let people take advantage of that. I'm not saying that the second someone becomes a drag, you just leave them. I'm not saying that if something terrible happens to someone, you can just walk away. But if you start a relationship and everything is wonderful, and then 2 years later your vision clears up, and you realize that you've been feeding off of the fumes of how things began, that it might not necessarily be your fault, and you don't have to keep quiet about it, and you don't have to stay. You have an obligation to not be a dick to other people, But ultimately, the biggest obligation you have is to yourself and to the people who are actually true to you. This most recent new year I was still reeling from another bad breakup. Things were not happy for me. It had been a year of maybe this might work, maybe it won't kind of relationships. One after another. Each time one ended I'd feel more and more like I'd never find someone who could really love me. It was like I had forgotten my lesson all those years ago. I'd keep putting in more than I was getting back, making promises that things would turn around, and then finally giving up. But I had just met someone new, and we had gone on a few dates. And I had gotten that feeling from just being with her that I had completely forgotten about. That feeling I didn't know to look for anymore. That feeling that everything is so obvious, suddenly. And I was having a party on my new porch, in my new apartment, and I know I wanted to kiss her at midnight. And I did. What you do on New Year's has a way of setting the tone for the rest of the year. At least that's been my experience. Half a year later, we are looking for apartments together. I think she might be the one. Cheers. My friend's bachelor party. Here goes. Best man is an idiot, so I have to make most of the arrangements and organize the bulk of it. Hotel. I took a screenshot and emailed the best man what room to book. We needed a larger suite. He books a regular room, not the suite I sent him, with a shitty kitchenette that was in the non-updated part of the hotel, for approximate the same price. This room looked like 1960, and not in some chic way. I book a private room at a nice restaurant for the gang. This restaurant has a bar that's attached that allows smoking. Groom is a smoker. Groom is such an immature control freak. He's upset that we are not sitting in the shitty hotel room. We had 20 people for a nice dinner. We are in our 40s. The whole dinner he's complaining that this is his bachelor party and not mine. We are just having dinner. Got a whole night ahead of us. After dinner we congregate to the attached smoking lounge/bar. All of us are having a great time, ordering scotch, wine, cigars, etc. and having sexy ladies service. But no, the faking groom wants to leave. Okay, so we pack up. We all head to the top, less club where we had tables reserved for the group, but there was one guy out of the 20 that couldn't go because he promised his wife. So, instead of packing his bussy and going home, he kidnaps the groom and takes him back to the hotel. The rest of us were almost at the strip club, 25 minutes away, and were getting calls demanding all 18 of us turn around and go to the hotel. About 10 of us went back to the hotel room and the rest broke off saying, "Fuck that, we go back to that shitty hotel room and split the one bottle of vodka the best man acquired with the Mountain Dew from the vending machine." Somebody else brought old lady granny born mags and the groom was looking at that sheet and laughing all night. I tried to explain to the groom that we were adults and we can have beautiful ladies bring us cocktails if we leave and go out, and we can still come back to the room after the bars close and look at granny born. Oh no, no way. We had to stay there till 4 AM doing nothing in a sheet room for hours and hours, while the groom walked around dry humping all the other guys and laughing at the granny born mags. He also ripped the pages of pics out and licked the backs so he could stick the granny born all over the walls. Again, this groom was 40 or 41 years old. This was the worst party I've ever been to. So there I was, a ambitious and fun-loving 19-year-old in my second semester of college. I had been the good student my first semester, but quickly, over winter break, discovered the wonders of beer. My second semester was normally a bit of a blur. My roommate had a very nice and quite attractive girlfriend who would come by our dorm room on a regular basis and would go out with us to the various parties around town. She always seemed to have a good time, but the next day she would talk about how bad she felt, despite appearing to be completely fine. Then one weekend she excitedly arrived to our suite and came bouncing into our room. She was amazingly excited to invite us to a party. Some of her friends was throwing a party at their house and she wanted my roommate and I to go. I had met a couple of these friends in passing, and they seemed to be nice girls and were also quite attractive. The 19-year-old male in me was up for going to this party. That night, my roommate and I walk over to his girlfriend's dorm room to meet up with her. She is driving, and we excitedly head off to this party. Now let me preface the rest with one important fact. I had decided to pregame for the party and was, as a result, about 10 beers deep. I had a solid buzz going. We arrive at the house and there are a few cars in the driveway. It's only about 8 PM, so we are pretty early. The apparent number of people already there should have been a good sign of the night to come. I was lied to. As we enter, I get my first glimmer of an idea that what I was hoping this party would be like was simply not in the cards. I walked into what may have been the largest collective look of distaste that I have ever witnessed. I was not only the sole attendee that had been drinking. That would be the case for the entire night. It was at this point that my roommate's girlfriend took the opportunity to inform me of what I determined to be a very important piece of information. At that moment I learned that she and all of her friends at this party were Mormons. So there I was, drunk, stuck at this house with about 25 Mormons and my roommate. That is all that happened. They didn't play games. They didn't listen to music. They were offended by Law and Order as my choice for something to watch on TV. I had the joy of sobering up while listening to them talk about church. I twice asked my roommate to just punch me and knock me out so that I could just wake up when it was over and we were going home. TLDR, ain't no party like a devout Mormon party because devout Mormons really don't party. In college, my second college party ever, the original host had backed out at the last minute. A random guy we didn't know jumped in to host instead. This was a community on the college message boards in my main social group in college. Everything was going well, and good times were had. Then the host's huge, socially awkward roommate showed up. He was very friendly, especially since we gave him free booze. I actually wasn't drinking, though. Then he started getting kind of rappy toward a girl who was passed out on the couch. Another girl came over and woke her up and took her away. A few minutes later, he tried to hit on said rap blocker. She scoffed and said no. Suddenly, all hell broke loose. The guy threw down his bottle of beer and started screaming "Get out!" over and over. As people filed toward the door, he started shoving them. I came up and very soothingly said, "It's cool, man, we are going." He then grabbed me by the shoulders and threw me through the screen door, or to be exact, I hit the door and it came off the hinges and I landed on it on the driveway. When I got back up, another guy was trying to distract him and promptly got shoved out an open window. I came back in and carried that guy's hysterical girlfriend out, then went back in for a female friend of mine. She was cowering in a corner, having a PTSD flashback apparently. As I led her to the door by the hand, crazy guy stepped in my way and pulled his fist back. I don't know how to fight and had my hands full. My instinct was to just turn my chin down and wince. Then there was a crash. The guy that had gotten shoved out the window had run back in and tackled the guy. I ran out with my friend, followed by my rescuer. We were now all standing in the driveway and yard trying to arrange rides, when crazy guy comes out with a quarterstaff and starts swinging it wildly. My female friend's huge boyfriend, who had just arrived with his car, walked up and just jerked the staff out of the slightly smaller guy's hands. Crazy guy goes back inside. People get in cars, and me and two friends start walking the 2 miles back to campus. Then we hear the host screaming. My friend next to me says, "Sheet, run." I look back over my shoulder and see crazy guy holding a shotgun or rifle while his roommate tries to wrestle it out of his hands. We run several blocks and then flag down cars until we find someone with a cell phone. This was back when cell phones were just becoming normal. To call the cops, come to think of it, that wasn't such a bad party. Freshman year, I joined the speech team at my school. There was a party after almost every meet, but I was kind of a sap then, and I didn't feel like I knew the rest of the team, mostly upperclassmen, well enough to go to any of the parties one weekend. I finally get the nerve to go to one of the parties. My mom drops me off, fashionably late, and I knock on the door. The host, a senior, is visibly relieved to see me, and that is my first indication that I've made a terrible mistake. There is a huge spread of food set out in the host's living room, enough for at least 30 people. There are 15 on the speech team, and the only guests are me and another girl, also a senior, who has pretty severe Asperger's and is just not very fun to be around, constantly corrects people, breathes super loud, rude, combative, etc. The host is urging me to eat some of the food, so I have a piece of frozen pizza, which had been cooked in a microwave, so it was limp, soggy, and by now, stone cold point. The host then gets out Simura game with movable stackable tiles and plastic army units, D&D Lite, or WoW without the computer. I don't even know. It's confusing, it's difficult, and the Aspie girl is getting increasingly hostile towards everyone because she's frustrated. Eventually, one of the coaches arrives, and when he walks into the party room, he physically recoils. He sits down, joins our game out of obligation, but says he has to leave 15 minutes later. I take a cue from him, go into the bathroom, call my mom, and leave a few minutes later. From what the host later told me, the other girl didn't leave for hours. TLDR, SAP freshman goes to senior party with 2 guests, calls mom for rescue. Well, there were many, but this was the worst. It was a party at this god-awful bro and hoe-filled college campus apartment complex. The complimentary beverage was electric lemonade, so straight Everclear and pink lemonade mix, but I was drinking whiskey. My friend that I brought with, however, was drinking the punch, and the whiskey point drunken horribleness ensues. He gets into a conversation with a random dude that had wandered into the party from one of the apartments on the lower level. They're chatting along, and I'm doing my own thing for a while, when my friend comes over and asks me to borrow my phone. I hand it over, and then he and said dude disappear with my phone for 2 hours. Over the course of these 2 hours I called my phone repeatedly, finally getting a hold of the guy who left with my friend. He says he's been looking for me, sure buddy, and meets me in the apartment complex to give me back my phone. I take my phone back and ask where Derp is. He says he doesn't know, so I walk to my car and find Derp passed out in it. The next day he tells me he was blacked out for most of it, but the guy he had been talking to had taken him to the apartment downstairs, and he's fairly certain that his time in the other apartment involved an all-male gang rap. Yay, fun. My only really bad party experience is that something was ruined from me, or rather taken from me, that I loved, because of a party point. So my friend who lived in the same town with me and then in other cities off and on for several years was in town for a short time and decided we should go to the annual New Year's party at our friend's house. Party I had never been to, but had heard about. I thought, cool, I'm sure 2 gay guys are gonna throw a pretty awesome party. This will be fun and interesting. It did not live up to expectations. Yes, there was drinking and laughing and jokes, but at the time I was not an imbiber of alcohol, and the most fun I had with alcohol was convincing one dude to use his crotch to push a jello shot into another dude's mouth. Totally not gay, just humorous. Now what was taken from me? The movie Queen of the Damned had come out that year or the year before. I can't remember exactly now, but either way I loved that soundtrack. Unfortunately so did everyone else there, and that is literally all they played all night long, from about 7 PM until about 4 AM. Now that was bad, but what made it worse was that there was a couple, well, quasi couple, making out on the couch that, well, just she was rather large. I'm too, so not judging on that, just saying, and he was very hairy. So between them making out and every now and then stopping their making out so she can butcher some of my favorite lyrics and songs, I swore to never listen to that soundtrack again. Point I watched the movie last year again for the first time since like 2001 and cried. Just cried. Point TLDR. Can't listen to the Queen of the Damned soundtrack without thinking of a large girl and hairy dude making out. I went to a 12-hour party in a club once, which lasted from 8 PM to 8 AM. I ordered my first beer of the evening, and, for some reason, just couldn't drink it. I got halfway through it, and was struggling to swallow it, even while taking just sips. I was feeling okay at this point, but just couldn't face any more alcohol, so I ended up leaving it. About half an hour later I started to feel a bit queasy, and by 10 PM I was sitting down in agony, drinking water to try to stop myself from throwing up. I somehow managed to get through to 1:30 AM without incident, but was still feeling pretty awful. I was accused of just drinking too much, but nobody would believe that I'd only had half a pint. At about 2 AM, I realized that I was going to throw up, and attempting to delay it any longer was just going to make it worse. So I started heading for the bathroom, only to find that it was closed and I'd have to use the one upstairs. Too late. I threw up all over the wall outside the bathroom and was promptly escorted out. I'm still not sure what caused it, but I suspect I ended up with some cleaning fluid from the pipes in my beer or something like that. I've got a pretty good one. I was 17 years old and a senior in high school, and me and my friends knew of this abandoned house in a very prestigious neighborhood. The house was probably worth upwards of $2 million. We decided to go check the house out and see if it was legitimate. So we walked up to the house, which was on a hill, so not easily visible, and to our surprise the back door was unlocked, so we just walked right in. This place was huge. It was just giant empty rooms with no furniture or anything inside the house. So later that week, I decided to tell one of my more popular friends about the house, and he recommends having a party there. So about a week later on a Friday I logged into Facebook and almost every status was something along the lines of huge mansion party. Text me for details. So I assumed that he just went ahead and decided to throw a party there. He lived right down the road from it. So I walked to the party to find at least 200 people there raging out. Now this is where it gets interesting. I looked over behind my shoulder and see a very drunk kid sink a beer pong shot from probably 30 feet, and he went wild out of excitement. He started smashing things. He was punching and kicking walls and even put his faking head through a wall. All of a sudden, every person there started to destroy the house. Windows were broken, the staircase was damaged, the chandeliers were ripped down, walls were completely destroyed, the entire kitchen was pulverized, and there was sheet and piss everywhere. To say the least, the house had a lot of damage. In the midst of destruction, somebody yelled "Cops are here," so everybody just bolted out of the house and the party was over. I stayed a little bit longer to realize that the cops never actually came. The next day I drove by the place and there were 5 or 6 police cars outside of it inspecting everything. I know the title said worst parties and this party sounds great, but I'm about to explain why it was the worst party. About a month after the party, I'm sitting at home, and there's a knock on my door. I open it to find the police standing there, and they say to me, "We have a warrant for your arrest. You have the right to remain silent, blah blah blah." So they take me to the station, explain that they have pictures of me at this party and what I was being charged with. I ended up pleading guilty to the charges of criminal trespassing and criminal mischief. The consequences includes more than $3,000 worth of fines, a 14-week class on underage drinking, 60 hours of community service, and 6-month probation, all just because I attended this party. Turns out there were 84 other kids arrested with the same punishment as me, and oh yeah, a total of $200,000 plus damage to the house. Yeah, the party was fun, but not worth the consequences. TLDR, I went to a party in high school in which the house had $200,000 worth of damage and 84 kids got arrested for attending. I used to work for a big company, a very large and roundly hated cable provider. They were incredibly cheap and pinched pennies in every way imaginable. One year they celebrated the anniversary of their founding with a mandatory company picnic. If we didn't attend, we'd be written up. No time off granted, so it came out of our PTO. So on a dismal Friday afternoon, we bundled off to the big party, which, our asshole boss, the king of asshole bosses, he made the UK office seem like the US office, had scheduled for a park. Lo and behold, that park was directly across from his house. And this park was a patch of grass next to a huge highway overpass. It started raining, but the party was not rescheduled. We were all told to attend. It was held under the overpass, with all the bums in their tent city, who, by the way, ate better than us, because we were each allotted either one burger or one hot dog. There were frozen burgers and dogs from the local supermarket. No alcohol permitted. The highlight of the party was a raffle drawing for what we'd been told were going to be really great prizes. This at least wasn't too improbable, since vendors from big companies would send us extravagant gifts to try and persuade us to buy their stuff. It turned out that the big prize was, in fact, pretty cool, an R/C car that was one of the ones that was like gas powered and pretty expensive and all that jazz. Everything else were little grab bags full of company branded shotchicks or t-shirts, or whatever. Naturally the asshole boss drew his own number. Total coincidence, he promised, for the big prize, which he took. There were exactly enough grab bags for everyone there, except one. Naturally I was the only person who didn't get one. Mind you, I didn't care to have a company branded t-shirt, but it was the faking parsimonious cheap ass attitude that went with it that pissed me off. That, and the asshole boss walking over, pointing and laughing at me wholeheartedly, and brushing tears from his eyes, saying, "Sucks to be you." I seriously exercised some willpower, and just didn't say anything, and made to leave. He yelled after me, "You haven't been dismissed yet, you have to stay until 5. And then pointed and laughed at me some more. Yeah, that was the worst party I ever went to. This is going to get lost, but someone needs to hear it. Years ago, my friend was visiting her dad for the summer, out of state. We'd both turned 19, and had heard about a party third hand. So, we get dressed up, and we are looking fly. When we got to the party it was a total drag. Nobody was talking and everyone was just sitting in a room looking all bored. My friend and I used to do this skit as a joke. We copied this scene out of Pet Sematary. Sorry, could only find the French version, but you get the idea, and would throw a blanket over our head and do it in random places during middle school. Back to the party. The party was a total drag, so me and my friend were trying to decide which of us should do it. Remember, we knew not a soul at this party. It was decided that it was my turn to do it, so I found a blanket, jumped out of the closet, and did it for the entire room. It was such a good performance that even my friend was scared. After I finished, instead of the usual what the fuck and laughter, everyone just quietly stood up and left the room. One person started crying. Well, me and my friend decided to quietly leave, and when I was shutting the door I heard someone say, "And I was just starting to peek." We felt horrible. TLDR, I did a very scary dramatic interpretation of the old lady with spinal meningitis from Pet Sematary at an acid party. It didn't go well. Had no idea it was an acid party. I was invited to go to a party right after I got off work. I got a ride there with a few other people, and we showed up later in the party. As soon as I got there, it was a shit show. The first thing I see is my friend running up to me with his hand bleeding because a beer bottle broke in it. Somehow, immediately after I was rushed downstairs and held some kid I didn't know's head in the toilet while he puked for half an hour. It was not long after that an ambulance and police showed up because 2 kids, one grade 9, were passed out and hardly breathing. The one girl had to get her stomach pumped and nearly died. She was tearing blue in the ambulance. The other kid had been passed out for almost an hour, and there was shampoo and foam embedded into his hair. When the police came everybody just bailed and ran. Of course, the house being a half-hour drive from my house I couldn't. I spent the rest of the night cleaning up puke, and then slept on the couch in nothing but a jacket, nearly freezing to death. And I didn't even get a sip of alcohol over the course of the night. TLDR, went to a party late, kids passed out, cleaned up puke, ambulances, police, cold sleep. Well, it was pretty good to start off with. Had been off my face with my cousin all night and had been chatting to people, having a laugh and a dance etc. My cousin starts getting off with this guy, who then follows her around like a puppy, alternately telling her how great she was and what an awesome DJ he is. She tires of this and says, "Well, go and get on the decks then." So he goes to the kitchen to get on the decks. 2 minutes later he runs past us holding his face like he's embarrassed that he's leaving and doesn't want my cousin to see. About 20 minutes go by, and we hear banging on the door. Police open the door. Bear in mind this is the UK, and police do not generally raid parties or bang on the door like that. In response to that, nearly everyone there laughs and just shouts "fuck off" and other things like that. They then kick the door open, and it is the police. They start shining torches in everyone's eye and asking random questions. "What have you taken? Do you know where it's? Where's the knife? Where's the knife?" At this point we look at the room and seem to be taking it in for the first time. There is blood everywhere, all over the floor, all over my friend's handbag, all over the front door. Then one of the police comes past with a breaded knife and an evidence bag. It would seem that my cousin's friend was not embarrassed when he left, but was holding his face together after the DJ decided that he was not going to let him have a go on the decks. Thought that was probably a good point to leave. I was 19 and me and a buddy were sitting at his apartment sipping the 6-pack I had scored. We get wind of a keg of some people he kinda knows are having. This is about 8 o'clock. We get to the party, pay our $5 and proceed to drink on the keg for a few hours. Later that night I'm drunk and chilling in some room with a couple ladies playing CDs. I'm pretty much done, comfy laying on this floor with a pillow and ready to sleep. I get woken up by my buddy, who looks like his face went through a meat grinder. Turns out a few weeks before some guy stole a bunch of sheet from my buddy's apartment. My buddy here decided to go on some drunken rant about the thief. What he didn't know was this party was pretty much entirely comprised of this thief's friends. Sheet escalated and they kicked the ever-loving bejesus out of my friend. They leave to go get the thief so he can come back and get some licks in on my friend, who was on the kitchen floor knocked out and bleeding. My friend wakes up and finds me. Once it's known that I brought him, the party turns sour on me as well, so we have to get the fuck out of there. I'm drunk as fuck at this point and was already passed out. With poor judgment I decide to drive him to medical attention. We drive about 10 miles to a friend of his apartment. On the slope before the apartment, 100 yards from where I was going, I get pulled over. I actually pull my truck into the parking lot of the apartment we were headed to. Point I get arrested for we. My buddy is let go where he gets his sober friends to drive him to the hospital. I spend the night in jail. When I was in high school, maybe sophomore year, this kid began passing out invitations to a party he was throwing. He was in a few of my classes. Everyone knew him, but he was one of those weird ROTC kids who lived, breathed and ate ROTC. High and tight and all. Anyways, like I said, he passed out invites like a week before. As the night of the party came closer, he told me, "Dude, there are so many people coming, I might have to uninvite people." I was pumped about this huge party. Long story short, I showed up with one of my buddies to the kid, his parents, and a table of party food. No one else came for the 3 hours I stayed there, just to make the kid happy. While I was here, his awkward stepdad showed us his saber collection, proved to us that he could do handstands, and watch The Last Samurai. The next week at school, I told everyone how fun the party was and made the kid feel like a champ. TLDR, kid talked up his party, showed up, no one was there. Afterwards, told everyone how awesome it was to make the kid feel like a champ. Seeing as there's about 4,000 comments I probably shouldn't bother posting, but what the hell, here goes nothing. I was 17 years old and it was New Year's Eve. I was stuck watching my brother's friend's 4-year-old during the day, so I was necessarily able to make plans. I should note I'm male. This was the first and only time I have ever babysat. His mom gets out of work at 8 p, which I was like, cool, that gives me time to find something to do. My friends had all gone to Chicago for the new year, but I couldn't afford to go, so I had to find something to do elsewhere in my hometown that night. Well, I didn't have any money, but being the little sheet that I was, I had a bunch of pills of Adderall, which I knew I could sell in order to get the funds to get the things I needed to have a proper New Year's. So I start calling around. After a couple phone calls, my friend Danielle calls me and is psyched to buy the pills. So I go to her house. She's there with her boyfriend at the time, who, I mind you, is a complete cokehead. Which wasn't a problem, but it's important to the rest of the story. Deal goes down, she gives me the money, and then her boyfriend mentions this party that he knows of. Danielle basically begs me to go with them. I think, what the hell, I haven't anything better to do. So I go with. I'm driving, so I wasn't drinking. We get to the house and go in through the back door. I'm immediately hit with obnoxious smell of cat urine. The room we walked into was tiny. There was a love seat to my left with an end table at the end of it, a full-length couch directly in front of me, an octagonal table in the middle of the room, a chair to the right, and in the back right corner was a tall entertainment center. On the octagonal table is a disassembled .45, 3 bullets, and a mirror with a pile of cocaine on it. Dick Clark's New Year's celebration is on the television, but it's muted, and Gordon the Lightfoot's The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald is playing at full volume on repeat. There were 3 people in the room when we got there. A guy named, I shit you not, Billy Bob, who everybody called River Rat, a guy named Jeff who lived there, and a really young kid, who I'm assuming was Jeff's kid. Upon us entering the house, Jeff sits up, after sniffing a big line of coke, greets Danielle and her boyfriend, takes one look at me, and his face grows cold. He starts yelling, "Who the fuck are you?" in my face, and Danielle's boyfriend, and Danielle, go into damage control. They calm him down, and he makes me sit down, and says, "You ain't lovin' till next year, you little faker." At this point I know I've made a huge mistake coming to this party, but I can't leave, because this burly cokehead won't let me. So I take a seat, all the while this dude is just staring bullets into me. Danielle and her boyfriend proceed to start doing lines. That's when shit started getting awkward for me. Jeff starts handing me things and asking me what I think they are. I tell him, and he proceeds to lay out all of the ways he can kill me with these objects. He handed me scissors, a surgical clamp, a buck knife, etc. etc. This went on for about an hour. I'm freaking out this whole time, trying to convince him to let me leave, to no avail. This is all happening, yet no one in the room is even paying any attention to it. He then told me he'll think about letting me leave, but only if I draw on his door and sign it, and only if it's the best drawing he's ever seen. I'm not an artist. I tell him I'll do my best, and so I drew the only thing I knew how to draw on his door, which happened to be Garfield the cat. Jeff, it turns out, is not a fan of Garfield, and the harassment continues, all the while saying to me that he can't let me leave, because if he does I might squeal, and he'll go back to prison, and then he'll really have to kill me. I'm just silently taking it by this point. The ball drops and I think, thank God, now he has to let me go. But I forgot that New York is an hour ahead of Wisconsin, so I have another hour to go of this. Danielle and her boyfriend start telling him to leave me alone, which he then starts threatening them, and things are starting to get heated between the two of them. Boyfriend backs down, and the verbal threats on my life continue. I sit there and take it. 11:45 comes around, and Jeff is looking pretty haggard from all the coke and booze. He pulls out his wallet, hands me his library card, and says to me, "You go down to the library with this card, tell them you know what's going on, and that you'll take care of it," with a super serious look and tone on his face. I squeaked out an okay, and Jeff gets up to go to the bathroom. As soon as he left the room I say to Danielle, "I need to get something from my car," and get up and bolt out the door, sprint to my car, get in and peel out of there. Never been so afraid in my life. I was convinced every second I was in that house that the police were going to bust in at any moment. I called my brother and went and partied with him and his friends for the next few hours, just trying my hardest to forget the ordeal I had just sat through. Worst New Year's party ever. Needless to say, I cut all contact with Danielle after this incident. TLDR, shitty New Year's party. Spent it at a crazy drug addict's house who threatened to kill me and wouldn't let me leave. Edit. I still have the library card. I recently went to a small gathering board game party with a friend of my girlfriend. I love board games, so I was totally game to play some that I never tried before. But when we got there I noticed it was a rundown house. Well, sort of rundown. The person obviously tried to paint it all different colors and make it look festive, but without any actual work to fix up the broken parts of the house. Once we got inside it didn't get much better. The place was a mess, which bothers me when I go to parties. I try to fix up the house a bit to make sure there aren't any random things for people to trip on, but this person seemed to just throw things all around. The kitchen was covered in food, none of which I could tell were for the party or were there for weeks. I took a gamble with a cookie and luckily it was newish. The folks were friendly enough, but kept up the inside jokes, which me and my girlfriend couldn't really understand, because we just met these people. Everything was just so awkward and everyone, besides our friend and one other guest, was kind of standoffish with us. We left my Cards Against Humanity behind with our friend, said we were tired, and went home. Probably not the worst party ever, but it was a major disappointment, because I love board games so much. Mine was probably when I went out for my 19th. I had invited out all the girls I had stayed in contact with after school and we were going for a meal and then to a club. So we meet up and straight away things start to suck. We sit down for the meal and the 4 girls from school start chatting amongst themselves, leaving me and my oldest friend, who had been in school with us until a couple of years before we left. So it couldn't be that they just didn't know how to include us in their conversation, to chat without them. It starts to bug me, so I try to bring the groups back together with a few stories, some gossip, even some jokes, and for a few seconds they would feign interest and then just go back to their conversation while I was still talking. This goes on for a while until I just give up and leave them to it. Point the meal ends and I start throwing out ideas of what club we should go to, when suddenly 3 out of the 4 decide they don't wanna go clubbing. No particular reason, they just don't wanna go. So my friend, the one girl left from the 4, and I start heading to the club, where we meet up with my friend's boyfriend. We go into the club and everything is fine, until about an hour before the club closes when the girl from the 4 turns and says she's found some of her other friends and is gonna go hang out with them now. At this stage I have no facts to give, so I tell her go ahead, I'll talk to her later. I go home with my friend and we both agree that the night faking sucked. The next night my friend and I go out to another club without them to make up with it, and it was the best night ever. So last summer, I was home from school and feeling as mighty as ever as I walk into an old friend of mine's house for a little party with some old friends from high school. I'm especially excited to be there because this girl who I have had a crush on since 2 years prior was there, and she told me that she couldn't wait to see me faking brilliant. I thought as I walk into the nice suburban home. Point I walk in and the place is faking 100 degrees. I brush it off, whatever. I go to the kitchen and I stand around the table. I search for the girl Lauren and I open a beer, relax and talk to some buddies. About half an hour after I open my beer, I feel a strange, ominous gurgle from my lower intestine. Boom, right away from that very second I thought, oh fuck, chili cheese fries from Ralph's, you motherfucker. See, before the party, me and few friends played some drop-in hockey. We all used to play together and afterwards we went and grabbed a bite from Ralph's, which is a sports bar right up the road. Anyways, I feel this gurgle, mood dampens about 30 notches, sweat gathers on the forehead, my delicious beer tastes of spoiled duck butter, and my crush has just walked through the door. As I sit there, concentrating on the evil lurking in my stomach, I begin to realize that I'm just blindly staring at everyone in the kitchen / house. I can't think, do anything else. It's to the point that my friend comes up to me and asks me if anything's wrong because I look like I'm trying to burn souls with my eyes. I quickly dismissed him and decided to take a breather outside. Point I go outside and immediately as I walk out the door I feel this huge gurgle in my stomach. Whatever it is, it's faking coming. I begin pacing outside like a faking nervous father waiting to hear if his daughter's vac hasn't been torn too badly in a rap situation. I don't know what to do with myself. I walk back inside. Huge mistake. Point I walk in and my drunk friend gives me a big hug, for he hasn't seen me in a while. And as his burly body wraps around my 160-pound frame and squeezes me, lifting me off the ground, boop, a little squirt of the devil himself exits my butthole. I barely could close my asshole in time before more got out. I tried everything I could, and as he let me down, I could feel the warmth of the sewage stir in my box as I immediately head for the door. I get the fuck out of there. I walk by my crush, and she tries to give me a hug, so I do this awkward one arm hug and she goes with both arms, so my one arm is free around her, one arm is trapped in the hug, and oh yeah, I have shit in my pants. I run out the door as I hear people asking what is that smell. It's obviously me, because I'm the only one running for the door. I brush it off for later. I get to my car, turn that faker on, and nearly stall it, because I'm just trying to get the fuck out of there. I get to a gas station down the road and let it faking go. The most relieving feeling I have had in ages, and probably ever will have. It was better than ejaculation. Point so the next night, after 24 hours of feeling the worst shame and 5 to 6 of my friends sending me text messages of just haha and stupid shit like that, which made me feel a lot better, I go back to the same house for a party. The host's parents are out of town, so we decide to do a whole weekend there. and I walk into a faking surprise party with everyone, and possibly more people than the night before, where I shat myself, with a faking 8-foot banner that says, "Welcome back," confetti, cake and everything. Apparently, after I left in complete horror and embarrassment the previous night, 20 or so of my closest friends drunkenly talked about me popping my pants, and planned a party for me the following night. Anyways, I ended up having a great night. And as far as the thing with my crush goes, she thought it was funny, and from that, we had talking points already, and have had a pretty damn good relationship since. So my worst party, ended in success. TLDR, I popped my pants at a party, left with everyone finding out, go to same house for a party the next night, and my friends throw me a surprise party for it. In college, my lab partner invited me to go to a party at a hotel with her camp friends. I didn't know too many people in the area, so I didn't think much of it. Sounded like a great way to meet people. No point, she brought me to a cult. First there was a lecture. Took all of my willpower not to ram my palm through my forehead. Being a little lonely in a new city, I decided to give it the benefit of the doubt and not ruin any kind of a friendship with this girl. After the lecture we were split up, asked very personal questions. I was asked to sign up for more courses and to give money. Politely gritting my teeth through the entire ordeal, about to leave she decided to stay, hang out and get a ride from the other cult members. I had been her ride there. It was a long drive back to my apartment alone. TLDR. Thought I was going to a party with a friend. Brought to a cult meeting instead. Drove home alone. I hope this doesn't get buried. It's a pretty good story point. So my friend lived in this apartment complex with his dad, who would often go out of town. Being a good guy, he'd throw parties fairly often, though the apartment wasn't exceptionally large, just a main dining / living room and small hallway that led to the 2-bedroom / bathroom. So there are probably 20-ish people there one night in December, playing beer pong, smoking weed, trying not to bump into each other. This one fairly cute girl is clearly the drunkest person there, really sloppy, falling over people, shamelessly flirting / acting slutty, pretty much par for the course. Eventually she goes into the bathroom, we assumed to puke. We didn't think much of it until about 20 to 30 minutes later, when she still hadn't emerged. Her friends banged on the door, to no answer. They were getting worried, so the kid whose apartment it was broke into the bathroom with a credit card. I'll never forget what we saw next. This girl is laying on the floor, as to us, jeans and panties around her ankles, still in the process of sheeting herself. Like, we saw everything. Everything. There's sheet on the floor, all over her, smeared onto the walls with handprints visible. That's not even mentioning the smell. Oh my god, the smell. Like a rancid butter dead animal, disgusting sheet combo. She was moaning and rolling in at point. Needless to say, we freaked out and bailed, leaving the girl's friend and the kid whose apartment it was to deal with the situation. Though he's had parties since, they've never been the same. The horror. The horror. Once one of my professors from grad school was hosting a party in his nice country mansion. She got tenure back before all the budget cuts, and so 5 of my classmates, and got all dressed up and fancy. We've never been to a party with all these academics before, and went to it expecting a great time. During the party, this selfish douchebag was stringing one of my friends along, and treated her like shit. Another one of my friends found out nobody would talk to her, because she liked country music, and they thought she was some white trash peasant. Another one of my friends was talking to these 2 superstars in her field, aerodynamics, that were really excited to help her out with her research, but she kept getting interrupted by needy hanger-ons trying to impress the professors. And then one of my friends got trashed, switched the classical playing in the background to rock and fell into a cake. Worst, my other friend started chasing the professor's dogs through the party because they wouldn't let her pet them. She has some issues involving dogs and attention from her childhood of neglect and abuse. It all worked out in the end though, when we got donuts. Donuts solve every problem. This past 4th of July, I was invited to a party by one of my old high school friends who was back in town. Let's call him Leroy. Leroy enjoyed throwing big parties and being at the center of attention, so naturally he created a Facebook group, etc. for the event. The party was Bob, so my friend Doug and I decide that we'll head on over to see Leroy and drink a few beers, have a good time. Well, at 11:30 when we arrive, well past the start time, Doug and I pull up to Leroy's house and start unloading the cases of beer that we purchased for the occasion when we see Leroy walk up to us, already drunk, in the alleyway. I shake his hand and ask him where to put the drinks, and he motions us inside his home. Upon entry, it is suspiciously quiet, so suspiciously quiet that it becomes readily apparent that no one is there. Leroy had invited over 50 people to a 4th of July party in Tacame. Needless to say, Doug and I left quickly afterward. Did I feel bad about it? Sort of, but I doubt Leroy remembers it anyway. TLDR, guy invites 50 plus people to a party to show up. I'm one of the two. So I was about 16, and I had this crush on a neighbor girl of mine. One day we were talking after we got off the bus, and she said, I'm having a little party tonight. You should come over, it'll just be a few of us girls. I said sure. I get to the party around 8 PM and notice there is only 3 girls. While hanging out I realize there is no booze and there is pictures of Jesus and crosses all over the wall. Well, being born completely atheist, been to church twice, I know nothing about Christianity and honestly never cared to study up on it. So we go downstairs, and she suggests we play charades. I really wanted to leave at this point, but I really didn't want to be rude, so we play. I receive my card, and it says missionary. Now in my 16-year-old atheist perverted young mind I see missionary, I think the Setch Act. Needless to say I get on the flood in missionary style, and for a good awkward 1 to 2 minutes I'm getting weird stares. Finally one girl asks what I got, and I tell her, and she tells me what an actual missionary is. I grabbed my jacket and left and started catching a different bus stop after this. In college I turned 21 just after quarterfinals, November. I called some friends a couple days before, but they were busy. I let my roommates know, but they were going out of town. I called another friend, and he said he could come over later. I went to the liquor store, bought some Georgia Maester, didn't get carded, got a pizza, came home and watched World's Best Police Chases Second Alone in a Dark House. My friend came over later, and we did one shot of Georgia. He complained about how gross it was and then left. Edit 1. Remembered a better 1 point. So our friends, guy and girl, invite me and my buddy to some random birthday party where there are going to be lots of girls. Girls that apparently were cute and cool and awesome. Yada yada. Cool. We like girls, they're nice and cool and stuff. So we show up there, some really cute girl answers the door and invites us in. Me and my friend are like, yes, this is going to be awesome. We walk in, and it's a lot of girls, a few dudes who look kinda dorky and lame. We are slightly less lame, so we are pretty sure this is gonna be awesome. We survey the area, beer, several cute girls, at least 5 to 6 of them, no boyfriends, just those weird dorky dudes. My friend and I look at each other with our typical raised eyebrow to indicate our excitement about awesome girls. Everyone slowly migrates over to a circle of chairs and is eating/drinking their stuff there. We sit and continue surveying. My friend sees this girl with brown hair and stares at her. Quietly, seemingly from nowhere, a guy is strumming a guitar quietly, purposefully. Cool, I guess. Guitars are cool. Then more people sit down in these chairs, which are oddly arranged in a circle. The annoying guitar guy moves in closer, still playing, humming quietly, ever so quietly. My friends and I are talking, chatting with a couple people. The girl my buddy is staring down starts lightly tapping a large conga drum. Wait, why is there a conga drum? I notice that the lights are all dimmed and the room is only lit by candles. About 50 of those tiny IKT light candles. This is getting really weird now. People start closing their eyes. Everyone gets quiet. The guitar guy, spiky crew cut, glasses, slightly chubby, wearing shorts and sandals, strumming, starts singing. It's Christian contemporary praise music. Oh, no. It's typical youth group worship music, guy. Oh shit. No. What is this? Where is the cake? And right then he starts sing. Everyone else joins in. Conga drum beats, people swaying in their seats, holding their hands up. Point now. I'm a Christian. Jesus is cool. But this is supposed to be a party. Why is it like a joyless creepy scene K? This is not cool at all. Point they sing a song, then another. We nervously hum along. Looking at each other. My buddy is still staring down the conga girl. Point I'm thinking how do I get out of this? I don't like this. This is weird. Is this a weird Christian cult? Why are we having church for someone's birthday? Why is the guy from the Far Side comics playing guitar and singing? Are these teenagers? Is this youth group question mark? Quote 3-4 songs later, they stop singing, and one of the girls speaks up, sweetly, breathlessly, soothing voice. We are here to celebrate our sister Lori. Why don't we go around the room and share how we all met Lori and what we love about her? I don't know who the hell Lori is. Maybe the blonde. Or the brunette with blue eyes. Okay, I think that's Lori. What the hell? They start going around the circle. It comes to us, and we are like, we just showed up with our friends and we've never met her before. The youth group worship leader guy looks at us and smiles. We're glad you came. Everyone nods. Soon after, we quickly leave, get in the car, and our friends say, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it would be like that. That was really weird. They're really nice girls, but that was really weird. I'm so sorry. My buddy sits there, starry-eyed, and says, that girl, the conga one, I'm going to marry her. 2 years later, my buddy married the conga girl, and she's actually awesome. Point but sheet, that was a terrible party. Point edit 2, remembered another one, thought it's not my story. Point my friends, guy and girl, were walking around Vancouver and saw some sign for a party on the street. They thought, oh my god, we should crash this party. There will be a bunch of people and they won't know we shouldn't be there. Free food and booze. What could go wrong? This will be so funny. So, they head upstairs and find another sign pointing to the room. They knock on the door. Someone answers and welcomes them, and point there are a total of 3 other people there. Point. So they sit down awkwardly on the couch and someone asks them, oh, so how do you know so and so? They say, we don't. We saw the sign and walked in. Silence. We had a beach party, mostly just my closest friends and I and some girls we had met, prob 15 of us total. And then these little 12, 13-year kid shows up and threatens to beat us up and start throwing rocks at us. Finally one of the girls snaps and starts yelling at them, and the kids leave. After a while the kids come back with this really badass gang we had heard of. Turned out one of the kids was one of the gang members' family or something. Most of us got beat up pretty badly. I managed to get through this little forest and up to the parking lot where I called the cops. After that I started to call my friends that did not make it up to the parking lot, hoping they got away somewhere else. Turned out the girl who had initially snapped on the kids had panicked and run up into the forest and was lying face down in the dirt somewhere, hiding from people looking to find her and mess her up. When I called her and her mobile phone started ringing and they found her from following the sound, she hung up, but I kept calling her, not understanding what was going on. So they found her and beat her up pretty badly. When the police found her, she was dead from being kicked several times in the back of the head and upper neck. She was pretty much a mess, her face and all being smashed, and bruises and cuts all over her body. Somehow, thankfully, they got her back to life in the ambulance. Pretty lame party. Point side note, she is still alive and doing good, but could not attend school for a year, and was on the hospital for quite some time, having this messed up swallowing around her neck, and sleeping most of the time. When she got out, her dad invited us home to his place where we identified the gang members we could remember from school photos. There was also this teacher there telling us all these faked up stories about what those he knew of had done. Her dad then hired this guy to beat them all up. The end. This happened about 5 or so years ago. My friends and I were at a LAN party in the afternoon at a friend's house. We met a military dropout named Buzzard there, and we were talking about a plan for later. Our plans were basically to play fighting games on my PS2, drink, and then watch a few movies. Buzzard asked what we'd be drinking, and we told him what we had in the trunk: a bottle of whiskey, a case of beer, and a bottle of cognac. We are about an hour into playing, drinking whiskey and ginger ale, when my brother gets up to refresh his drink and suddenly asks, who drank all of the whiskey? We had had a massive bottle and only had one drink each. We should have only had drank about 25% of the bottle or so. There was only a sip or two left. We noticed Buzzard was missing. I found Buzzard in my room. He said he was checking his email on my PC. He apologized for drinking all of the whiskey and we shrugged it off. Started drinking beer. 10 minutes later he walked out of my room, pants around ankles, holding a knife. He handed me the knife and said to put it away. I did. He then proceeded to fall down and vomit all over my living room's rug. We got him up and pulled up his pants, dragged him into my roommate's room. My roommate was out of town on vacation, so we thought he could sleep it off. We went back to our game. An hour later, he walks out again, pants down again. His chest was smeared with vomit that he hadn't had before, so I glanced in my roommate's room and noticed his blankets were covered in it. Most of my friends took off then, and it was just me and my brother. We tossed the blankets on the back porch to air out, and I said F it, and went to bed, leaving Buzzard on a pile of plastic trash bags in my living room. The next day I found out that my brother had stayed up all night watching Buzzard to make sure he didn't asphyxiate on his own vomit, and felt kind of bad. But yes, that was the worst party ever. Last weekend I was drinking beer with my buddy, welding some stuff for his car. My brother and my wife were hanging out with us drinking vodka while we worked. I probably had 3 beers by the time they were completely blacked out. My wife decides to get angry about the fact that I went to a strip club, complete drunk emotion. Normally she doesn't care, starts talking shit and throws her screwdriver, vodka and orange juice, not tool, at me. Whatever, she's drunk. I don't even acknowledge it. I'm in work clothes anyway. About an hour later she apparently remembered I went to a strip club and throws another drink at me. I'm still sober at this point, but I lost it. I had a can of beer in my hand. I threw it at the wall and started yelling. At this point my brother is going to defend my wife's honor and gets in my face. He's currently 4 days clean from Suboxone. If you don't know what this is, look it up. His actions will make more sense. Anyway, so he has me backed up to the workbench and I can't go any further back. I really don't want to fight him, but has not given me a choice. He's a lot bigger than me but far drunker. Eventually I lose it and I grabbed him by the throat and we're down on the floor. Both of my hands are around his neck and I'm choking him as he reciprocates in the choking. I eventually get both of my knees on his shoulders and say, "Are you done?" He's still fighting, but I'll let go. I get up, thinking it's done, and he punches me in the jaw. We wrestle for a minute, and I throw him into these lockers I have in my garage. We knock over just about everything in the garage. There is broken glass everywhere. Lord knows where our shoes are at this point. We keep scuffling, and I get him into a headlock and just pull as hard as I can. He keeps getting calmer and calmer as I choke him out. He starts tapping out on the ground and my friend's trying to pull me off him. I go, "I'm not letting go. He's going to punch me." Eventually I get pulled off. He gets up and high fives me. "First time you kicked your big bros ass in a fight." I hate my life. The next morning I got to retell the story to my brother and my wife and their faces got so red from embarrassment they looked like they wouldn't live to hear anymore. Neither of them had any idea of what had happened the night prior. My friend and I received more apologies than I can count and everyone is now on good standings, but good god what a mess. In college, there was this dorm that was well known for its public drug usage and sexual activity, including a far above average percentage of homosexual activity. Now, I don't care what you smoke or who you fuck, I just don't want to be directly subjected to it. Do whatever you want behind closed doors. But many of the residents of this dorm didn't understand personal boundaries. One night I got invited to a party at that dorm. I declined, and when asked why, I said, "Because I don't want to smoke meth and suck a dick." Everyone laughed and encouraged me to come. You know, the standard AWW. It's not like that routine that nobody says, unless it really is like that point. So we get to the party and everything is normal for the first 30 minutes. Then some guy from down the hall overhears us and joins in. He comes out smoking meth out of a glass pipe and immediately proceeds to proposition me and every other guy, eventually, for a blue job. I yelled at my friend to get his attention, pointed at the guy, shook my head, and left. Jesus, look at everyone's stories above me. They're trying so hard for minimal karma. Me however, will tell a tale that cannot be scrubbed from my mind with the strongest of brain bleach. It started out with a casual northeast binge drinking high school grope fest at a mutual friend's residential establishment. All is well with many inebriating intoxicants being consumed by hyper-hormones hornswagglers, except for the fact fest that was embarrassing like an unwanted tumor in the form of hidden underclassmen. Turns out there was a parallel party being undertaken in the basement by the younger sibling mutual friend. Unbeknownst to us a perkless room, there's a storm brewing beneath our feet, and it erupted like Ejafjalajoku. Heavily drunk underclassmen come pouring out of the basement dwelling like bats out of hell being chased by the putrid smell of nubile stomach acid. Party got a #1, and I exchanged looks like handshakes and mutually decide to establish a technicolor yawn-free zone in the corner. Good faking idea. As if Chuthlu himself flipped a fact sheet stack switch, underclassmen started firing projectiles of vomit, as if they were some twisted cult of traveling interior decorators. Upperclassmen jocks started swinging like a demonic barbarians, trying to repel the waves of acidic jubilee. The blood, vomit and violence became too much for Party got a #1, and she immediately fainted. I left immediately. TLDR Chillin and Youngin got into the slick emolica cabinets. Trebuchet displays of the people's stomach contents became the talk of the town. Oh my. Edit for Reddit. Nudgy. This is a night that my friends and I refer to as the best worst night. Earlier this year, my friend Jay decided to throw a classy party. A classy party, according to him, was where everyone dressed up really nice. Guys in suits, girls in beautiful cocktail dresses, and all that jazz, and got sheet-faced. My friends, Chaz and Whitney, and myself spend a long time getting ready for this night, because we like to consider ourselves classy people, so we were pretty excited to get to dress up and look extra dapper for this shindig. Before we go, Whitney and I take a half-drank bottle of my favorite 92 proof rum and a few Diet Cokes, which would be just enough to get us drunk enough, but not too drunk to go to the bars. Well, we got there a little late and everyone is already drinking, and it turns out that no one really knew how to dress for a classy party. We were the best dressed people there by far, and we were thoroughly disappointed. Not to mention that the people that were there were, to put it politely, low caliber individuals. This included two girls that we referred to, and still do, as Crazy and Tiggs, some guy that kept asking me for a hug and telling me that I looked like a movie star, some dude that was in a tie-dye, short-sleeved button-down who we referred to as Joseph, and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, a train wreck, our gay but not gay manager and his trusty sidekick Pink Tie, a girl whose teeth were so yellow and plaque covered that we said she could give her number out by scratching the plaque off and using it to write with, and her current love interest who was interested in every other girl except her. You get the picture. Once we get there, everyone starts to really go hard. Pink Tie, gay but not gay, and Jay were taking shots of Georgia, and Pink Tie thought it would be good to chase it with Aftershock. By this time Whitney and I had enough rum left for one more drink, but we didn't have anything to mix it with. Gay but not gay had also brought this rum and suggested we mixed it with Dr. Pepper, which turned out to be the worst thing either of us had ever tasted, and we had to dump our last drinks. The party goes on for a little while and Whitney and I both get asked to make out by Pink Tie and Gay but not gay. Crazy and Tiggs talk to us while Crazy jumped around, and Tiggs was talking about how I looked like a girl she went to high school with, and Joseph was continually throwing deuces at people while he was sitting alone. The next thing we know, Chaz yells, "Pink Tie is throwing up." We look out into the living room and there is Pink Tie sitting straight up on their couch throwing up on himself. Whitney and I go to the bathroom together, in typical lady fashion, and start freaking out about what we are supposed to do. Chaz is nowhere to be found, later to find out he was outside smoking. Pink Tie is throwing up on himself, and we are certainly not drunk enough to handle any of this. Suddenly, an evil plan hits me. I told Whitney, alright, this is what we are going to do. You're going to go into the bedroom. The bathroom is connected to the bedroom where all of the guys and some of the girls were, and distract them, while I go out into the kitchen and take some of Gay but not gay's rum, and then we are going to get the fuck out of here. Without hesitation, Whitney opens the bathroom door to talk to the masses, and I bolt to the kitchen point. While I'm in the kitchen pouring the rum into our bottle, a co-worker comes up to me and asks me what I'm doing. At first, I panicked, but then I simply responded, just pouring this in here, and then I asked her about Black Teeth's love interest, who the co-worker has had a crush on for years, and distracted her with that conversation, until I had the desired amount of rum, and was ready to bolt. I stood in the hallway and said, "Whitney," and she waved to the fans, and walked out of that room. Of course, once she left, the masses followed and everyone started asking why we were leaving. We gave them some bullshit excuse, and by that time Pink Tie had been throwing up on himself for quite some time. So I started talking to Gay but not Gay about how important it was to make sure that when they go home, that he makes sure that Pink Tie falls asleep on his side and not his back, and that we had to go because it was hard to deal with. Chaz had shown up at the perfect time for us to all walk out together, and once we got into his car we flew to his apartment while talking about how awful the night had been. What happened after we left I won't go into detail, but we ended up having one of the most fun nights of our lives. I mean, after a party like that there's nowhere to go but up, right? Little late to the party here, but after graduation one of my friends from high school sent out an invite for a fabulous housewarming party they were having, about 2 months in advance. They were recently married, the invites looked nice, you had to RSVP, I figured the place would be pretty swanky. Fast forward to the day of the party. I picked up a nice bottle of wine, and put the address into my phone to head over. I thought I had the address wrong, because I ended up in a pretty sketchy part of town. I called her to confirm, yep, had the right address. Pull into a very old mobile home park, not the new kind of mobile homes, the old ones from the 60s or 70s that still have the rounded corners on the outside, and are painted very faded pastel colors. Knocked on the door and sure enough, she answers all smiles and sunshine. It was just her and her husband there. I showed a bit early, figured everyone was running a tad behind. Nope. Sat there for 2 hours as the only guest who showed up, sitting in the living room of their rundown trailer, while her husband played video games and she just sat there saying nothing. Occasionally her husband would snap at her to get him a beer. He was quite obese, she was a tall skinny girl, and I couldn't help but imagine that she probably cried when they had sex. Needless to say, I felt pretty weird about the whole situation. Left the bottle of wine there, and headed home. Edit. TLDR invited to house party, ended up in rundown trailer park as only guest. Came to mind right away. First one was at a warehouse owned by the father of the guy throwing the party. I didn't know him too well myself, all I knew was that there was a huge party at a warehouse, so fuck it. We went. Pulled up, walked in and saw a sea of people and rows of beer pong tables. Fuck yeah. Party goes smoothly for a while, everyone is drinking, smoking, catching up with people. We had just graduated HS the year previous to the party, just generally having a good time until all of a sudden people start getting more and more quiet, until we can clearly hear these two Filipino gangster dudes yelling at this guy we all knew named Castro. It was then that we knew shit was about to go down. C. Castro was a cool dude, kind of a character, but one thing about him was that he didn't take shit from anybody. Dude had long as hair that he wore in a samurai type ponytail, stuck straight up. He was also known to carry random weapons with him for defense. I've seen him with nunchucks, a bow and arrows, butterfly knife, ninja stars, you name it. Tonight's weapon was a sword strapped to his back under his jacket. So when the two dudes started getting in his face he pushed them back, and they proceeded to pull their machetes. I know, what the fuck, on him. It was GTFO time for most people in there, but my crew and I wanted to see this shit through, so we stayed long enough to see Castro drop his jacket and bust his sword out like a fucking boss. It became a showdown / stare down pretty much, and at that point we figured shit was gonna get bloody. Better not be here when the cops show up. So we backed out of the warehouse, only to walk right into a rumble going on outside between different group of Mexicans. This is where it gets really nuts. So we see this fight going on, and like any other 19-year-old drunk idiots we run closer to get a better view. As we get there we realize that one group clearly has the upper hand, and that to even the odds, some chick with a dude from the losing side grabs a bottle and goes around trying to smash it on the other guys' heads. One of the other guys sees this and straight up smacked her. I'm talking closed fist, wound back and put all his weight into it. She goes straight to the floor and the whole mood changes. The rumble stops, and for one brief moment the puncher realizes the situation he put himself in. At that moment every guy that was involved put their differences aside and chases the puncher down, pull him off the fence he was jumping, and proceed to team up and beat the absolute shit out of him. I've never seen anything like it since, and I hope I never do. Shit was brutal. By this point the DD has seen enough, so we pile back into the car and get the hell out of there before we get pulled into this nonsense. Point turns out Castro got the machete wielding dudes to back down and leave, and the dude that KO'd the girl spent the next few nights in the hospital. Point worst party ever. TLDR. Party at a warehouse became a showdown between a guy with samurai sword vs 2 gangsters with machetes, and a Royal Rumble turns into a massive beatdown for one guy who hit a chick. Gonna get lost here. I mean fuck, there are already 6k comments, but here we go anyway. Point back in my early college days, me and a friend were eating at one of those chain restaurants with all the sheet on the walls. Our waitress was quite cute and seemed cool. Well, just for the hell of it, I jokingly told my buddy you should leave your phone number on the bill. I wasn't expecting him to do it, but he did. Cause why not? Point the next day after both of us had already forgotten about doing that, he gets a call. It the waitress. Well, come to find out tonight is her 21st birthday, and she wants both of us to come hang out at a party she is having later. Thinking that this is just too damn good to pass us, I convince my buddy to go. He wasn't too into the idea. Later that night we roll into this party. Not literally, although that would be a grand entrance, and right away we both get this odd vibe. There is beer pong set up in the front yard, and we are not in a college area of the city. We walk inside, and the first things I notice are A. baby toys all over the floor, B. pot smoke, C. everyone is trashed. It's 9 PM. We find the girl that invited us, but she is so wasted she doesn't even know who we are. Then she gets a call from her ex, I'm guessing, and at the same time her baby starts crying from the other room. Yelling ensues throughout the whole house. We decide to go outside. Point we get outside, and the only two people out there are a gay guy and lesbian chick. They were the only cool people there, and we ended up having a few drinks with them. We go to leave, and the gay guy gives up both huge hugs, and we took off, laughing that neither of us would forget that story. Point TLDR, weed, crying babies, and hugs. So I got invited to a 21st birthday of someone that I really didn't stand, but it was sort of a family obligation. Having a friend come too for the same reasons didn't make it that bad in theory. In theory. The party was at a karaoke bar. Free food and drinks. This sheet may fly after all. But no. Apart from me, my friend, and the host, there was the host's cousin, a colleague from college, and two guys that gave each other the most awkward stares I've seen. The host's parents, and about 4 people's worth of uncles and aunts were also present. The host's father kept snapping pictures of us every 20 seconds or so. The only person I could relate to in there was my unwilling friend. The karaoke part? Turns out, it was more of a show-off contest. This faking Pavarotti guy and Jesus from the Big Lebowski from a table next to us were racing song after song. This sheet was pros only. It was time to leave, and the dick of a host's dad made my friend's dad, who came to pick us up, drop off the Hardy Boys in the opposite sides of town. The real kicker? Every other friend of mine coincidentally met at a club not 100 meters away. When I heard that, I immediately wanted to go, but I was stopped because I wasn't thinking straight from all that vodka I drank. Went to a party with a friend when I was 15. He was the only person I knew, but the night was going well, playing strip poker with the only attractive girl. TBH, she was probably heinous, and I was desperate, feeling buzzed off a few Mike's Hard Lemonade. Others were having a good time too. Bathtub full of puke, Setch in the kitchen, chicks on LSD. Unfortunately it turned sour after a Bailey's milkshake that was given to me. To this day I don't know if I was drugged or if I had a nervous breakdown, but I lost my sheet. I threw myself down a flight of stairs, then starting complaining that my chest was in severe pain. 911 was called, but I fought the paramedics, kicking at them, etc. so they called the cops. I only remember brief moments after the milkshake, but I do remember the bright lights of the hospital, sitting up in bed, and having a cop slam me down with his forearm. I wake up the next day, naked, my wrists and ankles strapped to the bed in an isolated hospital room. It felt like forever, until my mom came to pick me up, enraged and embarrassed, and the beach nurse wouldn't give me any water. Granted, I probably had made her job much more difficult only hours earlier. I never saw any of the people from that party again, except my one friend, but, amongst them, I became known as dead smallest man on earth, because of how close I seemed to be to full dead apparently. I had a going away party before I left America for a year. I rented an old historic schoolhouse in the country, about a 20-minute drive from my town, far enough so that cops wouldn't bother us. I wanted to drink, and arranged for some older friends to bring beer. I invited about 30 people, and I had plenty of tasty food and a great music system set up. Everyone said they were coming, but only 11 showed up, plus a few random Mexican dudes that nobody knew. A few guests got lost, and due to shitty cell phone reception went home, and my best friend, who swore she would be there, flaked out. I ended up sitting around a badass old building until 4 AM with a few random friends that didn't know each other drinking beer. The friends who didn't drink were really awkwarded out. My older friends didn't really get along with my friends my own age. There was a lot of awkward silence and too much leftover beer in the end. My going away party for leaving the country I've been in for the last year is tomorrow. I've bought $290 worth of beer, rented a beer cooler, set up a party tent, huge grill and sound system, and invited 60 plus people. I'll be damned if I have another disastrous going away party. Both horrible parties ended up with me getting punched square in the face. Party 1, probably about 17, drunk as a very drunk person, leaving to walk to my car. Drunk older guys looking for someone to pick on push my friend. I say hey, leave him alone. Guy turns to me and punches me square in the nose. Nose blood explosion. Get in the car and drive home. Recently had the resulting deviated septum operated on. Party 2, smoking in someone's house around 19, drunk. Guy says to me hey, no smoking in the house. I respond that guy's smoking weed, and there's someone smoking hookah right there. I get punched in the face, upper cheek area, scar still present. Girl I was just making out with in the back room is in the bathroom when this occurs. I'm outside trying to make a brave last stand to wait for her while everyone there, all my friends were gone by the way, was telling me I should leave before this guy's kicks my ass. She comes out. My hand is covering my face. When I move it away she sees a golf ball size lump and exclaims wow, you looked better with your hand up. She drives home and leaves me to drive home alone holding old fast food wrappers to my face to stop the blood. Well, this will probably get buried, but whatever. So back a few years ago all my friends and I decided to have a Christmas part, and I was so thrilled to join along. Now I'm generally considered kind of weird and really only have a couple of friends, so this was a big deal for me. My buddy picked me up, since I hadn't gotten my driver's license. We went in and had a jolly good time. I had a bit too much eggnog and was getting kinda tipsy. About halfway into the party we all started dancing, and I was making a complete idiot of myself, and I ended up doing a really retarded move and tearing my pants. I was so embarrassed and everyone was laughing at me. It really hurt seeing these new people who I actually thought I could be friends with laughing at me. It was especially bad because my neighbor, who detests me, had seemed to start to taking a liking to me, and then this whole incident happened, and he just went back to his cruel ha ha ha. His big nose flapping from his laughter. Then someone took a picture of the whole thing. I couldn't take it and I left, later destroying all the evidence, or so I thought. About a year after I discovered my best friend, Patrick, still keeps a copy in a secret box in his house. He keeps a string in there to make me think that the all is in there, but I know Patrick I know. I sneaked in his house and found it for Neptune's sake. TLDR, went to a Christmas party. Someone snapped an embarrassing picture. My best friend still keeps it in his secret box. Mine was the first party ever I went to. Not really the worst, but disappointing. It was June 2008, and I decided to go to a party after our high school grad dance. While I was being driven there I was thinking, holy shit, I'm actually going to a party. I'm doing something other people my age do. This is going to be fucking awesome. I get to see what I've been missing out on. From this day forth I can proudly proclaim that I have been to a party. I went there to discover that high schooler parties consist of nothing but standing perfectly still and slowly getting drunk off beer that someone else has to buy. Because I was one of 4 people left in the universe who refused to drink underage, I declined every single drink that offered to me. I was offered a drink 9 times by as many people. I avoided talking to large groups of people because I knew that they would all eventually start trying to make me drink. Some asshole even put his arm around my neck and told me in this I'm so funny tone of voice that I need to learn to give in to peer pressure. At least there one other non-drinking guy I knew there. We talked for a minute about how much it sucked to be the only non-drinkers at a party full of drinkers. I left shortly after because I had to go to work the next morning. I probably would have left early, even if I didn't have to work. As I was standing at the side of the road waiting for my dad to pick me up, a guy asked me why I was leaving. At least that made me feel wanted. I was at a friend's birthday party, and when it all wound down there was a group of 4 guys who refused to leave when they were asked to. One of the guys said, "Who wants us to leave?" to a group of us, and seeing that no one was really standing up to them, I put up my hand. I was surrounded by him and his 4 friends pretty fast, and we were being pushed towards each other by a huge group of people. I remember being confident in the fact that I was surrounded by my friends who would back me up, and none of these guys were particularly big, so I wasn't going to back down. However, when punches started being thrown I realized the huge group of my friends around us consisted solely of females, who instantly cleared the area, allowing myself to take a decent beating from 4 guys before some of my male friends heard the commotion and stepped in to save my ass. I got a fractured nose and orbital bone. TLDR, got beat up by 4 douchebags while trying to do the right thing. I'm Middle Eastern, my boyfriend is Indian. We live in North America. I was invited to my boyfriend's older cousin's husband's surprise birthday party, which happened to have Middle Eastern theme. Actually, to be exact, it was my country's theme. We got there early to help set up. It was more Arabian Nights than anything authentic, which I didn't care too much about. I thought it was sweet that they had invited me and were trying to include me in their family, etc. I should note that the cousins are in their 30s 40s. Fast forward a few hours. Guests came in dressed in Middle Eastern garb. One of them looked like a Saudi in an Audi. It was funny. Whatever. Then, one guy walks in dressed as a suicide bomber, strapped in fake bombs. Everybody laughed hysterically. I was absolutely horrified. I have a good sense of humor, and for the most part one don't get offended easily. I did find the South Park New Hamed episodes to be pretty funny ECT. My close friends will call me Towelhead Camel Jockey, ECT point in jest. However, I think jokes are all about context and intention. Here I was, the only non-Indian in the room, at an event that was supposed to be welcoming and light, where I should have felt welcome and not attacked. Had it been a Halloween party, I wouldn't have cared, but this was a freaking country themed party. I had never felt so incredibly out of place and discriminated against in my life. I had never felt so physically sick. Not a single one of his cousins asked me if I was okay. Not a single one of the hosts or sisters of the hostess talked to the guy to tell him it's kind of inappropriate. I spent most of the night crying uncontrollably. I still can't think about that night without tearing up. It was the first time I really felt what it was like to experience such utter prejudice and discrimination. I wanted to leave, but my boyfriend didn't want to because he felt like it was inappropriate to leave so early. He was in shock and acted like a dick. It's one of his biggest regrets. When he told his parents about this, they yelled at him. His parents yelled at him. What made it even worse was that at the end of the night, they gave the guy a freaking award for best costume. What the fuck? TLDR, I'm Middle Eastern. Went to Indian boyfriend's Middle Eastern themed family function where someone came dressed as a suicide bomber. Everyone found it hilarious. He won the award for best costume. I spent the night crying uncontrollably. Throughout high school I had a huge crush on my classmate. She had a huge crush on me and everyone knew we liked each other. Anyways, she invited me to her 18th birthday party at an island. Wow, island. My 2 girlfriends show up at my place, pick me up, get some booze, and go to what I had assumed was chill at the beach. Incorrect point. The girl's boyfriend, whom I did not know existed, picked me and my friends from the dock and went to the island. There were 5 people there, including another classmate and her 2 younger twin brothers. I spent the whole time babysitting these 2 assholes the whole time. Point. Her boyfriend is a total douche and on multiple occasions offered to pay my friends to suck my dick. Obviously I declined his offer of induced prostitution and hoped he was joking. Nope. He insisted on paying my friends to suck on my flopper in front of me. As the sun set, I politely asked when we were leaving. All 5 people plus my friends looked at me and said we were sleeping in tents. What the fuck. Point. Fast forward to the end of the night and everyone is streaking and yelling, and I feel I'm the only sane person at this hellfest. Point. Eventually everyone goes to sleep in tents, sandy and wet from being on an island, covered in bugs. My friends and I huddle, barely dressed, trying to sleep. Then as the night goes on, I hear the girl I crushed on for 4 years being railed by some spiky haired douchebag who then proceeds to leave his tent to come brag about how he had sex and had to cover her mouth from the noises. Standing there with an unimpressive boner, my friends still joke about how fucking weird, creepy, and cheaty that party was. In high school I had a friend who went to another school across town. He had never been very popular with the girls or with the guys. Partly this was because he was one of maybe 5 black kids at a private Catholic school, and partly because he acted really creepy around girls. Anyway, his senior year he saved money all year to rent out this huge building at a rec center or something. He hired a DJ, printed out flyers, and covered the school with them, the whole 9. When the night of the party finally arrived, nobody came except for one of our mutual friends. Absolutely nobody else. Just a DJ doing his thing in cavernous empty ballroom. I only heard about it from the one guy who did go. He tried to get the host to leave with him and go get drunk and just to forget about the whole debacle, but he wouldn't leave. He just looked sad and muttered something about having to pay the DJ later. Technically it doesn't count, since I didn't actually attend, but the heartbreaking description almost made me feel I was there. That poor bastard. Well, a friend of my girlfriend really wanted a bachelor party and had this idea that they were just like he'd seen in movies. So he rents a hotel room with a hot tub in it and invites some friends, expecting a massive crazy drinking orgy. However, most everyone already knew each other, and we were pretty much all monogamous couples and it just wasn't going to happen. So we are all sitting around the room chatting and nothing interesting is going on, but the best man decides to give the to-be husband what he wanted by hiring a stripper. She shows up pretty quickly and finds out he wanted a wild time, so she starts blowing him on the bed. I guess stripping wasn't her only profession. Remember, this is a tiny hotel room with like 12 people in it and nowhere to go, and this husband-to-be isn't the most attractive man in the world. They take it to the bathroom and finish the blowjob, and she leaves, so he comes out of the bathroom and begins cleaning himself in the hot tub, which is in the same room as everything else. It's now hot and steamy in this room from the hot tub, and very sticky, and the overweight husband is cleaning his junk, while the rest of us stand around feeling very awkward, and it smells like sex too. So I suggest we all go to a nearby dance club, and everyone immediately agrees. We head down there, but just as we arrive a group of guys start attacking this one car, banging on it and screaming, and we don't know what's going on. One of the guys suddenly falls backwards with a giant kitchen knife jammed into his chest. The groom-to-be runs for the cop car that's maybe 100 feet away. The cop didn't notice anything, while the best man is calling the cops and the guy's bleeding out on the ground. At this point the cop starts taking control of the scene and we decide to go home. So, yeah, that party kinda sucked. TLDR, creepy blowjobs, inappropriate cork cleanings, and a stabbing. Arg, the memories. So I'm in a fairly new relationship. It started in the summer and went on for a few months. She's a foreigner and speaks another language and had a pocket of friends which I couldn't practically hang around with. So, we ended up spending most of our time hanging around with my friends at the time. I had a fairly tight group of buddies that I hung around with a lot. We had a whole series of birthday parties, making a pretty big deal out of each of them. Big get-togethers at restaurants, then bars, with gifts and cakes and toasts and the whole shebang. So, my girlfriend's birthday was approaching. She decides to spend it with us, with my group of friends, rather than her own friends. I call around. Everybody is down. I make a reservation for like 14 people at a restaurant. This is right around Christmas, and there's a bit of attrition. A day or two before the party, we get a couple of cancellations. Understandable. The day arrives. We are getting ready to go. I start calling around. Oh, he left for home yesterday. I'm not feeling so great today. Is so and so going? Then maybe I'll pass. Few people ask us to come pick them up. We get to one place, and while we are waiting downstairs the guy calls down to say, oh, something came up, I can't make it. So finally we head to the last friend's place, the very last friend. We get there and call up, and she basically says, man, changed my mind, got faking damn it. So we head to the restaurant, just she and I, and 2 of her friends. We don't mention the reservation we have for 14 people, that's just too embarrassing. As it turned out, the evening was okay in the end. A quiet night with friends. Not the big raucous welcome to the gang party it was supposed to be. And, well, really, that was it for that group anyway. We never spent much time together after that. I'm still friends with a few of them. Nobody really apologized. After all, for each of them, it was just a pass on a party. They didn't realize how important it was to my girlfriend, or to me. Seriously, though, fuck them for that. It required colossal insensitivity all around. TLDR similar story to Op, but I inflicted it on my new beau instead of myself. Okay, I got one. It was my prom. My first prom. My date was a nice enough girl I had known for a long while, and had sort of stopped talking to, but started again randomly one day. She goes and starts bitching and moaning about prom, and I ask her about her boyfriend. She left him, because of anxiety or something. I say that's too bad. I would be honored to go with a girl like her. She takes this as asking to prom. I didn't know this, until I had like 20 new followers on Tumblr. All of them were her friends, that she had talked to about me. I was something of a celebrity and they all talked about me online, practically worshipping me, from all the asks I got saying how much they wanted to meet me, etc. Anyway, we go to prom. Awkward experience, I guess. Super loud obnoxious laughter every few seconds from her laughing at her own WoW joke. I guess I was Arthas, and she was Gina Proudmore. Okay. Get to prom. Jokes completely stop. She is completely quiet, won't dance or anything. Won't eat either. My exes show up, and my buddy, going with one of my exes, she picked him to make me jealous, goes and hits on them all obnoxiously, while the ex he went with wouldn't leave me alone / kept faking biting me. Gets better. Jaina Proudmore over there up and disappears. She returns later, I don't notice anything. She won't dance even more than before, none, and wants to leave at 8 o'clock. I hate dancing, but I won't let her prom be remembered as no dancing. She keeps going on crying about anxiety and how she can't be by these people and more. She won't really dance, but I try my best to. It wasn't me that was faking this up. It was her ex across the room. She won't move, won't look at anything, and cry some more. More anxiety. Gets up and leaves again. Comes back and her legs are bleeding. She had a knife and she sliced the fuck out of her legs, and she was bleeding through the dress. $300 I paid for prom lasted 1.5 hours. She was out at 7:30. Edit 1. TLDR date had horrible anxiety, called me Arthas, and herself Jaina Proudmore. She sliced the skin off her legs, left after an hour and a half, wasted $300, got sexually harassed by my ex. About a month before my graduation from high school, my parents went out of town. As a second semester senior, I decided to throw a big party for my class, seeing as we only had a couple months before we all went our separate ways. I planned it a couple weeks in advance, set up a Facebook event and whatnot to make sure everyone knew about it. Come the week of the party, I find out I'm scheduled to work that Friday night until 9, right when the party is supposed to start. Was thinking about cancelling but thought, hey, fuck it, I'm sure my friends wouldn't mind setting up for me. So I talked to them, and they agreed to set up, move breakable objects, place garbage bags around and whatnot. Come the night of the party, I get off work and head back to my house, where the party was already in full swing. There was well over 150 kids in my house, half of them people I didn't recognize. The guys I had asked to watch the door decided to let everyone in. Alright, fine, it's getting a little crazy, but I think I can manage it. So I go to find my girlfriend at the time and find her with about 4 other guys hanging off her, flirting with her, putting their arms around her. Turns out she had drunk a whole bottle of champagne before I had got there and was starting to get pretty out of it. She's pretty tiny. I go up and introduce myself as her boyfriend and the host, and they back off real quick like. At a party like this, it gets loud pretty quickly, so as I'm going around I'm trying to keep people from yelling and hollering, up until a point where tell everyone that the next person who yells is going to get kicked out. Spent the next hour also going around cleaning up messes and spills, until one kid pukes on one of the rugs in the house. At this point it's about 11:30, and I'm just about to kick everyone out, except the people who were sleeping over when the cops show up, and everyone faking scrams. I answer the door. I hadn't drunk anything as I had to drive my girlfriend home later in the night, and they tell me there was a noise complaint. They ask me how old I am, etc. They ended up being really cool about the whole thing, didn't call my parents or charge me with anything, just told us to make sure everyone who had been drinking didn't drive, etc. and they end up leaving. At this point pretty much everyone except for those that were crashing had left, although a lot of them had gone to hiding closets in the backyard when they heard the cops were there. Everyone starts to come out of their hiding places, but my girlfriend wasn't there, and I was a little worried, given the state she was in. So I go around looking for her, and eventually find her hooking up with one of the guys who was hitting on her earlier. I'm really pissed at this point. I spent my whole night cleaning up after drunk kids, yelling at people to keep it down. Some kid pukes on my rug, and now I find my girlfriend hooking up with another guy. I was so angry, I drove her home right then, because I didn't want to see her anymore, and I was her ride. I went back home, and ended up cleaning the house until 4 in the morning, and then waking up early to clean as well. My parents still ended up figuring out, and I was grounded well into the summer. You know that scene from Eurotrip where they go to the nude beach, and the only girl gets chased by a flock of naked guys? It was kind of like that. Point went to a friend's house for a party. There were 3 girls in attendance and 12 guys, myself included. I can't say with complete certainty where things took a turn for the worst, but at some point every guy at the party excluding myself and my roommate decided to get naked and go swimming. I believe their reasoning was that it would make the girls do it. So anyway, for about half an hour a pool full of naked guys pleaded with 2 of the girls to get naked and join them while my roommate and I sat on the patio having a pleasant conversation with the third. Eventually, the 2 girls near the pool decided to strip down to their underwear and jump in the pool, which immediately resulted in a ring of naked men forming around each girl. Periodically, one of the girls would say something to the extent of "get off me, that's gross," which I can only assume was the result of someone bumping into her. At one point, one of the guys got out of the pool, walked up behind the girl that my roommate and I were talking to and slapped her in the side of the head with his dick, and then quickly jumped back into the pool. I lost a lot of respect for my friends that day. Working at a corporate restaurant. One year they decide to throw a Christmas party. Backstory: there's a customer who comes in nearly every single day, multiple times a day, that everyone hates. He is the worst smelling human being I have ever met. Most days he will go outside, sit on a park bench, piss all over himself, then come right back in. He was caught doing this multiple times. More backstory: one of our managers was also a DJ. He talked about it all the time. He's also a failed rapper, so the party starts on the Sunday night before Christmas. As soon as we close 9:00 they asked employees to bring in food like a potluck dinner. So honestly I have no idea what money the company spent other than the electricity to keep the lights on. And our manager starts bringing in his DJ equipment. I'm talking big speakers and lighting rigs, then the customer that everyone hates walks in. Everyone is just like, what the fuck is he doing here? We smell his piss all day every day, and the one time we get to relax and just hang out with one another he gets invited. Yes, the manager invited him. DJ manager starts playing music and it's beyond weird. It's a corporate family restaurant. Everyone is just sitting and eating and chatting, and now we have loud dance music playing and lights flashing. No one is dancing, except DJ manager, who is way too into what's going on. And the guy that everyone hates and smells like piss is making his way around the room, making everyone lose their appetite. Then the general manager announces a party is over, it's 10 o'clock. It was the strangest party ever attempted. I went to a friend's party in 6th grade. He asked me to bring video games that we could play multiplayer, so I did. After we hooked up the games, he wanted us to check out some PC game he had. It was Microsoft Flight Simulator. For like 30 minutes he showed us the ins and the outs of the game, but refused to let any of us try, insisting that we would crash and ruin some kind of stat of his. After we were all very bored, we tried to go into the living room to start up some multiplayer stuff. He ran to the bathroom and cried. His mom scolded us for upsetting him. We tried to explain, but she wasn't having any of it. He came out about 15 minutes later of us just sitting around in fake guilt silence, and he had a board game. He had made the board game himself for a project in elementary school. He owned all the big name board games. By the way, it was very lame and imbalanced, and had stupid tricks and rules that only he knew, that he abused to win. When we refused a second round, same thing as before, into the bathroom crying. This time his mom really laid into us, and again would hear no excuses. His mom finally ordered pizza for us, even though it was about 11 PM and we were all really hungry. She ordered like 8 extra large pizzas for 6 kids. Later she would ask our parents for money for the pizza, claiming we all wanted different pizzas with expensive toppings, while she kept about 7 leftover pizzas. After dinner, he wanted to play D&D. Finally, a game I liked, except he didn't want to make characters. He didn't want to use a written campaign or map. He didn't want to use dice, numbers or stats. He just wanted to make up fights and hear our responses to them. Problem was, he would say a giant spider appears, and I would say I use a falling rock spell. Your character doesn't know that spell. I use a fireball spell. Then you don't know that either. You only know wind magic. Fine, I use a ripping gust spell. Your spell backfires, throwing the spider at you and it crushes and kills you. He would do this to every person trying to do anything, killing them and laugh at our deaths. When asked what the hell we were supposed to do or be trying to do, he didn't know. He just said we needed to play better. Like, what the fuck, bro? How do I play imagination better? My parents showed up at 12:30 to pick me up, as planned, since I couldn't stay the night like everyone else. Thank God. And the mom argued with my dad about how he needed to pay her for the food. So my dad asked Bench, what kind of pizza did you eat? We all had cheese pizza, and the lady called me a liar right in front of my father. My dad asked to see a receipt and she refused. My dad just silently turned around, grabbed my arm, and walked for the car, and we left. What a horrible faking parent. TLDR, my then friend's party consisted of watching Microsoft Flight Sim, losing to a cheating friend in his homemade board game, his mom attempting to steal money from the parents, and playing pretend D&D. I was invited to a party when I was in 3rd grade or so. It was a bunch of my friends and a girl who had just moved to our school. She was a real queen bee type, and to be invited to the party was a huge deal in my 9-year-old mind. I got there, and the girl's mother told us to watch some TV while she set up to give us manicures. Growing up in a semi-conservative family, I wasn't allowed to watch the program on TV or to wear makeup like nail polish. I told the mother this, and she scoffed and told me to go sit in the corner then point. So I sat in the corner while the entire party got manicures and had fun. Since we were young, we had a bedtime, and around 8:30 to 9 o'clock we had to go to bed. I had my brother's old ratty sleeping bag and my dad's t-shirt to sleep in. I was a little chubby, so when we had to change, I hid behind her boiler. Not only did they drag me out from behind the corner half naked, but made sure that I knew I was chubby and calling me all sorts of names. I ran upstairs crying to her mom, and she told me to stop being so sensitive and go back downstairs and not to ruin the party. After I went home, the mother called me and told my mom I wasn't allowed to come over anymore because I was too sensitive to the teasing. The same mother then called the rest of the moms and told them not to let their daughters have me over anymore because I would ruin the party. The girls that sat there and tortured me, they talked to me too. They thanked me for being the entertainment for the night. TLDR, I was invited to a party specifically to be tortured and ridiculed for my weight and appearance, and the mother approved and encouraged it. This didn't happen to me, but one of my best friends. It was his 19th birthday and he didn't have that of a good year, went down with depression and later became deadly thin from not eating. Don't know what it's called in English, sorry. So his dad wanted to cheer him up and throw him a massive party. He invited a little over 200 friends, ordered massive amounts of food and booze, and rented a club. Overall he spent something like $7,000. So I show up 15 minutes late and there is around 5 people. At this point I think it's no big deal, and people are just late. So we wait for another 30 minutes, and we are still only 6 people. I can see my friend's face getting sadder by the minute. I suggest we get massively wasted, and so we do. Around 2 hours later his dad shows up, and he brought a stripper for his kid. So my friend gets a lap dance and all that. Then the dad chooses to get massively drunk with the rest of us, and he starts hitting on the stripper, getting a little too touchy and such. The police is called. When they arrive the dad is in a massive rage because he believes he failed as a dad since he couldn't make his own son happy for just one night. So in his drunken state he takes a swing at an officer. Swing equals spend the night in jail. I think we got thrown out at around 3 AM and I brought my friend home to sleep at my place so he didn't have to see his dad right away when he woke up. TLDR, massive party turned out to be 6 people. Dad brings stripper, gets drunk, hits on stripper, police arrives, takes a swing at the officer, goes to jail for the night. We were attending a friend's 12th birthday party at the Boom Boom Room, this disco roller skate arena. It was in the year of some sort of terrible flu/virus thing, and since we were all in the same hotel room all 10 of us got sick at the same time. However, we still all went to my friend's party and had too much carrot cake and high C about the time that DJ Mike is going into his Bee Gees kick this virus thing started in on us. I remember that it was during Staying Alive when my friend Jeff lost it. He was in the middle of trying to impress Beth Watson by skating backwards, and for a while he looked like a rocket being propelled across the rink on a streamer of vomit. A chain reaction is the best way for me to describe what happened. Then, through the horror film strobe we could see Jeff emit his slop of soggy masticated carrot cake and neon punch, and since we were scattered through the rink it became like some sort of vomit sprinkler system triggering. We popped our heads up and began watering the helpless kids around us. More horror film strobe, the overhead lights going crazy with the crescendoing music, Robin Gibb hitting that really high and long falsetto note, and the screams, the humanity, roller skates on vomit slick hardwood. Kids tripping on each other, stepping over each other to get away, crawling, pulling each other onto the relative safety of stained, plaid carpet. Parents yelling for DJ Mike to cut the music, for the lights cut on. There we were, 10 pathetic little bodies left on the rink floor, racked with fever, lying in pools of our then and future shame. Worst party ever. Got invited to a party by a childhood sweetheart I used to have, and found her again in high school. She talked to many people about it, but she really wasn't as popular as I thought she was. She was made fun of a lot because she had a big nose. I went to the party, and when I got there I was early. Got to help her set up some posters and make a bunch of sandwiches for the people coming. Well, no one came, not one person. It was just me and her till the end of the day. I never felt so bad for her and so angry at everyone telling her they would surely show up. I always hated how people talked about her. She was so nice, and she had a personality I knew and loved since I was young, so I always thought to myself that she deserved better from everyone else. Edit. I wouldn't say it was the worst party, since I made it as fun as it could be for me and her, but it was very depressing, and I went home wanting to cry. A few years ago my friends and I were walking from one college party to another. There were 3 of us guys and 2 girls. We were walking down the sidewalk in what was known as the student ghetto when a student, who no one knew, came out of the bushes and said in a real low voice, "Are you guys ready for the battle?" He was dressed in barbarian garb. We had no idea what he was talking about, but we were on the train to Brownout Town, so we asked him about it. He invited us to his frat down the road for a big party they were having, and so we agreed. We arrived at the frat, and every guy was dressed as a barbarian, and every girl was dressed as a librarian. Clever little play on words for frat guys. The party seemed like a typical big bash with kegs, beer bongs, etc. About 1/2 hour into the party, a loud horn sounded. To give you a picture, the horn was the type of horn they use on the cough drop commercials. All of a sudden everyone poured out of the house and into the backyard. The backyard had a big hill littered with trees. Half of the guys, not including my friends or I, went to the very top of the hill. The other half stayed at the bottom. Everyone was armed with hockey sticks, bats, rocks, you name it. When everyone was set, the horn sounded again and everyone clashed in the middle of the hill, like you would see in a movie. And these guys genuinely seemed to try and really hurt each other. During this time my friends and I were hanging on the sidelines just in awe of what was going on in front of us. Suddenly a hockey stick flies out of nowhere and clocks one of the girls I was with, knocking her straight out. While we were attending the girl, there was another blast of the goddamn horn. Once that sounded, everyone vanished into the woods, or wherever the hell they came from. That left only my friends and I knelling over our just coming to friend and a few other unconscious bodies laying around. That's when the coppers walked into the backyard. Nothing came to my mind about what to tell them, who would believe what really happened, so I just ended up telling them that my friend fell down, hit her head, and passed out. Friend of mine had birthday. Me and good friends love to party, so he told us to come to the Bar Street Festival, which is a huge thing there. So we go there, and I'm expecting something like a place with good music, where you can dance and have fun with friends. When we got there, we had to wait in line, then pay entrance, and then you walk around the corner and get to see what it is about. Very clever, by the way. So we are standing in a big expo hall filled with bar cubicles. Little wooden 2x2 meter squares, 3 meters apart from each other, each one serving beer and drinks and soda, and one special alcoholic beverage. That's their UP, so they say. From the top, it must have looked like a fractal folding in on itself. At the front of the hall, there is a stage with a DJ, blasting the cheesiest party tunes of the last 30 years. From the Wanderer over Girls, Want to Have Fun to La Blue Daddy Da Doodle Da. I must have heard every shitty tune that the profit-driven music industry shat out in the last 40 years in an eardrum-ripping volume. The music was so loud that normal communication, that is flirting, was not possible. It was also so boring that you had to get hammered to be able to enjoy it. And that was the idea of the whole event. Make people drink and pay. So everyone got drunk, except me. I'm not a drinking person. I drink 1 beer or 1 vodka Red Bull and I'll be asleep. So, I'm the designated driver, most of the times. The more my friends got drunk, the more the level gap between us changed. I never had that many problems adapting to this in that time. As an example, do you know the Alan videos? My friends decided to stand around in the crowd and begin to shout for Alan, 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 just to make people wonder. They did it so often that people became pissed, but they didn't know. One of my pals puked over one of those mini bars and then tried to wash it up with a towel, but ended up spreading it more than anything. I was never so embarrassed and disappointed and angry at my friends than that night. I was at the brink of driving off home, which is 2 hours away, but I call those dickheads my friends nonetheless. Love them like family. There was no way I could have left them there. When we got out, they all stood there and chatted, which would have been normal, but they had no time of concept, and spent like an hour outside yapping drunken gibberish to each other. I was like, let's go already. And they went, yeah, just 10 minutes. But you know how drunk people have no concept of time. It was faking 5 in the morning, and it was faking cold in February. During the whole drive home, I didn't say a word. They were still discussing drunken bullshit, as drunkards do, and asked my opinion, but I didn't say anything besides I don't care, and fuck off. I just wanted to get home. At around 8 in the morning I sunk into my bed and just went to sleep. Something like this never happened again. Neither did they ask me to drive, nor did they ever get that drunk again. That's why I love my friends. They learn. Close bracket. I don't know if it was best or worst, but I attended a party some years ago in an area so remote and so large that they had buses running from park and rides around the area to get there. So after taking one of these buses, driven by someone who had obviously been drinking and God knows what else, we arrived at a house on top of a hill where hundreds of people were partying and drinking from kegs. I'm there for about 2 hours when I discover the party I'm attending is being run by a drug kingpin and that there is a plentiful supply of said drugs at the house. 20 minutes after I realize this, a helicopter flies overhead and barking dogs are heard in the distance. We see a brigade of cops enter the premises and begin restraining and searching people. I'm 17 and still in high school, so my buddies and I take off through the woods, which are also being searched by cops. It takes nearly an hour, but we finally make it back to the park and ride where our car is, which is also now occupied by a police cruiser and several more officers. Nonchalantly, like we'd never been there, find our car, hop in, and drive off all under the gaze of the officers. Sounds like nothing, but being 17 and underage and having been drinking, I was scared shitless. An old coworker of mine was having a few people over. I knew this girl was a little crazy and awkward, but she was sweet and my friends were going, so I figured why not. On the way there, my friend kept texting me multiple times asking me how long it would take me to get there, which was my first clue that this was not going to be a great evening. I arrived, and it was just the coworker, her boyfriend, my friend, and his girlfriend. My friend and his girlfriend were listening to the boyfriend tell a story, so I got a beer and joined them. It turned into this long story about a bizarre thing that happened to this guy, where he suddenly became paralyzed and had to go to the hospital, and how terrifying it was. Thing is, this dude did not know how to tell a story and didn't know when to end it. He just went on and on as the three of us grew more and more uncomfortable with the level of detail he was providing. It was like he was talking to himself, and we were just an unwilling audience. Things got worse when he mentioned some woman that he needed to get in contact with, then said that she rapped him. He seemed to be having some sort of internal breakthrough like the kind you'd have in therapy. My friends and I are looking at each other across the room, wondering how the awkwardness could possibly get worse. I was thinking that this guy seemed to have absolutely no awareness of social cues or what is appropriate in a social setting. I can't even describe the level of awkward. Then my coworker appeared in the doorway and spoke a number to the boyfriend. He looked up like he'd been pulled out of a daze, shook himself, mumbled some excuses about getting more drinks, and left the apartment. My coworker apologized and explained that he had Asperger's syndrome and had been going through some difficult times. They'd come up with a number system so she could tell him when he was being inappropriate without embarrassing him. The rest of the party was still awkward, but that was the worst. TLDR. Complete stranger tells friends and me way too many intimate details about his life in a bizarre and horribly awkward monologue. We later find out he had Asperger's. I'm a bit late here, but here's my story. I walked into a store one day and ended up bumping into an old high school friend, Ben, that I hadn't seen in about 13 years. We talked for a bit, and he ended up inviting me to a party. His wife and him just moved into a new place, so they wanted to celebrate. Well, the night of the party came, so my wife and I went fashionably late. When we got there, we walked in and didn't know a single person. I assumed that would be the case, so that wasn't a surprise. Well, we were given beers right away, not too shabby. Then I asked where Ben was, and the response was, "Oh, Ben's out buying a TV right now and his wife, forget her name, is hosting a Tupperware party. She'll be here in an hour." It was so uncomfortable. Everyone knew everyone except us. We could hear a few people whisper, "Who are they, and why are they here?" Some dude picked up a bottle of rum and chugged it on a bet. He ended up vomiting in the hallway. Then the marijuana came out, followed by some crack. I think that's what it was. I'm not too knowledgeable on drugs. Needless to say, I have changed my shopping habits and hope to never run into Ben again. I had just hooked up with a chick the night before when incredibly intoxicated, and she invited me out to a party her and her roommate were having the next day, so I agreed, being drunk and forgetting my friend's ominous warning that all her friends are mean lesbians, and the last party they threw that I went to was absolutely horrible. A couple of them almost tried to fight me, but I eventually won their acceptance. Be careful, so I show up the next day, figuring that a man should do sober what he says he'll do drunk, with a bottle of cream de menthe, for some reason, a half bottle of sourpuss, again, and 2 beers. I then hug this girl's friend and have a 4-minute conversation thinking she's the one I had slept with the night earlier. She wasn't, faking awkward. I then try to make conversation with people as about 15 lesbians angrily glare me down and respond to any of my attempts at polite conversation with monosyllabic answers and by outright ignoring me. I finally find the girl I'd slept with the night before and chat a little bit before she's pulled back into the open arms of this man-hating lesbian enclave she's apparently a part of. I ended up spending the next hour also hanging out with a pretty nice gay Asian dude who acknowledged that it wasn't just me and that most of the women there truly did hate men, said fuck it, and went home feeling like garbage. I don't think I've ever felt hatred thrown at me the way I did that night before or since, and for once I didn't even drink enough to really warrant it. Point as an aside, all the lesbians I've met that weren't at this party are pretty swell people. When I was in high school, my cousin told me he was having a huge Halloween party. In anticipation of an epic Halloween party, we went over the top on our costumes with full-on special effects, makeup, etc. I went over early on the evening of the party to help set up, and he had completely outdone himself, making his old cement basement up to look like a dungeon with fog and the works. About 15 minutes after the party was to start, the first guest arrived. A very attractive girl dressed as a harem or something. I was thinking at the time how awesome this party was going to be if even 1/4 of the girls were this hot. My cousin told me she was one of the popular girls and all her friends were just as good looking. Long story short, the 3 of us sat talking in the basement for the next 45 minutes to an hour waiting on the rest of the guests. No one else attended, and she left shortly after to go attend another party where all her friends were. Apparently another guy in his school caught wind of his party and decided to have his own, and everyone attended his instead. My guess was the girl felt bad and made an appearance to just be nice. TLDR, cousin has party and hottest girl from school shows up. She was the only person to come. I went to a party thrown by a girl who I was relatively new friends with. I had been to one other party thrown by her and expected this one to be similar. It was not. The first sign that something was off was there was only about 5 people. It was me, her cousin, a guy I barely knew, and my classmate. I figured that it was relatively early. Once the alcohol started flowing, people would show up. The only problem was that there was no alcohol, at least not for me. About an hour after I arrived, the hostess invited everyone upstairs to her room but me to drink whiskey. I figured she must have forgotten me. I awkwardly sat downstairs alone. About 5 minutes later, the one guy at the party came downstairs. He didn't say what was going on up there, just asked if I wanted to play Halo with him. I agreed, because I thought the guy was cute. We were playing Halo, and I was getting slaughtered. It was pretty bad. I thought when I agreed to play video games with this guy he might try to teach and flirt with me. Nope. Apparently Halo is serious business. We had been playing for about 10 minutes when I get a text from the absentee hostess. It simply says, "I think you should leave." I figure there was a misunderstanding and try to talk to my friend. There was no mistake. She refused to explain to me why she wanted me to leave. When I tried to ask, her cousin acted as a bouncer, saying things like, "You know what's going on. You need to get out." I was upset, to say the least. I leave because I want to handle this gracefully and not cause a scene. I walked out of the party alone. It was humiliating. At my car, the boy I was playing Halo with offered to leave with me and let me spend the night at his place. I declined and went home to cry. I found out later that this girl was angry with me because I had made out with a guy at her last party. That was bad enough in her eyes. I learned that later that night when she was going down on him. He said my name, not hers. The entire reason she invited me to her next party was so she could exclude me then kick me out. It was my 7th birthday. I liked playing soccer and basketball, invited everybody over for that purpose. Hung out for a bit, then opened presents. I wasn't that into them, I just wanted to go out and play. My friends were though. Seems like they bought a toy they liked, so they could play with it at the birthday party. Anyway, I announced that I'm going outside and take a soccer ball with me. Everybody is still playing with my toys. I go outside and sit on the soccer ball by my fence waiting for them. I wait for a few minutes and start to feel pretty sad that nobody's coming out. Then finally came this newer kid from our class. He motioned for the ball and I threw it to him. For the next 45 minutes we ran around and kicked the ball about. Then it was time for cake, so we went in, and the first thing one of my closer friends said, "Hey, where'd you go?" Yeah, my birthday toys got more attention than me, cue being a loner since. Arriving at my best friend's party with pizzas for 20 people that I bought for the party, my friend texts me just as I'm about to knock on the door. "Hey, I invited your ex. Sorry, understand if you don't want to come anymore." So I say fuck it, let's do this. My ex and I had a bad breakup and hadn't spoken since the day we split 2 months prior. I burst in, pizzas in hand, nervous as fuck and just hoping things will go okay. They don't. She's there, but her friends who I don't even know strategically block me from her, and I just wanted to say hi. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, I reach for the nearest handle of liquor and pour myself a huge Jack and Coke, and a few after that. Bad idea. I quickly became the drunkest person there and started telling groups of people I barely knew all of my deepest darkest secrets, including my past addiction to heroin and my recent addiction to cocaine. Then the worst happened. My ex left and I started talking about our relationship loudly and in front of everyone, exclaiming things like, "She has a broken vagina," or "She has an oversensitive clitoris." Basically every personal problem we had in our relationship. My friends dragged me away to a bedroom before I said anything worse. The next day I staggered awake, hungover, and left while people just sheepishly stared at me and didn't say a thing. Most of the people at the party were my friends from high school, and after that they stopped talking to me. I also never got to apologize to my ex for the things I said. This was 2.5 years ago, and I still haven't socially recovered. TLDR. Couldn't remember the party, only that beach's oversensitive clit. It's what I considered the party of doom. First off, I got to be DD while everyone else was drunk off their ass. There was a girl there who had a boyfriend but was basically making out and flashing everyone at the party. One of the sap at the party kind of fell in love with her from this and started following her everywhere. She and her friend went into a room with another guy who had a 3/some, and the sap kept trying to break up the 3/some. Eventually people started holding him back from going in there, and he started crying. Eventually the 3/some ended, and they came out. The sap somehow managed to start making out with the girl in front of everyone, then started asking how to kiss. Well, super awkward. Eventually she left the party with her friend. The sap was trying to go home with her, but his best friend held him back. The sap tried fighting his best friend but got manhandled and left the party crying. In the end it was just super awkward and a lot of people made huge mistakes. I work in Texas and friends at work wanted to watch the Cowboys game, but it was only on NFL Network. The problem is the biggest cable provider didn't carry it, so they would have to go to a really packed bar, what we did the year before, and probably watch it standing up. I had just got at UVerse, which carried NFL Network. While they were discussing the best plan, I chimed in, "I have NFL Network." One of them said, "Oh great, can we come to your house and watch it?" I agreed, but I needed a head count because I live in an apartment, so capacity was a problem. I had an email going around and about 12 people said they would show. I then said that would be about the maximum number one could fit in my living room, so I cut it off at that. I bought delicious beer and got some pizzas, but told the rest to bring whatever. I even set up a smaller TV on my balcony, which was huge, so the smokers could go outside and not miss anything. About 2 hours before game time my boss texts me and says I don't think I will stop by. I have about 10 friends that want to watch it too, and I don't think your app is big enough. I agreed. That was the only person that texted or called. No one showed up. It was just me and my girlfriend. Neither of us really care about the NFL. We had a mini keg of Paulina, which made things slightly better, and 2 large pizzas. I texted most of the people asking where they were and no one responded. We ended up turning it off around halftime and watched a movie or something. On Monday they made BS excuses, but not a good one as to why they didn't contact me. I held it over their heads for a while because I didn't even want to have the damn party. And if they had said something I could have told my boss to bring her friends and I would have had plenty of room. I went to small house party / apartment party. Party had a lot of familiar faces to begin with and we all started drinking. What we didn't realize was most of the older crowd had DDs and so we planned to stay the night. All the people we knew left and we were left with bunch of underage tools, college freshmen. They wanted to play Halo, which all right by me, and when we started playing they immediately start trash talking like the little wieners you hear online when playing any game, before you mute them. Problem is you can't mute a obnoxious kid whose entire life is devoted to console games. Your mother was probably the most common words of the night, so we put an end to gaming altogether and tried to stay pleasant. Then the worst one of all of them starts up a chat with his long distance girlfriend, only one he has ever had, which again is fine, except the crap falling out his mouth continues to build to a crescendo. We all decide to try and fall asleep until we sober up. As soon as we all start to fall asleep the long distance chat guy moves to the corner and begins what sounds like a very intense sexual conversation. Was he sobering? I myself had forgotten that such things existed, but this guy wasn't just sobering. He was doing it in a room full of people trying to pass out. He was playing some metal to try and cover his fapping, but to no avail. I think the entire room had a good idea of what was going and nobody wanted to point out the elephant in the room. I decided at that moment, if that didn't sober me up nothing ever would. I skipped the college freshman speech I had been considering in my head and gathered my group to leave this god-awful mess behind. Me, my friends, let's call them Ian Glasses, went to this party. I promised the host, this hot girl, that I would buy the drinks. By the time we get there, everyone was cheering, yelling my name, taking shots. When I talked to the host again outside, I thought she drank too, but she tells me she doesn't drink. To make matters worse, I'm hammered at this point, telling her how I think she's so awesome. I end up mumbling some words and then accidentally headbutt her eye, falling to the floor and passing out for a while. When I come to, I hear 2 cops entering the door, yelling everyone to leave. I swear one was dancing, but I was still pretty buzzed. Anyway, I get up and look for my friend, E, find him and carry him back home. I didn't know where Glasses was. I think I heard that he got arrested. When we get back to E's house, we go to his basement to sleep, where we talk about leaving high school and going to separate colleges. In the end, I make this a gay move because I'm still drunk and boop his nose. We both end up passed out, sleeping on the basement floor. When we woke up, we ended going to the mall, and that's all I'm going to say. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Thanksgiving weekend a few years back. My friend is home on leave from the military and is wanting to hang out and visit some other mutual friends, so I call in sick to work. Cough cough, I've got the flu for the next couple of days. I'll be back Tuesday. Grab a backpack with some boots, a couple changes of clothes, and another friend and we take off. We drive about 6 hours south and end up in St. George, Utah. The drive was fun, just the 3 of us. Catching up on life, arguing about stupid sheet point. When we get there, we discover that my buddy really just wanted a chance to get his dick wet, and because we're good friend like that we are hanging around one of his old girlfriends. She puts us up and invites us to an awesome party that my friends are throwing out in the desert. Desert parties mean bonfires. Bonfires mean food, booze, and people. We were kind of hesitant since she would be the only person that we would know, and two of us had just met her the day before, but she convinced us. There was going to be plenty to drink, tons of people and loads to eat. Now, I'm not going to say that I have a ton of parties and that all my parties are amazing, but when I'm having a bonfire, I have a faking bonfire point. When we arrived there were about 20 people there. Typical St. George Abe cowboys, 2 Forks gang, bangers, and 3 girls, including the one we came with. The huge bonfire we were promised was a couple of wooden pallets and a stack of 5 pallets for later. Plenty to drink ended up being a 12-pack of Sprite and a half a 2-liter of root beer. Loads to eat were a couple of bags of chips, and to top it all off, it was her local church group's young single adult activity. We don't know anyone there, so right off the bat we are the odd ones. And none of us are Mormons, so we are even more out of place. And we brought booze/cigs. We are so out of place we might as well be from another planet. The old girlfriend asked to not drink out of respect, to which I very politely replied, there's nothing else to drink, and I'm not letting this booze go to waste. We tried having conversations with some of the guys present, but you know how hard it is to a conversation with someone that you don't relate with on anything other than living on the same planet. Yeah, it was like that. At one point my hoping to get lucky friend just threw out a line to mock some rednecks. So there I was, up to my shoulder in a cow's ass. One of the rednecks replied back, yeah, done that a few times. We left, broke into the old girlfriend's house, and grabbed our stuff, and snagged a hotel. The after party was infinitely better than the party. I'm probably too late to the party, but here we go anyways. So it was my first Christmas break home from college, and at Thanksgiving I had just recently broken up with my girlfriend. We'll call her Cindy, and at the time I wasn't quite over her just yet and still wanted to try anything to get back with her. I had started talking to my crazy ex, first girlfriend, we'll call her Sally, to get some type of comforting. So my buddy, who goes to a community college in my hometown, decided to hit me up and go to a party with some people we graduated with. I was excited to see a few people from my class and see how their first semester went. Turns out it's just my friend's dumb as redneck friends. The house that we were in had no roof and was currently had construction being done on it. Bullshit. Anyways, me and my friend are playing beer pong, having as much fun as we can with about 10 rednecks and 5 chicks. Well, soon me and my buddy get on a hot streak and start winning a lot of games. One redneck didn't like that too much. He decides to grab a girl's pepper sprayer and spray all the way up my legs to my nether regions. At first I didn't notice it because of how drunk I was, but soon I smelled pepper spray. Then I felt pepper spray all over my goodies. I start freaking out and run out the house. I'm so pissed off and drunk I get my other friend, sober, to come pick me up and take me home. I get home and call Sally and ask her what I should do to get rid of the burning. She says to take a cold shower and it should help. I say thank you and hang up. Later, out of drunken depression, I call Cindy to tell her about my night. She is blowing me off saying she is at a friend's house and that she doesn't care about my night, blah blah blah. I get mad and accidentally call her Sally. Big no. I tell her I didn't mean to and that it was an accident, but needless to say she had a few choice words to say before she hung up. Next morning I feel so awful that I try to text and call her, but I got nothing. Needless to say, that was the worst night of drinking. Happy ending though. Me and Cindy are still together and just had our 2-year anniversary yesterday. I still feel bad about that night though. TLDR. I got sheet-faced with rednecks. They pepper sprayed my deep south. While on the phone with my recent girlfriend I accidentally call her my old girlfriend's name. Bad night. This thread is far too old for this to be seen, but I'll offer this for those who make it to the bottom. A few years back I was sitting in my hot tub at the apartment I lived in, both bored and restless. A friend of mine called and inquired if I wanted to go to a college party he was at, but the only catch was it was in San Diego, about an hour's drive south from where I was. With high energy and nothing to do, I hopped out of the tub, changed and tore off down the freeway. Just recently having moved to Southern California from a small rural town in Colorado, I was excited for my new adventure point. Upon arriving in SD, I got directions to the party sent to me via text and navigated the unknown city streets to UCSD. Unfamiliar with the campus, I stopped to ask a few security guards for directions. "Hey, you guys know where the party is?" "The gay party? Yeah, over there," was his reply. Thinking nothing of it, I promptly put my car in drive and took off with a smile. After reaching the parking lot, exiting the vehicle, and climbing a short hill, I looked down into what I can only describe as a massively good time. Nearly sprinting down the hill, I navigated the sea of minimum skirts, feathers, and flashing lights to find my friend standing in a corner. "What's up, man?" I exclaimed, though my demeanor quickly changed as I noticed the uncomfortable expression on his face. Suddenly the guard's words clicked, and I turned around and carefully examined my surroundings, only to find the cute girl I had smiled at on the way in had an Adam's apple. Now, just for clarification, I'm not against gays, and after living out here for some time I'm proud to say I have a few who I consider friends, but the initial shock of a small town Colorado kid surrounded by a sea of pink feathers was a bit overwhelming. I have to say, I've been blessed with attending a lot of good parties with good friends. So while this one isn't nearly as tragic as some others, it's definitely the most uncomfortable situation I've ever found myself in at one. Though to be fair, we still had a really great time. You'd be amazed how many straight girlfriends gay guys have. Was very shy in middle school and high school, finally broke out in college. I was in 9th grade and my friends told me to go to a party with them. It was a girls' b-day party. I didn't know that going into it. It was in the girls' basement and there were not a lot of chairs. I sat on a small table and, yep, it broke. The girl yelled at me for breaking her table when I wasn't even invited to her party. I think that one set me back a few years. On a more humorous note, I came into my own in college, cared less about what others thought, and had a lot more fun. My friends called me and told me to come over because they had cake. I got pretty damn excited. I love cake. I got over there and was like, "Where is the cake?" They said to go in the back. The bastards said keg, not cake. I just didn't listen closely enough and heard what I wanted to hear. I had to drown my sorrows from not getting cake. Oh, the humanity. Okay, this is a combination of parties that turned out to be the worst night of partying ever. Halloween last year, my girlfriend, her friend, female, and I were going to go out to one of her friend's parties that was supposed to be really great. I have no idea who these other friends are that are hosting the party. So on the way there we pick up a small bottle of Patron to pregame a little, each get 2 shots or so off of the small bottle, and my girlfriend's friend says we have to stop by her work party really quick so she can make an appearance. We reluctantly say okay, we'll go, since there will be some alcohol there, and it will only take 30 minutes tops. We show up and walk in to find a bunch of people in their 40s 50s sitting at a table eating, start talking to some people, then ask if we can grab a beer. They all glare at us and say that it's a biob party. So great, we are sitting at this party that's biob, we don't know anybody, we already drank our 2 shots of Patron, and my girlfriend's friend runs off with some of her co-workers. After a couple cigarettes we go inside to see if the friend is done conversing with her co-workers and is ready to go to the party we planned on going to. We find her in the kitchen downing shots of some blue liquor. Okay, I'm a little irritated that we've been at this party we didn't plan on coming to, not knowing it was biob, and now the friend is getting drunk while we are sitting waiting to go to a party to relax and have a good time. We push the friend to hurry up so we can get going. She says her boss wanted her to stay a bit longer. So we go around and talk to people, observe, and wait. Another half hour goes by and the friend is now slurring words and starts looking like a jackass wasted. We nearly told her to call a cab to get home, and we were going to this other party, but she agreed to come with, and we finally left. After sitting at this party for around an hour and a half, we make it over to the real party. There's a DJ, living room turned into a dance floor, at least 3 dozen people there, jungle juice and some sangria, much younger crowd. We start having a blast dancing and letting loose. The friend is stumbling around at this point, but she knows the owner of the house and they are talking, so we just left her be. All is going well and eventually some Jack Daniels enters the party and everybody's having a good time. The girlfriend and I go out on the porch to smoke and talk to another couple we met. While talking to this other couple, a group of 3 guys comes out and say, "Holy shit, did you see that beach in there pissed all over the floor?" I didn't think too much about it. Then more people start showing up outside talking about some drunk chick inside pissing all over everything, knocking people's drinks out of their hands and about to get her ass kicked. I look inside and see the friend on the dance floor yelling at 3 other girls that she apparently had just dumped sangria all over. I tell my girlfriend that she had better get her friend and we should get her out of there before she starts getting beat on. So she smells like piss because she pissed all over her dress and on the dance floor with red wine stains all over the place also. We get in my car and drive her home. Along the way, she pukes all over my passenger seat /floor/dash. We ended the night by just going home and watching a movie. TLDR. Friend ruined Halloween party night with dragging us, unknowingly, to Biob party, getting plastered there, then going to the real party. She was so wasted she pissed herself on the dance floor while spilling red wine drinks everywhere. When I was 17 I went out to a bonfire/party with a group of friends. Friends brought out 2 truckloads of pallets and 5 gallons of gas. We stacked the pallets in a narrow rocky ravine and dumped the entire 5 gallons of gas onto the pile. The pile of wood was about as big as a 15-passenger van. I, being the only person to bring something to light the fire, did the honors. I was standing about 60 to 75 yards from the pile and planned on lighting a torch I made from wrapping some paper towels around the end of a stick. Everything smelled like gas. I didn't realize it, but I was downhill from the bonfire pile. I set the torch down on the ground to strike a match and light it. I light the match, bend down to light the paper towel and boom. I'm engulfed in flames. Fire runs along the ground the entire 60 to 75 yards and lights the bonfire. My friends said it played out like a movie. I was there, and then fire. I screamed like a girl and came running out of the flames and everyone freaked out and kind of started cheering. I get myself together and realize my hair is burnt to a crisp and my shirt is as stiff as a board from the heat. My arms and face feel funny. Everyone said I looked a little red. I brush it off like I'm okay, but about 5 or 10 minutes later it starts to feel warm. I get the towel and gallon of water I always keep in the back of my Jeep out and douse the towel and drape it over my arms and face. Things start to hurt a lot. I decide I need to get to a hospital. The pain continues to get more and more excruciating. Friend drives me to the hospital. They pump me full of Demerol and morphine to stop the pain. They give me almost enough morphine to stop my heart before the pain finally starts to die down. The morphine causes me to freak out and think I'm going to die because I could see small air bubbles in my 4th tube. I end up with borderline 3rd-degree burns on my arms and face. It was just a quick flash of fire/heat, so it didn't do any major damage. I do however have a bald spot in the middle of my sideburn now, and the left side of my face turns really red when I'm out in the sun and is sensitive to heat. The absolute worst party I've ever been to because I didn't even get to stay for the party. I do have a cool story I get to tell though. TLDR, was burned in a gasoline fire. Look totally normal now. Don't play with fire, you will get burned. I don't do the fire lighting at parties anymore. I always seem to have the worst things happen on my birthdays. I had been planning my 30th birthday party for weeks, had a confirmed 15 to 20 guests. Now I was less than a year separated from my ex-husband, so I'm living with my parents. They have always allowed me free reign of their house, even when not living there, so I had cleaned the house top to bottom and made 105 jello shots for the party. My dad was out of town as that weekend was the first weekend of deer hunting season. Since I worked a job where the weekends were my money making days, I decided to work on my birthday while my mom cooked the food for the party and my cake. Around 1 PM my mom shows up unexpectedly at my work. I'm waiting tables outside, having a great day so far, because it's my birthday. She asks me to sit down, which immediately has me worried. My dad is out in the woods. Well, it turns out my younger cousin, who is in the woods with my father, was shot and killed. He was 27 years old with an infant daughter. I could not stay at work and my mom and sister were leaving town. to travel the 4 hours to where my cousin lived. They took me to the store first, and I ended up calling my ex to help me finish the party food, and spent the night drinking heavily. I did 30 to jello shots with no effect. Also, none of my family was there, and I had no way to get to the funeral. It was my worst birthday ever, but what is even worse is that my cousin is gone at such a young age from a hunting accident. TLDR, my 30th birthday party ended up being the most depressing night of my life when my cousin was killed in a random hunting accident. This will probably get buried and is not about me, but a few years ago, my uncle was invited to a Halloween party in the middle of nowhere. My uncle, his name is Leo, wanted to make a big entrance, so he put on his loincloth and a Viking helmet and grabbed a 6-pack point. When he got to this secluded house, my uncle saw that the door was slightly ajar. This was the perfect opportunity for his big entrance. Uncle Leo kicked the door, wearing only a loincloth and Viking helmet, and carrying only a 6-pack of Sam Adams, open, and screamed, "Who's ready for to get at?" This point, my uncle started to look for his friend, whom he did not see on the couch, which, by the way, was filled by 3 extremely confused people watching the game. All at once, Uncle Leo realized his mistake. This was not his friend's house, and he had barged loincloth blazing into a random's house. Before my uncle could say more than, "I should leave," one of the couch sitters cut him off. "Dude, stay." So my uncle was late for his party, but had a sweet time with this football party. I guess it depends on your definition of party, but a few years ago my brother put himself in charge of planning our group of friends' Halloween party. I was really excited. I made a huge bowl of spiked punch and worked hard on my costume. He had nothing planned. We ate a huge pile of orange ice cookies he'd made, then ended up sitting around his house in our costumes watching the Munsters on Netflix. And he knew way too much trivia about the Munsters. In retrospect, all of our friends were there, and we had plenty of booze, thanks to my punch, so it cold been worse. As an added bonus, here's my special punch recipe, a long-held fraternity secret. 1 pint vanilla ice cream, 1 package of Kool-Aid drink mix, the kind without sugar in it, 2 liters of fruit-flavored soda, to match your Kool-Aid flavor. I usually use strawberry Kool-Aid and lemon lime soda. They mix well. 1 handle vodka or Everclear. Mix the alcohol, soda and drink mix in a large bowl or pitcher. Add the ice cream slowly with a scooper. It will foam and threaten to overflow the bowl. Stir slowly as you add the ice cream. The more ice cream, the creamier the punch will be. A girl from my old high school decided it would be a good idea to throw an open invite party at her house while her parents were out of town. She and all her friends decided to advertise this on Facebook. By the time we arrive, it's already been going for a couple of hours, and there were between 300 to 400 people there. In a small house, in a quiet residential street. As we get closer, it becomes apparent that the house is trashed. Almost every window is smashed, doors kicked in, furniture broken, electronics, TV etc. stolen, mud and drinks and vomit everywhere. There were people fighting, bottling each other, groups of guys arriving in carloads just to fight people. It was insane to say the least. We left shortly after. A bottle just missed my head. Not more than 20 seconds after we had left, we were walking up the street when a police officer on a motorbike quietly parked up at the top of the road and told us that we might want to get out of here. It's about to get really ugly really fast. Taking his advice, we walked a bit further before we saw swarms of police cars speed in from both sides of the house and block everybody in. Groups of policemen with batons drawn, yelling and screaming, police dogs lunging at people, people fighting the cops. It was without a doubt both the worst and most memorable party I've ever been to. Freshman year, my roommate went home for the weekend, so his girlfriend and I decided to throw a shindig in the dorm room. All my friends from our section of the dorms are there having a good time, underage drinking in a alcohol-free dorm. You know, typical freshman stuff. Then roommate's girlfriend gets a phone call from roommate. She was Wicca, he was Catholic. He was calling to tell her that his parents said he couldn't date her anymore because she was a witch. She proceeds to have a meltdown and starts crying and tearing up her Wicca books and shreds her devotion ring, not sure the proper term for it in Wicca, with a can opener. Then she lights it all on fire in the middle of the room. Thankfully we extinguish the fire before the alarm goes off. After a while she seems to have calmed down, and we all resume partying, but then someone asks where did she go. We look around and spot her in the closet, right after swallowing a bottle of Tylenol PM. So now we are all in full on panic mode trying to make her throw up, but she decides this was a good time to have an iron stomach. The one guy in the section who doesn't drink gets sent to find ipecac, but can't find any, so we tell him to get chocolate, which she hates. So we force feed her chocolate until she pukes out the pills. Then since the party is obviously over, everyone decides to go to sleep, but she will only go to bed if I lay in bed next to her, so she doesn't feel alone. I reluctantly agree, and then spent the rest of the night being punched and kicked by a crazy sleeping girl who has night terrors. TLDR, roommate's crazy girlfriend ruins party by trying to burn down the dorm and kill herself. A party at which there was a fairly large group of people who all knew each other, at a point where there was a lot of romantic and friendship drama sheet going down. Booze being added to the situation did not help in the slightest. Point one guy got way too drunk due to sadness over being recently shot down. The girl was at the party as well, so he ends up sitting in a corner crying drunkenly and refusing any water you tried to give him, while people tried to console him. The girl who shot him down got hammered, puked a few times, and ended up on the couch, being consoled by another guy who liked her at the time, and ended up dating her for a little bit. Point a girl in a co-ed fraternity got in a drunken fight with her frat big brother with whom she has some strange and confusing sexual chemistry, and she ended up crying in a different corner for a while, and then staggered to a friend's apartment where she passed out on the floor. This freshman who doesn't know how to pace himself got smashed within an hour or two and spent much of the night in the bathroom alternately vomiting and passing the fuck out in a very crowded apartment with only 2 bathrooms. Then the faucet in the kitchen broke and sprayed water across the room onto the first drunk crying sad guy. It was a perfect storm of shitty emotions, excessive intoxication, and general misfortune. The only upside to the night was that I hooked up with a guy I had had a crush on for a while, and we are now dating. Downside, I got him sick for 2 weeks after that night. First, a little background. There's this girl I knew from high school. Cece is crazy. To this day she is obsessed with a guy she went out with for about 2 months in grade 10, to the point where she has assaulted other girls who have expressed interest in him. I also suspect she has bipolar disorder. Like a reasonable human being, I had cut off all contact with her when I went to college because I did not need someone like that in my life. Last October, I hear from a couple of high school friends that had kept in contact with C. They say C is throwing a party at her house and was really hoping that me and some of the other guys that had cut off contact with her would come. I figure it had been a few years and she probably deserved another shot. So, come party night, me and 4 buddies hop in my sexy as hell minivan and drive over. The party was in her surprisingly spacious garage. Her family was home, but they were fine with us being there, as long as we kept the noise to a reasonable level. Not a problem, I say to myself. We can do that. When we arrived, we noticed that there were very few vehicles parked in the driveway. Someone suggested that maybe they all carpooled like we did. Not an unreasonable assumption. I parked and we strutted in. Just by showing up, we had doubled the size of the party. This isn't really a problem for me. I prefer smaller shindigs in a hoe. The real issue is the gender ratio. On the female side, we had C of course, and the 2 lady friends who had informed us of the party. In the male corner was me, and the 4 dudes I came with, one of the aforementioned lady friend's boyfriend, and our gay friend D who had apparently been the first to arrive. Now, normally D is an interesting guy and is pretty fun to hang out with. Tonight though, he had put his creeper pants on. More on that later. C had apparently set her sights on one of the guys I came with from the moment we walked in. For most of the night, she and D were feeding him drinks and alternating grinding on him. He tried his best to stay away from D, but didn't mind C's attention, because as he told us, guys, seriously, dadas. Meanwhile, I was getting my ass handed to me in beer pong, and was getting drunk faster than I had planned. Before long, I'm drinking out of 2 beer bottles at the same time, and stumbling everywhere. At one point, we heard a knocking on the garage door. It's C's grandma. She was not pleased that any of us were there, despite having permission from C's parents, and accused us all of drinking underage. To be fair, a few people were. C went out and talked to her and placated her somehow. She left, though we had to turn down the music a bit. A little later, C announced that her boyfriend was going to stop by soon. My friend that had been being used by C as a stripper pole was not enamored with the idea and was in fact quite terrified. He went outside to smoke a few cigarettes and generally get his act back together back in the garage. There wasn't a whole lot going on. Me and some of my friends had resorted to talking about League of Legends amongst ourselves because you can really only play so much beer pong before it becomes a bad idea to play anymore. The lady friend who had brought her boyfriend was having one of her weekly arguments with him about something or other, and we were all trying our best to ignore them. C and D were both pretty sloppy drunk and hitting on everything with a pulse. In order to facilitate these flirtations, D suggested that we all play this terrible drinking game that I can't remember the name of. The idea is you pass a massive bowl around in a circle. When a player receives the bowl, he/she flips a coin. On heads, they pour some of their drink in the bowl and pass it on. On tails, they chug the contents of the bowl. D went to go find a bowl as C's boyfriend arrived. He was not a peaceful looking man. This did nothing to calm the nerves of the friend that C had been grinding on for the past several hours. The bad drinking game began. I don't know why any of us agreed to play. I think we were all too drunk by that point to realize how bad of an idea it was. The bowl passes by quite a few of us without anyone flipping tails. It reaches my friend/stripper pole. He gets tails. He starts drinking as D and C cheer him on. He finishes the bowl, puts it down, and immediately vomits from the combination of nerves and the ludicrous amount of alcohol in his system. He passed out for the night. Minutes later, we carried this poor gent to a sofa and tucked him in. At around that point I decided that this night should not continue. I found a nice section of floor, grabbed my pillow and blanket from my sexy minivan, and announced I was going to sleep. Everyone else did the same shortly after. A few more people vomited in strange places that night, and we found it all the next morning, but nobody could figure out/remember the culprits. TLDR, go to a house party. There is exactly one single lady at the party. Gay guy and not single. Hostess use my friend like he's a stripper pole and they are paying their way through college. Hostess boyfriend shows up, scares the shit out of pole friend. He pukes and passes out. Hostess gives zero facts about her boyfriend. She and gay guy hit on everything that draws breath. More vomiting. I grew up in a college town, and during the summer high school students, or recent high school graduates, threw older straw parties, or with fake IDs, would rent apartments or houses around the university for the summer, very cheaply. My friends and I rented an apartment one summer. During the summer, a friend of mine started dating a girl from another local high school who had previously dated an enormous guy who went to the same high school as she did. The guy and his friends were known for beating people up. That was their hobby. They would go to college parties and start fights and just kick the crap out of people. The ones beat up a fraternity. I'm sure not everyone in the fraternity, but they went to a frat party and started a fight with fraternity members in the basement of their own fraternity house. They were known as the Wrecking Crew. We had a party, and the Wrecking Crew came. We knew some of them, through friends and acquaintances. It wasn't unusual for them to be at a party we held or attended. I remember thinking, I hope the ex isn't pissed out, my friend dating his ex-girlfriend, but they were nice, and didn't seem like they were looking for trouble or anything. Then, the ex-boyfriend, in the middle of the party, looked at my friend and said, "Are you XXXX?" Silence. Then he said, "Yes." "Are you messing around with girl's name?" The ex looked back at his friends, and at this point every single person at the party knew what was coming next. Pain. I shouted to a few of my other friends who were in the kitchen, and looked at my friend standing next to me. We said nothing, but didn't really need to. We were about to get the shit kicked out of us, and we knew it. So, we did what we were supposed to do, and stepped in to defend our friend. It was the only fight I have ever been in my entire life, and it was with the Wrecking Crew. Indeed, we got the shit kicked out of us. One friend got cut with a ring one of the crew was wearing, from right below his ear across his face almost to his eye. They threw the keg through the sliding glass door. There was a small balcony with a sliding glass door that went out to it. One guy pulled part of the countertop off in the kitchen and bashed holes in the wall all over the apartment. It was a bad party. Well, this past Christmas my husband and I drove home 8 hours with our dog and 2 cats so we could be with our families during the holidays. Not only did we arrive to our guest room being worthy of being condemned, but on Christmas morning I woke up to a page-long to-do list for getting my grandpa's house ready for the party my mother offered to throw. Everything from hanging up curtains, cleaning the front door, and putting up the Christmas tree with explicit instructions on the decorations. After spending all of Christmas cleaning and sucking it up, the guests started to arrive, and my mother hadn't, so we had to cook an entire meal for 20 people and just make it up as we went along. My mother arrived an hour and a half after the party started and acted like a gracious host the entire time, like she had done it all. Afterwards I sat her down and tried to calmly express how hurt I was over the entire situation. She got insanely mad and called me selfish and told me she wished I never came. We left the next morning and I didn't talk to her for a few weeks. She may be nuts, but she's my mom. Sucks you can't pick your family. TLDR crazy mom ruined Christmas. I shared a condo with some friends back in the late 90s. Nice place, pretty big, good neighborhood. We had a few small get-togethers with people from work and other friends. We started to get a reputation as a good place to party, since we were close to work and were pretty laid back. One time, middle of the afternoon, there was a gas leak at my office, and it had to be evacuated. People just started showing up at my house, and it turned into a pretty great party. Well, we decided that, since this was the place to go, we would have a birthday party for a friend of ours. This was the first party that we actually sent invitations out for and planned for a bit ahead of time. All in all, about 40 people were invited. Only the birthday boy, his brother, and his sister-in-law showed up. No one called. Very few people had told us that they were a maybe. I sat on the couch and got stoned with my roommate and buddy while the birthday boy and his guests played Parkeesi in the corner. He was not the most sociable of people, so maybe that had something to do with it. Mine was my most recent birthday party. It was also my friend's birthday party too. It was supposed to be a party where we got hammered, smoked some doobs, and listened to Pink Floyd all night as both of us are huge fans. Anyway, I'm at a different friend's house and we pick up some Jack and wait on some other friends to head over. Once we arrived, the party was full of people who I literally didn't know. Not only that, but instead of hearing the sweet sounds of Pink Floyd, I'm hearing Red Solo Cup and watching some dumbass rednecks drunkenly play beer pong and shout. Then, when my friend's host girlfriend saw me, she made me wear this ridiculous, bright blue ribbon. On the ribbon it said, "It's my birthday, show me your tigs." When I brought up the fact there was no Floyd playing, someone told me it's not really party music. Of course not, but it was our birthday party and we wanted to hear some damn Floyd. One of my friends ended up putting it on at the behest of the rednecks, but it sure as shit didn't last long. But then again, he did put on one of their tunes that wasn't exactly accessible. I have no idea how this party went south so fast. I ended up leaving the party with the friends that I showed up with, and a few other people left with us to get something else going at said friend's place. And the night ended with us eating cake out of our hands and playing FIFA. Needless to say, I ended up not getting my own party, and the one that I shared did not turn out as expected. When I was in high school, I got my first modem for Christmas, a 1200 baud, white plastic box that connected me to the strange and wonderful world of local bses. On New Year's Eve, one of the board members threw a party, and I went with my older brother to meet some of the folks we had been chatting with online. The party kind of sucked, so we were relieved when, about 1 AM, Harry invited us back to his friend's place, Ricky, for an after party. My brother sort of knew Harry, so we went. When we arrived at the Ricky's apartment, we realized it wasn't so much a party as a get-together. There were 6 of us there, me, my brother, Harry, Harry's girlfriend, Sasha, Ricky, and Ricky's girlfriend, Telena. Ricky and Telena had ferrets. We sat around for a while, just chatting and generally getting to know one another. Around 2 AM, Telena decided to do a tarot reading to see what the coming year would look like. She got up and walked into the bedroom to get the cards. As soon as she left, Ricky's demeanor completely changed. He grabbed the champagne bottle and started drinking, then slumped down into his chair. This was a little weird, and it got even weirder when he said to Sasha, "I want to fuck you right now." We sat there in stunned silence, not entirely sure if we had heard that right. Right when Harry was about to say something, Telena came back in the room. She proceeded to shuffle the tarot deck and do her reading point. Unfortunately, the reading didn't go so well. Ricky got up, walked over behind the couch, standing/looming over Telena, and stretched his arms out to either side. Telena drew an inverted tower for the future and started crying. Ricky stood motionless and silent behind her. Once Telena finished the reading, which was pretty much universally bad, Ricky walked over to the front door, opened it, and shouted something indistinct out into the night. He shut the door, walked back inside, and collapsed in the kitchen. We rushed over to him and got him to lie on the couch. Once he regained consciousness, he proceeded to explain his behavior. He had been possessed by Papa Legba, the voodoo lower of communication and crossroads. We left shortly thereafter. TLDR, went to a New Year's party with strangers, watched a guy get possessed by the devil. My friend's parties are the worst. Let me set this up. It's in his place. He has DJ equipment, so naturally he has a lot of house parties. That being said, I decided to go to one. There were 20 plus guys and 2 girls. One had a boyfriend that was at the party, so he was like a hawk over her. The other was the dirtiest girl I have ever seen. At one point in the party, the guys were in a line and she would pretty much go down the line grinding on every guy. One guy looked like he jizzed in his pants because he was going full out slamming her ass. His nickname was Kirby. Guess why? She's going through the line as people are shouting, "This DJ sucks." I'm thinking, WDF, this is his house and he's playing good music. Might have just been the catchy chant. The events continue. I decide to go for a smoke and have every person ask me for a smoke. Lol, naturally I tell them to fuck off. Once you give one to these kids they will beach over and over that you gave one to him and not to me. Anyway, as I'm outside, the DJ shows up, asks for a smoke. He's my bro, so I'm like, what the hell, and no one was around. So I toss him one and he asked for another. So I agreed. He goes around the corner to smoke. So I just relax and enjoy the night air. He had set his music on shuffle and the crowd wasn't being picky and were just all talking to each other. I decided to head back into a soccer ball flying past me, hit someone in the back of the head, so he kicked as hard as he could. This repeated over and over till a window was broken. So I go upstairs, because this isn't really the kind of shit I like, and hopped on his comp heading on Reddit. Quickly, I hear a weird animal noise coming from outside, and I was worried, because that's where my friend was smoking. I look down to see him and that girl both smoking as he's faking her. Naturally I was sick to my stomach to find out that she sounds like a guy. Horrible such voice. Best example I can think of right now is, listen to the voice of a dying giraffe. She is really dirty enough to fuck outside with smoke in mouth, and my friend bummed a smoke to toss to her. 5 minutes later, both her and my friend walked into the house and came to his room. Naturally I pulled him to the side, loud that it was 5 minutes later that he came upstairs. He had said they were coming upstairs to continue, and she passed us quickly and asked, "Do you want your friend to join in?" Something strange happened to me. A reaction within my intestines caused the remnants of food from earlier in the morning to be rejected, almost causing me to regurgitate. That was avoided by a large gulp and a polite wow. I almost threw up. Well, peace out, bro. Never again will I go to his house parties. TLDR, don't go to house parties where your friend is the DJ and the number of girls to guys is less than 10%. Back in college in 2006, me and a couple of dude friends were drinking all day at a pool party. We continue to drink into the evening. It's about 9 PM as we sit in my living room, watching CKYs and bum fights. This crazy drunk Mexican friend of a friend, who has been taking painkillers all day and drinking, remembers he saw a shopping cart outside. He wants to be put in it and have someone push him down the stairs. So he gets in it, half passed out, and a friend of mine pushes him down a flight of stairs. The front end of the cart goes over the first stair and basically ejects him. faking plowing him face first onto the concrete pavement below, with the cart falling on top of him. We rush him to the hospital. He comes back with bandages on his face and passes out. When he woke up the next day, his face looked like it had been punched by the Hulk. He just laughed about it and started drinking again. I learned he later had to get plastic surgery to fix his broken face. TLDR, drunk Mexican gets in shopping cart and breaks his face. I had a friend that I hadn't seen in years invite me to a birthday party at her place. Let's call her Nikki. After high school, I'd gone straight to college in another state, traveled abroad, and didn't return to my hometown for several years. So I was excited to see an old friend. I'd taken the time to pick out a gift and everything. I used MapQuest to find her new place. This was a long time ago, and parked in the drive. There weren't any other cars, but I figured I was a bit early. I waited, and waited, and waited. It seemed no one else was showing up. So I went to the door and knocked. Nikki opened the door and I gasped. Not only had she gained literally 300 pounds, but she looked like crap. She was wearing a bright pink muumuu with stains across the front. I realized it was her because her face had not changed much, aside from the weight gain and the bags under her eyes. This average girl I used to know was now the breadth of the doorway. An odd stench filled my nose as I stood at the door in my shock. I nervously sputtered, "Hey girl, good to see you again." She invited me in, explaining that she had to take care of her ill mother and couldn't afford to go out, so she had invited friends over instead. Nikki led me into the kitchen, where a long, rickety wooden table was adorned with streamers and balloons tied to the corners. On it, I found a slew of snacks. Cheese doodles, Doritos, Chex Mix, pies, brownies, cheap looking, oven ready / microwavable, taquitos, fried chicken wings and chicken fingers, egg rolls, an enormous bowl of candies, and a massive birthday cake that read "Happy Birthday Nikki." I stood there before this cornucopia of cardiac arrest and desperately tried to keep my feelings from showing in my face. I didn't want to offend my host, but it dawned on me, no one else was there, and no one else was coming, so where is everyone? I asked, hoping I was wrong. "Oh, they're coming." She named several friends and said she had spoken with them earlier, claiming they were en route. I lowered my head and suddenly became very interested in the confetti on the table. Nikki offered me a drink from a dirty punch bowl. Some brown crust drifted along the bottom as she stirred with the ladle. I declined, and she replied proudly, "Well, help yourself to some snacks." With a flourish, she picked up a styrofoam plate at one end of the table and handed it to me. The food had a distinct sour smell, and houseflies buzzed lazily over the spread. I politely picked over some Chex Mix, which seemed to be the least offensive of the treats, and she motioned for me to sit down in the den in front of the television. She sat down too, and her eyes seemed to glaze over as she basked in the glow of the soft bluish light. Noticing the dirt under her fingernails as she turned up the volume with the remote, I set down my plate of neglected victuals. "What happened to my friend?" She continued to stare blankly at the screen, enjoying her television tan, shoveling down food at a frightening pace. I waited patiently for about a half hour, long enough to finish an episode of Scrubs. We talked a little during the commercials, but she didn't say much. A cat sauntered in, but no one else showed up. I offered her my gift, and she slowly picked at the tape around the seams instead of ripping open the wrapping paper. She delicately removed the books and card, and thanked me. Her voice was robotic and flat. She used to love reading anything, but she seemed disinterested in books now. She grunted and belched, shuffled over to the table to fill her trough, and sat down again. Soon another episode of Scrubs was coming on, and I forced myself to yawn. "Wow, I'm tired. Gotta work early tomorrow. It was nice seeing you again." I stood for a few seconds, waiting for her to see me to the door, but she was firmly planted on her perch in front of the set. I waved and left. This was several years ago, but it's still the most awkward party I've ever attended. I haven't seen or spoken to her ever again. Edit. Sorry. TLDR. Morbidly obese, dirty, smelly, and forever alone friend invites me to party. Nobody else comes. Awkward. Asked my dad to drive me to a party. I had the address, looked it up in the map book. We drove for a good while, far longer than I thought it'd be, but got there. Nothing happening. Looked on Facebook on my phone. There was a post from the host saying not to go to this address because it's the wrong house. Yes, there were 2 addresses in different suburbs that were the same. So, my dad graciously, but damn annoyed, drove me to this party, which turned out to be pretty faking far away. Like, about 2 to 3 hours away from where we were currently. We pretty much drove across half the state, with the total travel time about 4 hours. Got there finally, dad was mega pissed, and had to be back for work, night shift. If I had known it was so far away I wouldn't have gone, no way. It didn't blow, but wasn't anything more than a quiet gathering of people I don't really know well sitting around chatting about things and events I wasn't part of. No girls who weren't taken either. Literally half an hour after I arrived, my ride home said she was leaving. I had an awkward car ride back along with her friend who drunkenly talked about why she didn't like me. I got home soon after my dad. He was furious as hell. In going to that party I tried to also make the effort this year to go to more things and socialize more. After that, I don't bother. When I was 5 or 6, I went to a friend's birthday party. It was a pool party, but I didn't know how to swim at the time. All the kids were in the pool and I didn't have any of those protective floaties, so I wasn't allowed in the pool without an adult. All the adults were gathered around drinking and having a good time, while all the kids were swimming and having a good time, and I was stuck watching it all. I decided that I wanted to swim, and there was one of those huge inflated alligator toys in the deep end, so I decided I'd just jump on that and float around. Needless to say, my 40-pound body bounced right off that bastard, and I went straight down to the bottom of the pool. I was super lucky that the kid who was having the birthday had an older brother who just happened to see what I did. He dove in with all his clothes on, saved me. I remember coughing up a lot of water. To this day, I'm grateful for a kid I didn't even know. TLDR, drunk adults make crappy lifeguards. My 21st birthday was this March. It was particularly horrible. I moved to Germany about a year ago and had made some great friends. One offered to throw my 21st at her apartment, and we had mostly the same mutual friends, so it was great. I chose to go to a club after that we hadn't been to. It was good because it had a black music, hip hop in Germany room and an indie rock room. I like both of these things, so I was thrilled. Anyway, the girl who hosted my party invited this really creepy French guy that I had met once before. I instantly disliked him because he tucked his undershirt and grandma paisley button up into his tighty white ties. I told her I wasn't really comfortable with him being there, and she told me, "Get over it. He's really nice. No one else thinks he's creepy. So whatever." I wasn't going to let some guy ruin my party. Anyway, everyone gets there. I made vodka gummy bears. We had tons of alcohol, and it was fun. Then Frenchie gets there. He speaks horrific English and German, so no one can understand what he's saying, and he's just really awkward. Super close talker, really loud speaker, just weird. He has these crazy eyes and creepy fro. Not even a good fro. I'm getting pretty drunk at this point, and I'm just talking to him because drunk me is insanely amused by the weirdness of this man. Then he starts to try to slip a pill into my drink. I immediately freak out, and he apologizes and takes some pills for himself. At this point it gets pretty quiet and everyone is staring at him, but he's oblivious. Then, dumb as me asks very loudly, "Why is this faker trying to put salt in my drink?" Everyone laughs. Party continues, but with an air of, "This guy is faking weird." So we head to the club, get there, and as we're waiting in line we find out this dude is faking 39. I'm 21, and the youngest, but no one else is even 30. He's trying to hit on my rather slutty, but very nice, friend the entire time, and everyone is skeeved out. We spend the entire night at the club trying to ditch him, as in his drug-induced state he starts to do these really awkward/weird hand motions, and waggles his tongue at every female near us, including me and my friends, so we eventually leave. I walk to the train station with my friends, including slutty friend from earlier. We get to the U-Bahn platform and this group of Turkish guys start catcalling us. My friend from Texas, who is the most intimidating woman I've ever met in my life, calls something out, and the guys back off. Slutty girl gets a dunner and we start to walk to our train. Then the guys come back, It's me and my friend, then 4 Turkish guys. The platform is packed. There are BVG, train conductors, workers everywhere, and loads of other people. The guys push us against the wall and start to grope us and try to kiss/lick us. We start freaking out and screaming. No one does anything. Nothing. Eventually I shove one of the guys off me. He then grabs me by the throat, shoves me against the wall, and puts his hand up my shirt. I freak the fuck out, adrenaline pumping, and shove him away. Granted, I'm a few inches taller than him, and grab my friend and run to the train. We get on, see these 2 German guys, and ask them to help us. They're super great, and we sit next to them. The faking assholes chased us to the train. The German guys start to yell at them for harassing their girlfriends, and the guys shrug and walk off. It was by far the worst, scariest birthday of my life. What was even worse is that no one tried to help us. TLDR 21st birthday. Creepy French guy 18 years older than me tries to drug my drink, acts like a faking weirdo at the club. I then get sexually assaulted by a group of guys at the train platform and people ignore it. Worst birthday ever. One time I tried to arrange for people to come and hang out for my brother's birthday. Nobody came. It's not that they don't like him, they don't like me. Another time I went to a party this one girl was having for New Year's. When I got there, fashionably late, there was a couple that helped her set up the party and no one else. I was literally the only guest that came. She baked things and made lots of food. Poor thing. Stayed there for a couple of hours bored, just because I felt bad for her. Ended up playing darts with her mom. Edit. Just thought of a better one. Friend calls me up and asks if I'd like to go to his buddy's graduation party. I heard the word party and agreed. The week before it, he reminds me about it, and I finally realized that it was a graduation party for a guy I didn't know who was 8 years younger than me. Well, by that point, I didn't feel right backing out, and it was super awkward. People are like, how do you know X? And I had to explain that I didn't. And to make matters worse, my buddy and I both happened to wear the same Aeropostale shirt that day, and so I ended up being the butt of tons of gay jokes. Ended up sitting in the corner hiding in embarrassment the whole time, and eating their food. Wasn't all bad, because I ate their food. Come to think of it, that's not the only grad party I've ended up at where I didn't know the person. A different friend who happens to have the same name as the last one, oddly, and I both made plans to go up to New York for another friend's wedding. Come to think of it, I don't even think I was invited, so this guy literally talked me into driving him up there, and then while we were there we would have to stop at his college friend's graduation party, which he neglected to mention was on the other side of the state. Since I didn't know anybody, I ended up doing all the work. I picked up tables in my car, which ended up permanently messing up the seals around my trunk, because none of them would use their much more suitable vehicles, vans/trucks, for it. Did I mention my buddy had a truck that he refused to drive? So I picked up a dozen tables and 100 chairs or so, which took a few hours, since I could only hold 2 tables and a few chairs at a time, then set them all up, then help set up decorations, then pick up the food, then cooked burgers and dogs for them, and pretty much nobody spoke to me. Took me much later to realize this friend was abusing our friendship and pretty much was only friends with me so he could use me. Well, now he owes me thousands of dollars I'll never see, but I will never make that mistake again. I don't trust people anymore. Okay, listen to this. My little sister, back then 18 years old, was organizing a New Year's party at my parents' place. She invited me and my new friends. I just started living in a new town to come party and sleep over there. Before I start telling any further, I need to say that my only condition was that there wouldn't be any responsibility for me, and she agreed. It started out with her asking me to get some champagne, which she would pay back, but she didn't. The party started out fine, but around 11 my sister was already so drunk she had to go to bed. At 12 she came out of bed to wish everyone a happy new year, but instead she knocked over almost every glass of champagne. It was just past 12 and the house was already a disaster of a mess. Normally I wouldn't give a rat's ass about it, but I knew my sister was unable to clean it up, So while everyone else was partying, I started gathering bottles with a friend of mine and just made sure that all the valuable items wouldn't get broken. Now here is where the sheet starts. About an hour later, one of my friends had drunk way too much, and he also went to bed. In the meanwhile, a few guys were sleeping in my sister's bed. My C slept in that of our parents, but they were baked like full-grown magic brownies, and so there was just one giant amount of laughter coming out of that room. At one point I went upstairs just to check everything, no kidding. The whole bathroom was bathed under, the sink was full, and the toilet as well. At the moment I saw this, I heard some guy barfing at the top of the attic, followed by a crashing sound and some moaning. My drunk friend was standing at the top of the stairs, barfed, then slipped and broke the stairs. Apparently it woke my sister up, because the door of my parents' room opened, but instead there was another girl, whom I just happened to have a great crush on, standing in her underwear, and seemed to be a little upset. Apparently she had a threesome with her boyfriend and my sister, and those two were just a bit too intimate. Meanwhile, there was one guy in the living room, who just was crying all the time over his girlfriend, who just broke up with him. The one sparkle of the night was that the drunk guy apparently also buffed over my ex, who left me for one of my best friends, and lied over it. After a while of cleaning I said fuck it, and just went to sleep. And the next morning my sister was pissed, because I refused to help cleaning up. One of the worst and at the same time maybe one of the best parties ever. TLDR, sister invited me for a party. In the end I was cleaning up bath, cum and tears. I've got a pretty bad one here. When I was senior in high school we had a big party close the end of the year. All the senior cheerleaders had invited all the freshman cheerleaders and everyone was getting good and drunk, taking shots and beer bongs and whatnot. Some of the freshman girls were getting pretty drunk after just a couple shots, and that's when things went south. My buddy was sitting on the couch next to this girl who was maybe 16, passed out drunk. All of a sudden she starts projectile vomiting in a room full of at least 30 to 40 people. I'm talking spewing green 5 feet in front of her. Everybody starts ducking and running, and everywhere I went I saw people throwing up or gagging. There was like 30 people all throwing up at the same time. I went to the garage and there was like 5 people throwing up. So I went upstairs and all I could hear was puking and gagging. In every room there was at least 4 people blowing chunks. One big puke orgy. I found my friends and was like, this shit is fucking whack, let's get the fuck out to Dodge. The cops showed up not long after I left, and like 3 people got arrested. To this day I still feel bad for that poor kid who had to clean up 40 people's puke before his parent got back in town. It was this warehouse party in LA. The warehouse was not permitted, and they were trying to stuff too many hires LA kids in there. There was one front door exit, and one back door, and the back door exit only opened inwards, which is a fire hazard. Everything was going great, waited in line as expected and got inside. Had enough time to see all the stages, look at a bunch of high half-naked underage kids from LA, yuck, and get an $8 jungle juice being served from a big water cooler that I'm pretty sure was dosed. Within about 20 minutes of being inside, my friends and I are starting to hear some tunes we like, and suddenly, all of the lights in the warehouse turned on. People kept dancing, as if they didn't even notice. It took the security guard that was letting people in, and several police officers, to get people to realize that this rave was getting shut down. My hires friend then proceeded to go around asking all the ravers around us for acid, and was amidst a transaction when a police car pulled down the block we were on. We decided to blow that place, and went home, and got really drunk. TLDR, illegal warehouse rave got shut down because of Fire Mars Hall. Night was a bust. Too far down in the thread, so it probably won't be read, but here goes. It was the late 1980s at Christmas time. I was doing a fair amount of cocaine at the time. I got invited by this guy to go to a party in this really nice neighborhood, in a really nice house. We get there, take our coats off, and go to the bar for a martini. The coffee table has a glass top and it's covered in coke. Everybody is jacked up in their cocktail dresses and slacks and button-down shirts. I go into the kitchen to see if a friend I know is in there. All of a sudden I hear this loud crash, and then everybody on the ground now. Suddenly there's women screaming and people yelling, and I have no idea what the fuck. Then I hear these guys telling people to shut up and give them their wallets and jewelry and everything will be fine. I'm scared shitless. I dive in my dress and heels under the sink and hide in the cabinet. I'm shaking like hell and trying not to make a sound. Now, the doors between the kitchen and dining area are like the ones in old west movies at the saloon, two of them that swing. All of a sudden I hear swoosh, whoosh, 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 and realize that there's somebody in the kitchen with me. After what seemed like forever I heard the whoosh of the doors again, so I figure that it's safe to come out and run miles off for the kitchen door and get out of there. So, I quietly, but quickly, get out and start running for the door just as one of them comes back in with a gun. I start screaming and run out the door and the bastard shot at me. I've never run so fucking fast in my life. In a dress and heels, which I lost. I still have a scar on my left forearm from the graze of the bullet point, and that is the worst party I ever attended. When I was a teenager I went to a party right after dropping something off at my aunt's place. My aunt was really busy, so my grandma stayed with them to look after my cousin, who was 5 to 6 years old. Sometime after I left, my grandma, for reasons unknown, decided to go on a late night shopping spree and let my cousin home alone. Anyways, so I was at the party trying to impress this girl and doing pretty damn well when suddenly I heard a kid screaming, and one of my classmates came and told me there's some kid outside who's crying my name. I went out and there was my cousin, covered in tears and mucus and shit, literally. Turns out he was out looking for grandma, couldn't find her, panicked, shat himself, and came looking for me instead. The little party popper was smelly, hysterical and screaming my stupid Jolly nickname that my aunt had for me, and a bunch of other stupid shit. Anyway, that's about it. Had to take him home, and I remembered it as the most embarrassing 20-minute walk of my life, not to mention the worst party experience ever. I was the laughing stock of the whole class, and had people calling me by that stupid Jolly name, and drawing me with a ponytail and ribbons for years. Both of my proms are a tie. Prom 1, I'm about to ask out this girl from my school who is cute, and I kind of like, but I have never approached, because I was scared. My friends told me she likes me, so I thought I would go for it. That same day that I decide to ask her, a very popular girl who I have always thought was beautiful and smart, but way out of my league, from my school approaches me and asks me to prom. I almost die of shock. I say yes. I go all out and really try to impress her. Prom comes. I go all out. We get there, take pictures, drink a little, and then I ask her to dance. She excuses herself and goes to talk to some guy. They start kissing. I'm thinking, what the fuck? Turns out she just used me for an excuse because she could not go with a black guy and needed some white guy to pick her up so her mom would not freak out. My friends are super supportive and I stay for a while, but I leave early to go to the after party. At the party, they show up together and walk past me to go to the back bedroom and have sex. I go outside and basically cry while the girl I should have asked tells me that she is so sorry for me and then goes back to her date. Prom 2, I meet a girl randomly while out with my family. She is funny, pretty, and basically a great person. I get to know her over about a week or two. We talk on the phone a lot. I think that she would be great to take to prom, so I ask her. I pick her up and she just looks beautiful. I'm so happy. This year will be different. Dinner is great. Great conversation. Great food. Great girl. Time to go to the dance. We get to the dance and everything is just perfect. I'm so happy. We dance a bit and then a slow song comes on. I cannot wait to hold her. We start to dance slowly and then she starts to shudder. I look at her face and she is crying. She pulls away and then runs to the bathroom. She doesn't come back. My friend's date goes to see what is wrong. My friend's date come back and tells me that my date wants to go home and does not want to talk. I say okay. The four of us drive to her house and she gets out and tells me to wait in the car. Her mom comes out and tells me that her daughter's former boyfriend was killed in a wreck in the last year and that I'm her first date since his death. This prom was her first date since his death and she just broke down. Her mom said that she would call me and tell me goodnight. We go back to the dance and I stay for a while then leave to go to the after party. At the after party, my mother calls me and freaks out thinking that I'm having sex with my date and demands that I come home right now. She is screaming at me while my dad takes the phone and I explain to him what has happened. He tells me to stay out all night if I want. I drink beer alone until everyone gets to the hotel room we reserved for the party. Then I just sit there while people make out with their dates and offer me condolences on a second awful prom. One Saturday night in high school, my friend got a text with an address saying to come to this party. It was in a not so nice area, but we thought it'd be fine. We get there, and pretty much half the people are over 25 and doing some hardcore drugs. I'm talking like meth, heroin, coke. We had to pay $20 to get in, but my friend took care of it, so I was just going with it. After talking to the 3 people we know, we see police lights and a policeman steps out and says, "Everyone remain where you are. Do not move. This is not standard procedure." Of course we bolted out the back fence. We hopped the first fence and ran through the backyard. After 3 backyards we finally reached one leading to the street. As we were jumping it, the homeowner grabbed me and said, "Danny, get the gun. I'm gonna teach this punkers beach a lesson." I almost shat myself right there. I had so much adrenaline I don't really remember what I did, but I made it over and ran to the street. After driving a little, I noticed a pool of blood on my car carpet. I had a huge 8-inch gash on my leg. We walked into a Walgreens, patched me up, and went home. I just wore jeans for the next 2 weeks. That was probably the worst party I've been to. I didn't even drink because I was driving. I don't go to parties. For their alone point JPG point on second thought, I do have one story. It was the end of senior year and there was a graduation party. Everyone was sent an email. I misread the part with the dress code and dress nice but not formal, button down shirt and slacks, no tie. When I got picked up, my ride was wearing a 3-piece suit. Oh shit. So that's what semi-formal means. I said I was worried I'd be underdressed, but he said that it would be totally fine because at this sort of event there would be a mix of people. I got there and everyone else has a jacket and tie point at that point. My inner sap panicked and I shuffled out the door. I tried to call a cab to get my back to my place so I could change to something appropriate. After an hour, still no cab, I call them back and they tell me that picking me up at the location I gave was against company policy because it wasn't a valid address. I decided to face the music and go back. Nobody said anything about my outfit, meaning I missed half the party for no reason whatsoever. In grade 11, my also adult classmates had a glorious idea. We were 100 people. We could all invest, throw a big ass party, earn much more than we had invested, and walk out of there smoking cigars and being awesome and rich. We had a few people who were 18 already. Most of us were at this age, where they're the most intelligent independent people in history. We'd just use social networking so everybody would come, make more money than we could imagine and buy champagne. So, where did it go wrong? Nobody came. We ran out of alcohol. Everybody got arrested. No point, people came, more than we had expected. We sold loads of drinks. We made a fuck ton of money. Our dreams had come true, more than true. So what? It was midnight when we realized most of our guests were under 18. In my country, you have to leave parties etc. by midnight as a minor, so at the same time, they wanted their coats etc. back. It was a really cold winter's day, as well as their licenses. We had only hired the minimum amount of security the law allowed, and were managing the wardrobe ourselves. We had taken a few bucks from everybody for their coats. Now we were responsible. Now, as you can imagine, a bunch of students managing thousands of coats etc. will be kind of a mess. We could have done it, but unfortunately, our guests were quite drunk and lacked patience. While we struggled to get the coats, people pushed into the wardrobe, tearing down clothing, trying to get those. Some jumped over the counter. At the same time, others had pushed over the desk with the licenses, so they were no longer sorted alphabetically, and we couldn't give those out in time either. Some drunks started demolishing the toilets in the end. Everybody hated our class for the clusterfuck. People had to pick up their licenses at the local police department, and our glorious leaders had signed the cheapest insurance possible. Many coats and jackets had been stolen or lost. We had to pay reparations. It didn't work out too well economically. TLDR. Teenagers throw huge party to become rich. Loads of coats disappear. Last weekend a girl I had been taking to invited me to a party at her place on campus. I showed up around midnight, not knowing a single soul there besides her. She paused the music when I showed up and announces that it was time for drunken puzzle playing. Now I knew that she was in theater, but never suspected that she went with a very typical theater kid type crowd. As a hetero male I was completely out of place in my lack of giddiness and excitement when the announcement was made. I was to piece together a Dora the Explorer puzzle with my partner, a dude wearing overalls that no one questioned as creepy as fuck. I came to this party to chat up, maybe dance with, and ultimately hook up with this cute girl I had been chatting with, yet all she cared about at the time was being the gamma master for this stupid excuse of a drinking game. Now a lot of you redditors may think this party sounds like fun, but I'm a no bullshit kind of guy. I declined to take part. Instead of just letting me drink myself to death while I idly watched this juvenile game pan out, everyone insisted that I be the judge. So I said fuck it, okay. My job is to determine who finishes first. The game begins when the game master presses play on Call Me Maybe and all the teams start work on their Dora the Explorer, Snow White, or Lady Gaga puzzles. Now I understand the irony of all this, but to me, it's just not funny right now. I'm over irony in party scenarios. So two teams finish at the same time and turn to me to make a decision. I say you all lose and everyone laughs thinking that I'm trying to be funny. After about 6 rounds of this nonsense, I get up to leave. But there's one last turn that I have to be the judge of. Tired of playing along, I once again say you all lose. But this time I say, I win. I've been playing the game in my head, but a little differently. I've been chopping you all into little puzzle pieces with an axe, and putting the flesh and bone back together in strange configurations. I turn to the girl who invited me with a sort of maniacal indignation and say, I put your head on the body of that guy over there with overalls, chuckling to myself in the completely silent room. My momentary break of sanity felt pretty good. After enduring this shitty party, I was finally living out a Bret Easton Ellis novel, which is especially fitting, since I go to USC. I made what I thought was a graceful exit, thinking that I definitely just burned a bunch of bridges, especially with the girl I had been talking to. Later, around 3 AM I get a text from her saying that she wants me, and she asks me to come back over. This is after thinking that this girl is never going to want to talk to me again. I think she was thrown off by the little bit of masculinity I displayed after hanging around this castrated group of males for so long. I went back to her place, and the party had cleared out. We boned as she pretended I was Patrick Bateman, telling me what I said at the party was so cool, even though I had creeped everyone out. So I guess the shittiest party turned into something pretty good. And I guess there are some lessons learned. Don't feel like you need to fit in and go with the flow of everything for a girl to think you're cool. Just speak your mind and be confident in what you say, even if it involves chopping her and all of her friends up with an axe. And true story for the inevitable doubters. I won't be able to provide proof, and I respect skepticism, so if you do doubt it, hopefully you can at least enjoy it as a piece of interesting fiction. TLDR, telling a girl at party I was fantasizing about murdering her and all her friends with an axe and piecing their bodies back together in odd configurations got me laid. Last year some friends invited me to a party. It was mostly people from the art and media college in the area, whereas I went to the state university down the road. This means I knew nobody already there, but whatever. We get there, and people are socializing, but it's not like this party is crazy wild. It was more super group chill, drink, play Twister, and listen to music time. Like the total non-sap that I might get right in there, and soon enough I'm talking to some recording majors about the nuances of mixing guitar tracks. Some guy was nice enough to share his Johnny Walker Black with me. Suddenly I look up, and my friends are gone. Strange, but no big deal. After about 20 minutes though, one of them runs back in, says, hey, you gotta check this out. I go outside and he tells me we are leaving because the party sucked. We went back to his other friend's place, got high, and played apples to apples. I pissed off his girlfriend. TLDR. Worst party was one of the most relaxed I've ever been to, where I was on top of my game, but some friends dragged me away. A recent one happened over winter break. A group of my friends got together to have a gift exchange, and two of my friends spent the whole time taking pictures of my chest. My shirt wasn't even low cut. Another happened years ago when I was about 13. My dad and stepmom drove me and my brother to their friend's party about an hour away from our house. I hated these parties because all the adults always ended up drunk. My stepmom ended up on the floor sleeping and my dad was still drinking. I asked who would drive and the adults replied the dog and laughed hilariously. I was angry, and when it was time to go, I refused to get into the car, crying and saying that they couldn't drive. My stepmom stepped forwards in an attempt to comfort me, but because of her current state, she was looking to the far right of me. This got me sobbing, screaming that she couldn't even see me. My sober uncle finally stepped in and took my dad and stepmom home, while my aunt took me and my brother to our mom's. I never told her about these parties because I knew my stepfather would disapprove. So it was my 20th birthday and there wasn't a party per se, but my best friend had invited me over to hang out with a few people and we could celebrate the occasion. What she hadn't told me was that the few people were her boyfriend, a guy I had been on a date with a few weeks earlier, and his new and crazy girlfriend. I hung out for a while being the awkward fifth wheel and booked it out of there. But that doesn't even top what she did for my 21st birthday. It was the night of my 21st birthday, and the plan was for my boyfriend and I to go out to a bar with two other couples, best friend included. Time came to leave, and one of the couples decided they would drive instead of taking a cab, so impaled the two couples without saying anything to me, and left us to find our own way to the bar. Now, I rarely want all the attention, but it's my 21st birthday. I wanted this to be about me. We ended up going to a different bar without them, met up with the best friend's brother, and had a better night because of it. Well, this pretty much explains my whole life. All my life, I've never had a party with more than 4 or 5 people at it. I always invite as many people as I can, usually 12 to 16. I don't have many friends to start with, and for some reason, I always get my hopes up. I've had birthdays where up to 10 people say they will come, but only 2 actually do. But the one that takes the cake was I think my 15th birthday. A whopping 4 people came to that one. But one of the people came because their friend came. I'm not really friends with her. But during the middle of my party, we were all just hanging out at a park near my house, and it started to lightly rain. She started to sing the rain, rain, go away song. Then she changed the song. She then started singing my name, go away, come again some other day. Wait, I changed my mind, don't come back ever. She had the other 3 people there all laughing at me and singing it too. I honestly just wanted to go home and cry and never have a party again after that. I'm having another party in 2 days for my graduation from high school. My mom wanted it to be the best party I've ever had, so she ordered a bounce house and a cotton candy machine, and she's already started making a bunch of food for what she thinks will be at least 15 or 20 people. I already know probably only 5 people are coming. But fuck it, I'm going to enjoy this party. I deserve to have one good party before I go off to college. Went to a 21st party. Dude invited a heap of people from our uni course. Everyone in the course were good friends. That's what happens when you do a less popular degree. He had the worst timing to have his party. It was around Christmas, which is the summer holidays here in Australia, so everyone was either working away or at other Christmas parties, some friends, and I turn up around 8:30 when the party should have been in full swing. All that was there was about 5 to 6 of his high school friends and 3 to 4 other friends from uni and his whole family. Just sitting around in a garage. We rode it out for a bit, expecting more people to turn up. No one did. It was so goddamn awkward. Eventually all his high school friends, people who have known him way longer than us, leave to go to another party. So there was like 5 guys left. I felt so bad for the guy. He seemed really pissed off. Anyway, we just drank as much tequila and Jacks as we could and took it from there. Still awkward as hell. I was short growing up. I didn't get to ride the go-karts like all my friends did at the local party place. The year I was finally tall enough to ride, I was too old to be having a birthday party at a kid's birthday place. But I didn't care. I wanted to ride the go-karts. So I had a birthday party there anyways. One person came. My whole family, and me, and then one friend. Here's why it's even worse. Because of the neighborhood I lived in, most of my friends were a year to 2 years younger than me. It wouldn't have been so silly for them to be there. They were just too cool for it. I actually stood out front of the place for an hour calling everyone on the payphone asking them why they weren't there. The entire time I knew this was only making it worse, but I couldn't stop myself. God, it was so bad. I remember the one friend that came, couldn't even look me in the eye. I hated that night so much. TLDR, I had a kid's birthday party when I was too old and ended up alone. Broke up with a girl a week before this party. It was a birthday party for a slightly evil, unattractive girl. Wasn't planning on going, but ran into her the day before with my best mate and got pressured into saying we'd go. We figured the fact that she went to a all-girl Catholic school where the stereotype was true would redeem the party. So we show up about an hour late and nobody is there but her. Turned out her best friend had scheduled her party on the same day and everybody was there. Eventually more people arrived, the first of which was my ex with her best friend aka my best mate's crush. Awkward silence commences. Some other girls show up, most prominent of which was an already pissed, pushy, unattractive, beachy and slutty girl and her creepy and ugly friend who both took a fancy to myself and my mate respectively. This was pretty much everybody who turned up. So I sat there talking to these people, drinking crappy beer and eventually just give in to the boredom and head desk the table. The birthday girl and weird unattractive girl commence running their fingers through my hair. The weird girl suggests going for a bounce on the trampoline. First thing that came out of my mouth was think it's broken and got out of there fast. Was a pretty bad party, and to top it off ex's friend was really drunk and started kissing my neck on front of her. I went to a party at an older friend's apartment complex. Her and a few neighbors were all combining their efforts to make a nice chill party. This was quite normal for these particular apartments, as it was a college town. My few of us were underage, 18 to 19. There were also a couple girls there that were only 16 to 17. I'm not totally sure, but I remember they seemed young. Most of the night was good. Unfortunately one of the young girls had apparently been drinking earlier in the day, so she got very smashed. My friend took her inside her apartment and put her in her bed. Sometime later there was a ruckus where a creeper guy, who was in his early 30s, was chased out after being found in a suspicious situation with a passed out girl. I never was clear on what he did, but his pants were unbuttoned and he was touching her somehow. Immediately the cops are called and all of us underage people not directly involved with this girl get shuttled into a neighbor's apartment. To avoid any additional legal troubles I woke up in the morning sleeping on a blow-up mattress in the room of man I met the night before, with him still asleep on his bed near me. Nothing untoward happened to me, but it is unpleasant to wake up and realize that you are in a stranger's home. Never found out what happened to the guy. All I know is that no one I knew was in any trouble. I have not been to a party where I enjoyed myself. The first party I was at was a bachelor party. The stereotypical enjoyable party. Well, I didn't faking know anyone except the guy that invited me, so it was pretty awkward. Plus, when I got there, everyone was already drunk. It was in a basement, and people were smoking those wrapped strips of tire rubber they call Swisher Sweets. The keg pump was broken, and the bar shelves collapsed, ruining all of the booze. So we kinda wait for the stripper. When she gets here, this guy opens the door, and while opening said door, plasters the stripper head to toe in vomit. At this point I leave. Then my prom. Get there early, and they won't let us in, though they told us they would let us in early at school. Food poisoning. Account is broken in the hall. It's about 100F inside. Get friend zoned in the photo booth. Dance aimlessly with date. Feel very sick. Vomit all the way to the car. Drop date off. Go home. Vomit some more. Wake up at night, choking on vomit. I'm completely turned off to parties now. This party happened last year, so I was tripping on acid during the day, so I was worn out with the day and just wanted to hang out, but my friends convinced me to go to this awesome kegger, so I went. So we get there and there are total 10 people there, so I have a few beers, get kind of buzzed. I'm then invited to smoke a bowl. Bad plan when you have taken acid 14 hours before. So at this point I realize that the acid is coming back on me while drunk and high. Not fun. She just started bending. I was standing on one end of the kitchen and my friends were on the other, and it seemed like they were on 60-degree slope below me. This was terrible because all my friends I went with were talking about how shitty the party was, and I was just way overanalyzing the whole thing due to my state. Also, some drunk guy was there with his girlfriend and was hitting on my friend. This wouldn't seem so bad, but there were like 14 to 20 people and he was just yelling things like "I wanna fuck you." I was hanging out with my girlfriend at the time and she gets a text from a male friend that she hasn't seen in a year. He just broke up with his girlfriend and he's having people over and he wants her to come. She said she'd stop by on the way to the bars. She tells me he used to have a thing for her, but I'm pretty confident in the relationship. No big deal. And we head to his place. We get there, and we can see through the window that the lights are on, a bottle of wine is open on the table, and soft music is playing. We knock, no answer. She calls him, no answer. She shrugs and says that's strange, and decide to leave. I swear I saw him through the window as we were walking up the steps, with a horrified look on his face, when he sees the girl he has a crush on brought her boyfriend over to a fake party made up, so he can be alone with her. He must have hidden in a closet or something until we left. Girlfriend was oblivious to his intentions, obviously. I was around 16 to 17 and heard of a local party. Nobody seemed to know whose party it was. So as we get there wandering around the local streets and some guys ask us if that's where we're heading and invite us to walk with them. These guys were about 20 and we thought nothing of it. As we get outside the house, two middle-aged guys pull up and pull a medical nitrous bottle from the car and walk in very casually. We walk in and there is a stack of speakers blaring heavy drum and bass. We wander around looking for people we may know, looking in various rooms, seeing people skinning up joints, making lines of cocaine. One particular room I recall very well was delightfully known as the K-hole, which was full of people consuming ketamine and generally appeared to be sinking into the furniture. Less than 45 minutes of being at the party, the police arrive. The nitrous bottle gets hurled over the fence. People emerge from rooms, faces with a large amount of white powder. After being questioned by the police for a short while and them acknowledging I wasn't really part of the crowd, we was told to leave quickly as the drugged up crowd had either ran or been arrested. Oddest night of my life. Way back in the early 90s, while an undergrad, I went to a party with a random assortment of friends. I had no clue who the hosts were, or where I was really, as I had eaten a bunch of shrooms. There were about 20 or so people inside the apartment, socializing, drinking, normal party sheet. It was an artsy, indie rock crowd. The few people I showed up with ended up diffusing into the room and talking with other people they knew. I knew no one. I was tripping balls and could feel everyone looking right through me, so I posted up against the back wall of the living room, trying to blend in like a chameleon. It was pretty obvious that there was this faking creeped out dude in the back of the room, with his hands jammed in his pockets and his hat brim pulled down low. I stood there for what seemed like forever, absorbing the intense glaring from all the strange people, and decided to get the fuck out. No matter what, just get the fuck out. So I bolted through the living room, over the coffee table, and out the sliding glass door, and out into the side yard, where I found a dark shadow to stand in about 20 feet from the door. I knew I had left so fast that no one would even remember I was there. As I stood in the dark contemplating my next move, I heard this super hot girl on the back deck, who I nearly ran over, ask very casually what was that all about. I vowed to never return to this place, and disappeared into the night. First, note that I'm a pretty pale red-headed preppy high school student. One time I got invited to a party in a part of town that I've never been to before. I rolled up to the party about an hour after it started with my friends, and when we get into the house, the main section of the party was a huge dimly lit room full of grinding college-age black people. This wasn't what my friends and I were used to, but we were willing to give the party a shot, so we went over to where the booze was to get a drink. When we got to the kitchen, my friends and I realized that not only were we the only white people at the party, but we were also the only high school students. After we had gotten our beers, some really sassy, kinda large, black chicks started hitting on me and my friends. A couple minutes later the music stopped, and I could hear a fight breaking out in the middle of the main room. People started screaming, and I heard two really faking loud gunshots. Now I could hear police sirens outside, so my friends and I booked it out of the party to our car, and got the fuck out of there. Went to 2 parties thrown by someone I dated, but was in good terms with, who was working to get his PhD at Georgetown. Everyone there was a PhD candidate. It was like I stepped into another planet. Everyone was speaking English, but I had no idea what they were talking about. First time around I came by myself for the PhD's birthday and left another friend's gig on U Street early to go the party. I got to the party super late, just as everyone was leaving. Tried to get a few solid minutes of one-on-one with the PhD friend, since we hadn't seen each other for a while. I ended up just observing he and his roommate talk about things way above my understanding level as I waited for a cab to take me home. Second time around, my best friend had just left DC and her boyfriend and I were pretty down in the dumps after just dropping her off at the airport. I suggested we distract ourselves by going to another one of PhD's parties. Same scenario, only this time best friend's boyfriend and I ate food, drank beer, and people watched PhD candidates, compared notes, left party early. Had an on again off again thing with this girl in high school, kind of my first love. She had initiated off again because she had met some other girl that she liked, and I was pretty upset. Of course, a few weeks later, she breaks up with that girl and wants me back. She told me to come to her party that weekend that she was having for some of our friends. I go, and to my surprise, there's the other girl that she was done with, and told me not to worry, that they were just friends. We all got drunk and eventually end up in the pool. Next thing I know, other girl starts drunkenly crying for one reason or another, and my ex goes to comfort her. She's talking to her at one end of the pool, and I'm sitting with some other friends kindly waiting for them to finish. At one point in the conversation, I turn my head, and they are just making out right there. I became livid, grabbed my towel, went inside, and sat on the couch with some of the other girls, and started to eat Teddy Grahams. The others ask me what's wrong, and I just point at the 2 girls, and they just have oh fuck looks on their faces. Eventually someone drove me home, and that was only the first time that's happened to me. I went to a party once where I knew a few people, but didn't know about 90% of the rest. My best friend and I went outside on the porch to get some air, and the person who invited us eventually came out with another girl and introduced her friend to us. We got to talking, and I could see that my best friend and the host's friend were really hitting it off. I gave the host a little nudge, and we both went back inside, where we had a pretty shitty time with all of these people that we didn't know. I'd introduce myself to someone, and we'd find that we had nothing in common. I had a drink spilled on me. Just no fun. I came back outside a few hours later, and my friend was still talking to this girl. On our walk home I remarked that I didn't really have a fun time and I didn't enjoy the party much. My friend just smiled, but didn't say anything. He's getting married to that girl from the party this August. Oh man, no contest, this one always sticks out in my mind. I dated this really hot, really smart girl in HS. I was a sophomore, and she was a senior. Long story short, we had a good run, and split when she went off to college. We reconnect a couple of years later, when I'm a freshman in college, 1998. Now, she's a pre-med major at University of Georgia at this time. For those that don't know, UGA is a major party school. She invites me and my friends up to her place for a party. I'm only 19 at the time, so the opportunity to party with hot, over 21 females is something me and my friends would only pass up if dead. So we managed to get some booze at the skeezy bottle shop across from my college and head up to Yuga expecting a wild night filled with drunken codes. We're all super hyped. I'm about to lose my freaking mind because this girl was always super sexually aggressive in HS, and it's been months since I got laid. Plus, I love a good party. Anyway, we arrive at the apartment complex, and it being Yuga you can hear music coming from everywhere. It's going to be an awesome night, I'm sure of it. At this point I should take a moment to mention what me and my friends look like. There's me, who at the time was a bit goth, but mainly just a long-haired metal dude. One of my buddies is a super hippie, one a vaguely redneckish. At the time, he got better, Jock, the crazy tennis pro and his girlfriend, and the crazy/hot chic that I spent the next year trying to get with. We're a weird bunch. We walk in, and the proverbial needle is pulled off the record. Except it's not. Every other apartment is playing party music. This one? Purple Rain. Everyone at this party is pre-law or pre-med. I've not seen so many pastel popped collars and khaki shorts before in my life. The girls are also all wearing similar douche uniforms. My friends and I all huddle up and figure if we can get the booze flowing maybe this place will liven up. Can't get anyone to change the music. Can't get anyone to do shots. They only want mixed drinks. No one is going to touch the joint we brought because they are all pre-something. After about an hour of sheer boredom I get a buddy to sneak off and page me. Pre-cell phone days after all. I show my ex the 911 page and act like I'm calling a buddy back. I tell her I have to go because he's in some unspecified trouble. But this is actually where it gets good. When I get back out to my car, an Isuzu Trooper 2 I discover that several of my friends decided that this would be a fun night no matter what and stole a couple of bottles of booze from the party. Now, I'm not one to drink and drive, although I had a couple that night. Not too many to drive, but enough to lower my inhibitions. So when my friends decided to start drinking in the car on the way back to Atlanta, about 1.5 hours from Yuga, I thought it was just funny. I wasn't drinking, since I was driving, but they were getting blasted. As we get back into town, the highway we are on merges in with another. As I'm merging we very nearly get sideswiped by a car full of college kids. I have to swerve, but I keep control. They maneuver up next to me, roll down the window, and yell out apologies. We all look over and all the people in the car hold up bottles of booze, as if to explain their poor driving. My friends do the same. It was hilarious. The other car ends up following us back to our school. Turns out they're from Georgia Tech. Since Tech and Yuga are rivals they decide they're going to party with us just to show up Yuga and share their liquor as a way to apologize for almost running us off the road. I don't really remember what happened next lol, but a good time was had by all. TLDR, horrible party turns epic when drunk driver from rival college almost kills us. One night at college, a bunch of people in my co-dorm building went out to a nightclub. They all got really drunk and ended up walking back to the dorm from the club. This one drunk girl must have taken off her shoes because she got back into our building and realized that her foot was bleeding. Now, this wasn't just a small cut on her foot. She really cut up her foot and blood was going everywhere. Keeping in mind that she was extremely drunk, she started throwing a tantrum over nothing. A little backstory, the girl had hooked up with 2 guys in our dorm building in the past. Anyway, she somehow finds out that when she hooked up with one of the guys, he was dating someone else. The drunk girl starting throwing a jealous fit, saying that she had no clue that he had a girlfriend. She was getting clingy. So the bro decided to go into his room and lock himself in because the crazy drunk girl was going after him. Remember the blood I was talking about? Yeah, blood was going everywhere. So when she started obnoxiously pounding and kicking on the dude's door screaming his name, blood started to accumulate on the door. The girl then proceeded to use her blood from her foot and the blood that was on the door to write his name as she was screaming and hitting it. It was kind of like a dumb bed down exorcism. Creepy for sure. I once had a party in the woods at my family cabin. After quite a few beverages quite a few hours later I decided that 2 or 3 AM was time to call it quits. I was woken up to my girlfriend at the time shaking my arm letting me know that my buddy was in bed with us in the master room and that he was grabbing her as she got out of bed and went into the other room. Mind you, this is around 6 or so in the morning. People were still up, and I stumbled after her taking in the leftover chaos from the night before. In the grey pre-dawn light point, my roommate from school then informs us that my girlfriend's roommate had, after walking past the bathroom and taking her pants off in front of them about an hour or two previously, proceeded to drop hot bombs on the floor and go back to bed without pants on. They had awesomely cleaned up her sheet and were on their way out when I had woken up point saying thanks. I went back to my room with my girlfriend, punched my friend awake and out of. He wasn't drunk enough to realize that he kicked us out of our bed and take advantage of all of the pillows and blankets we had abandoned. TLDR, girl shat on my floor. Friend grabbed my girlfriend's ass. Not the worst party I've ever been to, but certainly one of the most memorable. Back in college, I got invited to an afternoon birthday party the day after Halloween by a classmate of mine who had helped me out on a few tough assignments. The party was to be dry. That should have been my first warning. But not everyone drinks at 1 in the afternoon, even in college. Point the night before, for Halloween, I go as an emo punk rocker, so black eyeliner, black nail polish, I'm a guy, the works. The night goes great, and the next day I wake up with enough mind to remember about the already mentioned birthday party. I roll out of bed, throw on a shirt and head over to the birthday party. Point so, to paint a picture of me as I knock on the door, smeared eyeliner, I didn't have any way to remove it, black nail polish, and reeking of booze from a night of heavy drinking. It turns out, unbeknownst to me, my classmate was a pretty devout Christian, and his birthday party was also an anti-Halloween party for all his like-minded friends. As soon as I walk in the door, I just mentally go, oh shit. But since I was one of the first people there, it would be rude to leave. Point we spent the entire party making candy turkeys with mini Reese's peanut butter cups, Oreo cookies, and corn candy, and discussing Christ and all his glory. I'm also an atheist. Luckily, I was able to maintain a civil and friendly conversation the entire time, but it was incredibly awkward for all involved. That is the second most awkward experience I ever had. I was once invited to a college town where a friend of mine, still in high school at the time, lived and was in the business of dealing psychedelics and the like. She invited my roommate and me down to visit. So we gladly hopped into the car and started a marvelous road trip. Once we got there, she told us that we had to stop at one apartment before we went to the party. After we got to the party, it was just some old rundown apartment building, and there was a room with 7 or so guys there. My roommate, friend, and I were the only girls, but they were so nice to us. We took shots of Patron and smoked their weed, and eventually someone broke out a sheet of acid, which turned out to be some research chemical that gave us the worst stomach aches of our lives. These guys had all taken molly, shrooms, acid, been drinking and smoking. Somehow, the friend that my roommate and I came with disappeared. She had our coats in her car, and it was December in the mountains. We waited and called, and then around 2 AM half of the guys at this party left to get food. When they came back, one of them was walking around the room showing off this little white rock. We stayed inside just long enough, watch them chop it up and do their lines. The only thought running through my head was, I'm going to get wrapped tonight. And we waited on the back porch of this shitty apartment building, still tripping on acid, still drunk, still high, until I found someone else in my contacts to come rescue us at 3 AM. Edit. And needless to say, I'm no longer friends with this girl. TLDR. Went on road trip, got drugged, abandoned, and had to escape what was sure to be the night I got wrapped. This is another example of best/worst party ever. I'm visiting one of my good buddies from HS down at his college, and he gets invited to an impromptu party his cousin is throwing down at another ACC school. Aside from his cousin, we don't really know anybody, but it's a good chill crowd of perhaps 20 people with a good guy/girl ratio. We are hanging out in the back patio when Warren Sapp's doppelganger walks from around the side of the house with a big smile on his face and a rather unsightly, troll-like woman with facial tattoos. I mean, this dude was 400 pounds, black as pitch, cornrows, the whole shebang. Anyways, after about 30 minutes we come to the conclusion that nobody actually knows these people and that they had just crashed the party. They seemed like nice folks, though, so we just hang out and talk to them. Apparently Larry, the guy, used to play football for this university, but he and his special laddie friend were trying to break into the hardcore pornography business. It was at this point that things took a bit of a turn. One of my friend's cousin's friends, was really excited about the prospect of seeing and or filming a live sex show between these two beautiful specimens of flesh. We're all pretty drunk at this point, but we still manage to convince him not to drive an hour away, to borrow his dad's video camera, and we figure we had dodged a sex show bullet. At this point I stumbled into the living room and passed out on my aero bed. The next morning, I was informed by my friends that after I passed out, Larry and his woman did put on a freaky sex show on the fold-out sofa bed not 10 feet from where I was sleeping, and they found me curled up in a ball in the corner of the room, maximizing the distance between myself and the couple in question. TLDR slept about 10 feet away from an impromptu sex show put on by two party crashers. I hope this doesn't get buried. When I was a senior in high school I was invited to an old friend's 18th birthday party. His name was Danny, and he had been my best friend in elementary school. I was surprised to get an invite, because we hadn't really talked anymore, and I had picked on him in middle school like the little dick I was. We had a few mutual friends, 3 guys I liked to hang out with. They were also invited, and we all went together to Danny's house. I think I expected a typical high school party, booze, and music. Nope. The party was thrown by his parents, and the guys I went with were the only ones who went. Weird, right? What's more, there were a few girls there, popular girls, including Dana's cousin and a girl named Anne whom Danny had crushed on for years. When we got there, Danny walked us into his living room and his mom told everyone where to sit. She sat in next to Danny. Everyone was extremely uncomfortable with the weird vibes except for me. I love awkward situations. I was like a pig in sheet. Food was served. Everyone wanted to get out of there, but I had seconds and thirds, enjoying the awkward conversation led by Dana's mom. At one point, Danny was told to get his sister. Danny goes upstairs and comes back with his 10-year-old sister whom he walks around like he's showing off a prized Pekingese, never actually introducing her, then leads her back upstairs. Anne and the girls were about to bolt out, but Dana's mom begged them to stay and listen to Danny sing. She begged Danny to sing, despite his protests. He gave in and put on the soundtrack of Evita on their karaoke system. He sang some romantic song from that. His mom kept asking Anne how wonderful she thought his voice was. The girls managed to escape. Danny was heartbroken. I brought his outside and handed him a paper bag with a few things you can have now that you're a man, I said. Inside were some lotto scratch-offs and cigars. He wasn't happy. One of my buddies later told me he was hoping for born. I wanted the uncomfortable evening to end with a bang, so I threw Counting Crows' Mr. Jones on the karaoke and wailed away. Then we left. No one had a good night, except for me. 2009. I had moved back to my home province, having recently been laid off, hoping that with some moral support of family and my best friend, who still lived back home, I could land a decent job. For a few months, prior to me finally making the move, my friend and I would plan the party we were going to have the night that I got in town. We had pool with pub owners and local musicians. We had invited friends both old and new from across the province. We had a sequencing and timeline. We had everything set. We would tear the town apart that night in a legendary haze of weed, whiskey, poker, old jokes and stories of our youth. I arrived in town around 6 p.m. We were to start drinking promptly at 8. Plenty of time to drop off my luggage at my grandmother's house and then head to my buddy's place. I get to his street. I can see his house. A party, months in the making, was just feet away. I can't faking wait. This is just what we faking needed. I knock on the door and my best friend of 19 years answers, in his PJs. The house is dark. He says his girlfriend has had a cold for a couple days, so he decided to cancel the whole thing, so that he could stay home, just in case she needed him for something. But it was all cool because he had a sixer in the fridge, and as long as we didn't make too much noise, we could play some Wii in the living room. TLDR, party of the century quickly turned into 3 beers and Wii tennis. Buddy was having a party at his apartment. He invited a bunch of gamer friends and guys he worked with, Geek Squad. That's all fine and dandy, since I'm a gamer too. We drink and bullshit about games and movies and everything seems fine. It's not a large party, but there's enough booze to put a big guy like me down, so I'm happy. I decide I'm hungry and offer to buy pizza for everyone. It's decided to order one meat pizza and a supreme pizza. I absolutely hate onions and peppers, but since we were ordering a meat pizza too, I was happy to get something the others would enjoy. Well, the pizza gets there, and I answer the door with my cash. I hand the pizza over to one of the guys and proceed to pay the delivery guy, get change and give him a tip. When I turn around, there's an open empty pizza box and a closed one. Those motherfuckers ate a whole meat pizza within minutes, leaving me with a pizza I couldn't eat. I just stood there in shock as these faking animals tore apart my beloved pizza that I had been craving for the last 2 hours. The shock wore off once one of them asked me why I wasn't eating. I reminded them why I couldn't eat the other pizza and they all gave me a half-assed apology and left it at that. TLDR, I bought pizza for a party and those fakers thanked me by eating the one I wanted. I personally don't think this party was that bad, but others may disagree. It was a few years ago. I was about 19, I think. I had come home for my sister's wedding, which was held at the Catholic church in town. The wedding reception, however, was at my parents' house. So, pretty much immediately after the wedding, myself, my parents and brother head back to my family's home to set up the reception and have a few drinks. By about 10 PM everything has gone fine. Everyone is having a good time. But then, the second keg is empty, so my dad has gone off to the pub to grab another. Without beer to consume, I decide to be classy and whip out a bottle of vodka and a bottle of lemonade. I'd walk around the wedding with both under an arm and a glass to pour them in. So I'm being responsible, drinking sparingly until the beer shows up, playing pool and having fun. My cousin sees me with the vodka and dares me to down the whole thing. I decline. He bets me $50 I can't faking deal. So I down half the bottle, then common sense prevails. Fuck, I think, if I drink this whole bottle, I'm going to cause trouble. Excessive drinking never ends well with you, old bean. So, I stop, walk out to the backyard where no one is, and stick my fingers down my throat, hoping the damage hasn't been done. I managed to spew a bit out, and I thought I was fine. 5 minutes later, I won my game of pool and that is my last lucid memory. It was 10:00 PM. Cut forward to 10:00 am. The next day. I'm in the shower. There is no hot water. It has all condensed onto the ceiling, dripping onto the floor of the bathroom. I stumble out in a towel, and all of my cousins see me walk past looking obviously worse for wear. They start laughing maniacally at me. I know I did something wrong, but I'm okay with it. Turns out that, after winning the game of pool, I decided that I would finish the bottle. I did so with gusto, and that's when it all came apart. Apparently I found a bottle of soy sauce the catering company had brought with them, and I poured it through everyone's handbags, which I vaguely remember in retrospect, to the sound of my laughing like a madman. I threw up on at least 2 people, broke down crying, because I thought I'd die, so did everyone else. My temperature shot up, and just before my parents were about to call an ambulance to have my stomach pumped, I threw up again, calmed down and disappeared into the bathroom to shower my shame away. The worst bit is, my cousin refused to pay me the $50 because I finished the bottle in 2 swigs rather than 1. Side note, that night, my other sister's boyfriend nearly got into a fight with my cousins, mocking their short stature, calling them garden gnomes, hobbits, etc., and then assaulted the groom after drinking a bottle of straight Jack Daniels to himself. So yes. Worst party I ever went to, and I don't even remember being there. TLDR, got plastered at my sister's wedding, passed out, poured soy sauce through everybody's handbags, threw up on people, including my mother, passed out in the shower. I went to grad school, but never really grew up Paresi, so I still attended undergrad parties. Most of my friends were upperclassmen, some even on their 5th year, so it never felt too odd. However, they graduated at one point and suddenly a very influential Makiat majority swept into my theater group. Not knowing any better, I attended one party where it culminated in spin the bottle. I was 24 years old and inches from a spin the bottle game. Call me old and uncool, but making out with girls wearing braces didn't seem like a good payoff for the risk of possibly making out with a number of creepy guys, so what did I do? Made a fantasy league out of the players. I found a mature girl who wasn't playing, and we discussed the rules of the game. Each kiss was worth a point, tongue was 2. Double if both participants were on your fantasy team. Some others overheard, and we did a full-on draft and picked 2-person teams. I didn't win the league that night, but I'd like to think I won a moral victory instead. TLDR played fantasy league spin the bottle. New Year's, about 8 years ago, first year of college. An old high school friend's parents were out of town for the holidays, so she decided to broadcast it to the whole county. Nearing the end of the night, the house was swelling with people, holes being punched in walls, general chaos. She couldn't handle it, so she locked herself up in her room. I went in there, and we ended up having sex. Without protection. Wake up in the morning, the house is a war zone. Stereo equipment gone, windows smashed, drywall filled with holes. Someone took all of the ground meat out of the freezer and mashed it all over the floors. She was crying, but I was hungover, and it wasn't my house, so I didn't really care. A few weeks later I learned that the house had over $30,000 worth of damage done, which ultimately didn't end up mattering, because her brother was a bit of a pyro, and burned the house down after a dispute with their parents. Oh, and I got her pregnant. That was the bad part. Abortions aren't fun. Unfortunately, it looks like this weekend will be my entry into this category. My birthday is the 8th, so my wife was planning on having a party for me Friday night. Neighbors plus work folk plus friends etc. Last week her grandma suddenly passed away from cancer, and that threw everything off. We decided to not plan a party, since she was going to be driving back and forth, hour trip each way, to help organize the home with her parents. No big deal, I understood and it was fine. Even went out on the weekend and helped all day. Monday night my wife decided, hey, we are having a party for you. I was very touched and tried to throw something for this weekend. Despite the shorter notice, I figured we would get a couple folks, less than originally planned, but hey, it would be a smaller cookout. The first problem we hit was Friday night. A close friend has her birthday on the 9th, but planned for her party to be on the 8th. Same circle of friends, so the same people would be going to her party. Okay, no worries. FB invitations go out for Saturday night. Obviously not everyone can make it, but it's nice to let them know they were invited. 101 FB invites. Current breakdown. 24 no responses, 2 maybes, usually a no in FB land, and 70 declines. The 5 people who are attending are my wife, myself, my parents and a friend of my wife's invited work folks. 37 invited, 0 attending. Neighbors equals vacation weekend, as it's the first weekend with kids out of school. And besides being demoted at work, logging 40 hours of work in 4 days, my parents said they might be late / not be able to make it Saturday. This is going to set a record. TLDR. Future tense party, invited 150 people. Not even my parents are going to make it. This is going to get buried, but I have some Brazilian friends who from time to time put on some awesome parties. Me and a couple of mates were invited along to one of these parties at the family home of a Brazilian girl's boyfriend. She said to me, come along to this party, it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's an African party. We were looking forward to this party all week. The parties we've been to before have been epic. Cocktails, Brazilian girls, piñatas, bikinis, the works, all night long. The only thing though was that we weren't too sure about how were we gonna dress up in an African theme. I looked up Zulu warriors on Google Images, figured that would be a pretty cool costume. So we get our costumes sorted out, not authentic but good enough for a Brazilian party. We pull up outside, and we want to make an entrance to impress. 4 white Zulu warrior got enough strange looks on the motorway on the way there. We are gonna nail this. Suddenly 4 white Zulu warriors armed with spears and dressed in grass skirts and war paint burst through the front door screaming like it was the Battle of Rorke's Drift, and inside, black faces everywhere. It wasn't an African themed party. It was an African party. The boyfriend's sister has a Nigerian partner. It was his birthday. About 20 of us were getting wasted in a tent on my friend's front lawn on his 16th birthday. His father caught him banging his girlfriend in the camper and subsequently had a fist fight followed by breaking everything in sight. Some redneck heard the commotion and drove by in a pickup truck with his friend, shooting .177 pellets at us from a pellet rifle. One ripped through the tent and put a 13-year-old girl in the air. She turned out fine. I ended up in the forest searching for my friend after his epic fight without him knowing that his other friend was in the hospital. When we told him, he pulled out a small pocket knife and drunkenly tried to make his way to the redneck's house while not being 100% sure who it actually was. I remember being half drunk in the pitch black, in the middle of the wilderness with no light whatsoever, pre-smartphone times, following my drunk friend who was carrying a knife, and we were too scared to tell him he was going the wrong way, even deeper into the woods. This all happened in a trailer park in Nova Scotia. To put it into context, when I went to university I left and haven't talked to any of these people since. I'm going to steal a party story told by a friend, but tell it in first person, because I like to pretend people invite me to parties. A few years ago, the power in my neighborhood went out. It was during the day, so not a huge deal, but afternoon was waning, and we were starting to wonder what we'd do after it was dark. If there was still no power. About this time I noticed a guy was walking down the street knocking on every door and talking to whomever was home. When he got to my house he explained that he lived at the end of the block, just moved in, and had a generator, so he had power. He was inviting everyone on the street to come by for hamburgers and beer, just to get to know his new neighborhood. At the appointed time, we went down to his house and found people standing around. No burgers or beer though. The guy came out and said, "Great, everyone's here, let's get started." He opened his garage door and inside was like 20 folding chairs set up facing a projector screen. We thought, hey, movies. Nope. He started up an AMWAY sales presentation. Someone said, "Where's the burgers and beer?" He said, "Oh, we'll get to that later." Every person left at that point, even the chick that we thought was his wife. I once went to a party at the empty barn of a friend of mine. A girlfriend of mine brought me, stayed for a while, and left. A sketchy kid that nobody knew had some salvia that he wanted to share. A few of my friends took hits, giggled for 20 minutes, and then returned to normal. I thought, why not? For a somewhat experienced ent, how bad can it be? To this day, I don't know what my deal is, but that stuff hit me hard. 10 seconds after I took the hit, I fell into a long and deep pit, got trapped in some sort of time substance, and couldn't move my arms and legs, let alone blink my eyes. I wasn't blind, but I could not see anything in front of me. I saw shapes and patterns instead. Everything shifted and vibrated intensely. When I finally broke out of my trance, I charged at some random older dudes standing in the corner, broke through their line, and stumbled outside. I tried walking into the campfire, and a friend ended up babysitting me for the next 3 hours. I felt like my bones were made out of jello, and I couldn't really see anything. Maybe I could, but it was like the information never reached my brain after being picked up by my eyes. In short, it was horrible, and I kept wanting the trip to end, but it wouldn't. Around 4 AM it was over, and every seat in every car was taken, leaving nowhere for me to sleep. It was a frosty night, and I hadn't even brought a jacket. I ended up spooning a dirty hippie dude I knew from marching band in the back of someone's van, trying not to freeze to death. But at least in the morning my friend picked me up and handed me a plate with a warm fried egg on top of toast. I turned up to a friend's university house party in Portsmouth. It was a rave theme party, and they had put bean bags all over the walls and threw up paint everywhere. So I turned up dressed as a robot, as you do, with a cardboard head similar to the one from LMFAO, and covered in tinfoil. I walked in and everyone stopped and turned to me. Even the music shut down. It was like a movie scene. When I took the hat off they realized who it was, me, and cheered. Music started up again. So I'm having a great time and this girl I liked is talking to me in the kitchen and we are both pretty wasted at that moment. She decides that she wants to poke the eye holes to the robot. I have no idea why she must have thought there was something there, but ends up jabbing me in both eyes, making me partially blind. I then slip and more or less give myself a concussion on the floor. TLDR turned up to a party as a robot, got partially blinded and a concussion. Christmas party from about 5 years ago. My wife had just started a new job and her boss invited my wife and I over to her house for a Christmas party. The boss was in her late 40s, divorced, and had her 17-year-old daughter hanging around. The boss also had a personal friend there, another late 40s divorcee who was 3 sheets by the time that we showed up. A mutual friend of my wife's boss and myself, which is the reason my wife found the job in the first place, was also there. Point, it was a small group, just a couple more people outside of those I've already mentioned, with plenty of liquor, so we all started getting sauced up and playing board games. The boss friend was being extremely inappropriate, her hands all over my friend, licking her fingers and trying to stick them in his mouth. He wasn't too interested. She then moved on to accidentally dropping things in his lap and insisted on retrieving them with her mouth. We were all feeling really embarrassed for both of them. Point, she finally starts getting the hint that he's not reciprocating, so she then starts casually exposing deep personal secrets of my wife's boss for her. Among them, that apparently my wife's boss wanted to ride me like a cowboy. By this time, my wife's boss was also pretty drunk. A fist fight ensued. Lots of crying. The next thing I know, I'm in the bathroom listening to the very drunk woman explain to her friend's daughter how to properly give a blowjob and then subsequently take one up the rear. Sadly, instead of being mortified or at least embarrassed, the girl then starts giving pointers back to the 40-something-old drunk broad. This will get buried, but here goes. About 2 years ago, my girlfriend at the time said that a friend of hers was going to a party at her coworker's house. Us being a bunch of college-aged kids sick of overcrowded frat parties and the lame bar scene, decided to take a chance on this one. Point, said party may have soiled my opinion of the Papa John's franchise and maybe even pizza itself as a foodstuff. My girlfriend and I show up with a friend of mine at the party. There are kids running around. Young kids, like maybe between the ages of 2 and 5. One is carrying an upside down sack of kitty litter through the living room. 2 are jumping on a couch and a naked toddler is spraying a large bottle of blue something at a bug just outside. Point, the adults are doing whippets on a bed in one of the rooms as screaming children run in and out. They ask if we want to smoke weed. I'm not usually one to pass on an offer of buds, but everything felt sickly and wrong. Point, we were there for no more than 45 minutes. But I tell you, those 45 minutes were somehow the longest finite period of time any 3 human beings have ever endured. So a few years back I decided to get in my car and just solo road trip across the US on some soul searching journey. To meet people and save money I went to couchsurfing.org to find places to stay. Couchsurfing is a website where you can meet people who will let you crash on their couch in exchange for sharing culture, skills and good times. After 2 people meet, they review one another on their profile page so that others will know if they are legit. Met a lot of amazing folks that way and had some crazy adventures. One of the dudes I stayed with invited me to a party his co-worker was having. It was the night before Halloween, so of course we dressed up. I went as Dorian Gray, slicked back hair, from pea suit, picture frame around my neck, and my host went as a hooker. Considering he was a 6'9" million bearded Muslim dude, it was pretty funny. Point, anyway, the party was at some huge mansion his co-worker had inherited. Open bar, dance floor, full of complete strangers, pretty beachin'. As it would happen, my host was providing live entertainment that night in the form of poi spinning. Point, poi is Polynesian art form, and good lord is it badass. You literally take 2 torch wicks attached to chains, dip them in white gas, light them on fire, and then spin the burning wicks around your person. I was just standing there in this lawn watching this huge Muslim crossdresser twirl balls of fire around to a costumed audience, thinking to myself, insomnia bored, today you actually begin to live. The partygoers loved it, and the performer, my host, started to get a little cocky and decided to do some fire breathing as well. Then we remembered the beard point now. I was on safety, holding a towel to put out any unexpected fires, and I certainly wasn't expecting a fire on this dude's face. There was a moment of panic as we realized what was going on, but he and several other people managed to put out the beard fire by the time I got there. We were all a little shaken up by that, and my host, with a singed up beard, calmly decided that he and I should go back to his place and call it a night. You could tell that the party ended right there. Point then, while driving home, he laid it on me. Yeah man, I'm kinda freaking out right now. There's a chance I inhaled some of that burning gas into my lungs. I could very well be dead by tomorrow, so I'm lying there awake at night on his couch trying to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna tell the cops in the morning. Yes officer, we were together last night. No officer, I don't really know the guy. Yes officer, those are third-degree burns all over his face. Fortunately, my host did not inhale any burning gas, but he did indeed have awful burns all over his face. He really wasn't up to partying on Halloween, understandably, but we still kicked it for a bit that day and kept in touch on Facebook. Dude got married and had a kid a few months back. TLDR guy I had just met online set his face on fire at a costume party. Several years ago a friend, let's call him Fred, was having a crawfish boil at his house. We used to be close, but by this point had drifted apart and were just going through the superficial motions of maintaining a friendship. Ho hum. So, at any rate, Fred and his roommates had invited a bunch of people to their house for this party. Lots of crawfish was promised, as well as alcohol, games, and an all-around good time. When I got there around mid-afternoon, the party had already been in full swing for about an hour and a half. The crawfish, instead of boiling away in a giant pot of deliciousness, were sitting, unwashed, in a pile of torn bags in the driveway. To no one's surprise, really, a number of them were escaping down the driveway. Goodbye, dinner. It turns out that Fred and his roommates were trying to heat up their 80-quart crawfish pot with a single Bunsen burner. Again, to no one's surprise, it wasn't working. On top of this, they had neglected to provide any other sort of food in the meantime. Things continued much in this vein for the next 6 hours, but further complicated by the fact that everyone was getting progressively drunker on empty stomachs. I spent the time dealing with my increasingly beachy roommate and her sheethead of a, now ex-boyfriend, and trying to make uncomfortable small talk with Fred's roommate's friends. I'm a painfully introverted and shy guy. Talking to strangers is not my jam. Plus they were weird and all uncomfortably touchy with each other. Also, when Fred gets drunk he gets really handsy. With everybody, guy or girl. This night was no exception. Really, the only fun part of the whole evening was racing the escaping crawfish down the driveway. My roommate and her sheethead boyfriend snuck out at some point, but I decided to stick around in the vain hope that things would improve. It was nearly 11 when I finally decided that I had no more facts to give and I just wanted to go home. When I left they were trying to boil the crawfish, a handful at a time, in a saucepan on the kitchen stove. It's called planning, guys. And then as a bonus, I got yelled at by my drunk, cranky, and hungry roommate when I got home for not leaving with her when she and her sheethead boyfriend had. Overall, just an evening I want to forget. TLDR, party with awkward people, unwanted touching, too much booze, not enough food. So this is kind of weird. I'm of Chinese American descent and was raised in a 99% white community. This is what the Asian community calls being whitewashed. So not being submersed in any sort of Asian community besides my own family, I didn't really know what it was like to interact with a large group of Asian Americans who are very, say, Asian pride. Essentially, I'm the type of Asian seen as no pride or appreciation for my heritage to them. I've gotten very rude remarks and glares by some of my fellow scholars at college. Now, my friend, who is Asian American, brings me to a house party. The types of parties I'm used to going to usually contain 90% white kids, 10% everything else. This party was the complete opposite. Everyone here was some sort of Asian American. Now don't get me wrong, I tried to make friends and talk and be sociable, but Christ was it hard. Half the girls there didn't want to even talk to me. Most of the guys didn't really want to associate with me other than to smoke/play pong. Everyone within this community had their own little clique, and it honestly felt like high school, and I was an outsider trying to come it. It was perhaps one of the most uncomfortable experiences in my life. TLDR, I'm a whitewashed Asian American, went to an all Asian American party, was the outsider, and felt looked down upon. I lived with 3 other guys in an apartment and we shared a large deck with our next door neighbor. He liked to cook, and for New Year's one year he was cooking for 3 days before New Year's Eve. He expected close to 100 people, even though our apartments together couldn't hold that many people. We were having a party of our own, and I was on the deck having a cigarette when I peeked into his place to see how he was doing. He was sitting alone in the living room, surrounded by tons and tons of food. He was fighting hard not to break down and cry. He told me not one person showed up or called. I thought I could help him by getting some people from our party to make him feel included and bring him to our party. Instead, Ma's whole roommates and friends went over and ate his food and left, basically never saying anything to him. Then of course some people sat out on the deck smoking and asking about the weird guy crying. I sat next to him in his apartment listening to all of this cringing. He up and moved out 2 weeks later. Had a birthday party. Lots of people came, mostly girls slept over, save for a good friend's boyfriend, now husband. All was well until the following day, when good friend's boyfriend tries to pretend someone mistakenly put some black lassie panties in his bag. The panties were way too big for everyone at the party, including his girlfriend, now wife. Despite knowing this, I obligatorily asked everyone if they owned the pair. No one claimed them, obviously. Awkward moment for everyone at the party as they all realize that dude tried to cover up cheating on his girlfriend by disposing of the evidence at a all girls but him sleepover party. Girlfriend laughs it off and claims nobody wants to admit it because they are just too embarrassed. Panties get thrown out. Cheating/flirting with other girls does not end there. Friendships are destroyed because boyfriend can do no wrong, but we are not allowed to bring the incident up ever again. TLDR, boyfriend of friend at my birthday party decides to dispose of cheating evidence at an otherwise all girls party. Friend laughs it off and later marries him. This will most certainly get lost, but it's a story that must be told. My roommates and I live in a 6-bedroom house with a full basement. We know way too many people to not be a party house, so we decide to throw a party. Read, music fest. We had 5 faking live bands performing 30-minute sets to kegs and a metric ton of jungle juice. The party is literally one of the best I've ever been to in a long time. We had about 200 people. It was great. We had a better one about a month ago for graduation. 300 plus people. People were crowd surfing in the driveway. God, I love college. Everything was going swimmingly until about 2 in the morning. That's when I met Lucky. Lucky was a random show up who turned out to be in the Outlaws, a motorcycle gang. He was very drunk and very angry at one of the bandmates, who was one of my friends. I have him in the basement and I'm trying to calm him down when this motherfucker pulled a knife on me. I convinced him to put it away, calmed him down, and got him to mosh like a good boy. Right. After that I have to run upstairs to save my roommate from getting her ass beat by her boyfriend. I get into a fist fight with him and end up with bloody knuckles and a sore hand for like 2 weeks. I've been to worse parties where the parties sucked, but this was probably the worst thing that could have happened at a party. Oh, and the boyfriend's friend broke into the house next door, so I had to deal with that. TLDR, went to a dance with a buddy as the blind date for his girlfriend's friend. Got dumped, went bad, met this really hot, yet crazy girl. When I was in college I had a buddy named Corey who was dating this very annoying and not very attractive girl named Vicky or something. She went to college in Pennsylvania and we were in New York. They had a dance coming up and Corey wanted to go but didn't want to drive up alone. Vicky had a friend who didn't have a date, so I was asked to go and take random girl to random dance. We drive up to the college and get there pretty early. The college is a religious one and it's a formal dance type thing. We get to the town and get a hotel room since boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorms at night. We get changed and go to the dorms to get the girls. We meet up with Vicky and I mentally prepare to meet my date. Well, this girl they had picked out for me was about 5 feet 4 and 200 lbs. She walked to the dorm room door, did a 180 and left. I'm not going to brag, but in my prime I was a pretty good looking guy. I knew that this might go bad, but at no time did I say or do anything when I saw her. I was trying to be nice. From what I was told, she decided that I was going to be a dick or something and decided not to go to the dance at all. She gave Vicky my ticket and left. So good times before the dance, we decide to go to a pre-game house party that someone is throwing. Now, Vicky was kind of a bitch and she and Corey fought a lot. Well, they get into a fight on the way to the house party over my date just ditching me, which I really don't care about. We all go into this house that's full of people who all know each other, and as soon as we get in, they go back outside to fight more. I don't know this, so I'm just all alone in this house full of people who don't know me. I think back fuck it, and just start talking to people and having a good time. So, things are getting a little better. We then decide to go to the dance, which is on campus. We walk over there and get it. I pretty much sit at a table full of purses and cameras, while all these guys dance with their dates. It was like going to prom without a date, pretty shitty. Plus, there was no alcohol at all. I don't know what to do. It's a hard situation to be single in, since everyone pretty much brought a date. I'm sitting there like a loser and Corey comes over and asks how things are going. I tell him fine, and that he should go have fun. He apologizes for the evening and asks if there's anything he could do to make it up to me. Being as smart as I point across the dance floor to this really hot girl in a red dress and I say, you see that girl? That's what I want. You go get her for me and we'll be square. Of course, I was kidding and we laughed it off and he goes back to dancing with Vicky. Well, a few minutes later, red dress girl comes and sits right at my table where I am, all alone like a goober. I decide that I have to say something, so I grab a random camera off the table and say, hey, smile. Let me take your picture. She gives me this weird look and says, you don't even know who I am. I reply, that's okay, I don't know whose camera this is either. She laughs and I take her picture. We get to talking and kind of hit it off. So we are talking and we go to dance. So there's Corey on the dance floor and here I come with red dress girl and dance right next to him and Vicky. I know that they're flipping out, so I just play it off and not say anything. When we get back to the table, all I tell him is, I told you what I wanted, so I have to kick it up a notch. They are letting people leave to go outside to smoke, but you have to get a ticket so you can get back in. I tell the girl to follow me and we go out and get smoking tickets. Once we are outside she says, I don't smoke, do you? I say no, but if I'm going to kiss you, it's not going to be surrounded by a bunch of people, and then I kiss her. So, by now I'm in. She asks where I'm staying for the night and that's when I realize that this could turn out awesome. See, the hotel room was going to be the Corey and Vicky love shack, and I knew that as sure as I was standing there, that Corey was planning on bedding his beachy counterpart that night, with no regard for where I was going to stay while this was happening. All I had to do was beat that bastard to the room. Me and red dress take off and get to the hotel. I gave her the classic let's order room service and watch movies or whatever and we are good. I make sure to flip the sliding door lock once we are in. We are in the room about an hour or so when Corey tries to get in. Plenty of time for me to do that thing I do. He tries to open the door and the slide lock hits. I grab a hotel robe and answer the door as nonchalant as I can. There's Corey and Vicky in the hall with their jaws on the floor. It was awesome. They ended up getting another room for them, and I had an enjoyable evening. It turns out that girl was borderline psychotic and was really into astrology and tarot cards. In any event, we talked a few times after, and that was it. That night will go down in history as the only time I was smooth. I was working at my university's Freshers Week as a peer guide. Basically, my job was to look after a bunch of brand new students and show them around our town, make sure that they don't get lost, get them from point A to point B, escort them to and from parties, and make sure that nobody dies. After about 16 hours on my feet, the freshers want to go to this club night and all of the other peer guides have already ducked out to go collapse somewhere. It was the second day that they had been in the city, and I didn't want them to get lost. So I went with this group of about 10 to 12 girls in my hideous purple t-shirt. I spent a bit of time walking around, making sure that everyone was okay, and that nobody had passed out in the toilets, so I figured that I deserved a cigarette break. I went outside and found that one of my best friends, D, had discovered that his boyfriend had slept with one of my other best friends, T, before they broke up. D had his keys in his fist, and when he saw T coming out, he squared himself up, ready to cut the sheet out of his face. So, I pinned him against the wall and he came over and endured a torrent of abuse, but I was at least keeping D in place. Some of my freshers came out at exactly the right time to see their peer guide holding back a very intoxicated gay man with keys in both his fists like Wolverine, shouting all sorts of shit. They awkwardly had a cigarette as I held him back and sent a few forced drama, smiles in their direction. Meanwhile, D shouting had drawn the attention of the Reenactment Society, which T belongs to, and they were about 15 seconds away from beating the utter shit out of D in front of my faking freshers. I eventually convinced T and the Reenactment Society to leave and coerced D into having another drink and not following T home to beat the shit out of him. Then I had to wait for the club to close because my freshers were partying and I wanted them to make it home safely because they had no idea where the fuck they were. TLDR. While I was watching 10 to 12 drunken first year girls, I had to keep one of my best friends from trying to stab my other best friend with 2 sets of keys. Doing this saved him from being pounded into the tarmac by the Reenactment Society. Then I had to stay for another 2 hours to guide my wasted freshers back home safely. I spent over 18 hours on my feet. I had to wake up early the next day to start that sheet again. I did not get paid. I can't really think of parties that was horrible for myself, but a party turned out pretty shitty for a guy I knew. The party went along pretty normally for the most of the evening, just a bunch of unsupervised teenagers getting sheet-faced. Late into the party this guy walks into the bathroom, stays in there for quite a while, before he suddenly swings the door open and very determinedly rushes for the exits and leaves. A line had formed, and the next person enters only to find that the entire bathroom is quite literally coated in vomit and feces. The ceiling, the sink, the window, too small to use as an exit, as you might have figured. Sheet is everywhere. Yeah, that's bad. Now imagine this happening to you as a 15-year-old living in a small town with a population of 4,000 people. Let's just say he received a lot of smiles the following years, and he didn't get them for his charming looks. I had a lot of friends when I was younger, but they were all in different groups, ranging from downtown clubbing girls with good incomes to stay-at-home gamers. Suffice to say that trying to get all these groups together was a nightmare. I think it was my 21st birthday and I wanted to invite a bunch of them to party at a club. The first group of course wanted to go somewhere pricey downtown. The other groups couldn't afford that. They wanted to go to the local club/pub, which the first group would scoff at. I tried to negotiate a place and ended up settling on one of the clubs nearby for affordability/accessibility. After all of this annoying organizing, hardly anyone shows up. My best female friend at the time bailed on me before I got there, along with her boyfriend and a bunch of other mutual friends. Then the more high maintenance group did the same thing. They couldn't lower themselves to go there. In the end it ended up just being myself, a couple girls from work that overheard the invites, so I invited them too. Being a polite Canadian, my brother, who was feeling down due to a breakup, his best friend, and one couple. It was mostly a lot of awkward conversation until we had a few drinks. P.S. Having your professional natural bodybuilder older brother watching over you at a CLUB=BORING night. His best friend did his best to try to make it fun for me though, which was kind of him.